Well, it's another split coming to a close. Not yet, though, Gino. We're getting close to it, though. We're here into day 5 of split 2 of ALGS APAC South, and it's great to welcome you back once again. But yeah, Gino, obviously, time's starting to run out for these teams. They're going to have to come into this week and really put their best foot forward because, well, not everyone's going to go through to next week.
Not everyone. Yeah, only 20 out of the 30 teams will make it through to our regional finals. But yeah, that just means it's exciting today. We're going to get some answers about which teams are, I guess, yeah, again, not get relegated, because I was always going to remember, like, you know, there's not another split happening. Like, we've got to wait until next year and find out what the system is there. But certainly, at the very least, you know, they'll have a better chance of getting invited back to Pro League and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, a lot of teams to talk about this this split, but who's been kind of the ones that have been impressing you so far? I mean, I took last week off, right? So get me back up to date. Where are we sitting at the moment? Who's looking like the top jobs? Who's looking like the teams to kind of come through with the solid placings going into next week?
Yeah, well, who's going to be in that top 5, right? Like, that's kind of the big question. There certainly were a couple of teams last week that, you know, made that big push. I mean, we saw teams like Daywar coming out on top. D and Z as well took a win. So they were our 2 top dogs of last week. And honestly, they were 2 teams who haven't shown up like that yet in Split 2. So to see them come out on top, to beat all these other teams have just been so good and so consistent, like Moist and Blackhand, Onic, even MDY White, who had a 3rd place last week, are still doing really well. But certainly we've got some new names thrown in the mix, and they're close enough that they could potentially get up towards sort of 4th or 5th position coming up to the end of this split. And as you can see, we're kind of almost there. We've got, this is kind of the end of, I don't know what you call it, like the regular regular season, in day 5, and then day 6 is that all-important, very exciting regional finals.
Yeah, indeed, and we always sort of like to get to this point of the split because this is where it feels like, it really starts to matter. A lot of the previous days are kind of like storylining, building the stories, and getting people into the positions to actually make that leap into the top 5. But this weekend, and obviously next week in particular, are going to be the ones that really feel like, okay, this is where it gets kind of tight, kind of tense. If you don't manage to perform today, maybe that significantly hampers your chances of going through next week, or potentially even for some teams, they don't go through to next week. And even then next week, obviously, you have kind of like that one last chance. For a lot of teams, it will be literally the last chance because they just can't make it into the top 5. But for teams that are kind of jostling around top 5, top 10, even a displacing next week could potentially just put them up into one of those qualification spots. So I'm looking at overall standings right now, Genome, and I'm seeing like a lot of teams kind of still in the discussion, a lot of teams in the mix for a top 5 placing. And as you mentioned, like a few of these teams up inside the top 5 right now have kind of had weeks or days where they haven't really gotten the maximum, right? Maybe outside of Onic and Moist, and even to an extent, I think Blackhand have generally been pretty consistent alongside MDY White, but like the further we go down, like, you're talking about Daywar, you're talking about Dreamfire, IBG, like all of these teams have had days where they've like almost not picked up points. And that's why they're sort of in this position where they are at right now, where like they could still make it into the top 5, but they're kind of needing a decent week here to kind of guarantee things.
Yeah, and that's it. I think we need to also talk about the little asterisks next to some of these teams, which are metaphorical. They're not actually on your screen. But if we put one next to, say, Blackhand, or we put one next to Dreamfire, those teams still have 2 games yet to play, right? So they get to play both series today, and they can jump further up. And yeah, so that means when you're looking at that top 4 or top 5, because obviously it's the top 5 they get through to land, but one of those spots will just go to the regional finals winner, which could be one of the top teams, but it could also be the 20th place team. Wonton Dumpling, they could just like burn through the lobby like they have at times in the past and actually make it there. But at the moment, it looks like Onic, Moist, and Blackhand are probably locked in. They are that far ahead of the competition right now. MDY White, even though they're only 5 points below Blackhand there, they have played the one more series. So it's really a race between, I'd say, like MDY White, Popcorn, Daywar, Dreamfire, maybe a couple of spots below that.
Surely you got to put the IBG in. Surely you got to give them something there.
Sure, I guess with they're 2 great performances and they're 3 terrible performances.
Yeah, but what if they pull out a great performance? What if they win the lobby today? Right?
Yeah,
plus
25 points. But they've only got the one more chance, right? Like unlike Dreamfire above them, they're 3 points ahead and they have 2 series to play. IBG only have 1 series left to play, and they're at 57. So
yeah.
I think that's a big ask. Even Panner, I think on Twitter this week was saying, could be a regional finals angle, right?
Could be. I mean, at least they're kind of guaranteed for a top 20, so they'll make it to next week. They'll at least have that chance. So there is that. Now, we'll have to wait a little bit before we get to see IBG today. They're not going to be in the first lobby. This, though, is the first lobby for you, so lots of interesting teams there. I mean, you've talked about Blackhand, you've talked about Dreamfire, DNZ definitely in there as well. Eternal Photon, been a bit up and down so far this season. I think they're another one to kind of keep a bit of an eye on. I don't know if am I being too harsh on Tom Yum Kung? But every time I sort of bring them up, I'm like, oh man, like what's going on with Tom Yum Kung? Unfortunately, it hasn't really been coming together for them. But hey, I guess they got another chance here today, and hopefully they'll put it together. Yeah,
it feels like they're definitely in that same category of the Hail Mary play. It's really all about next week for Tom Young Kung. Like, I don't think they were ever in a position where they'd be risking not making the regional finals, but at this point it seems like that is their only hope, which is definitely not par for the course from them. And one thing as we look at what kind of prize money is going to be online for next week, Elfish, that makes me wonder about Tom Young Kung, honestly, is the change of killer pause from keyboard and mouse to controller, right? We've seen a lot of people trying this. Obviously, there's always been a lot of discussion in the community within Apex. You know, what is the superior input and what advantages they have.
I wonder which one.
Right. Well, look, I don't actually think it's that clear cut anymore, honestly. And yeah, like Killerpoz's performance, this split. I don't know if that's reflective of that or not. It might just be reflective of the fact that maybe he's not as experienced. I'm not sure if he's someone who's actually played with controller all that much before. Like, you know, when Hal made the change, right? Like, you know, he had years and years of experience, like playing FPS on controller. It was kind of natural for him. I don't know what the deal was with Killerpoz in terms of, you know, whether he was literally just like, no, controller's better, I'm going to try, and tried to force it. Which, honestly, did seem a little bizarre to me, because I think Killerpoz was in the, you know, was in the discussion to be one of the best keyboard and mouse players just mechanically in the entire region. So for him to switch over to controller, honestly, like a bit strange.
I think it's a greater discussion, and I can imagine how difficult it would be for me as someone who's never basically been a controller player to move.
Yeah,
but
same.
You know, obviously, that's something that you know, you do have to consider, I guess. But one thing that's sort of interesting to me, of course, is like how it kind of influences your weapon selection. And here's a great graphic that we've got to sort of in relation to that, right? You know, we always talk about controller players. We talk about those SMGs, those close quarters battles. Waltzy, I mean, top of the pack right here. No surprise to see he's got like far more SMG kills really than anything else. He's, I think, at this point, kind of considered the best controller player in the region. So no surprise to see him at the top of the pack.
Yeah, so this is, by the way, this is the kill leaders, right? This is the top 10 kill leaders in our region, and then we've broken it down by how many kills they got with each class of weapon. And one of the interesting things that sticks out to me here when you talk about the advantages and disadvantages of controllers versus keyboard and mouse is typically, right, we said that controllers were a lot better in close-up fights, and when you got past certain distance, like past perhaps mid-range, that's where keyboard and mouse started to get an advantage. So it's really interesting to me that Fussy, one of the bigger, one of the best controller players in the region, actually is leading here in the sniper and the marksman category, where he's been slaying with the scout this season. So that's a big interesting point to me. And I think the other one really is that just shotguns are just gone at this point, right? Since we've lost Gibraltar in the meta almost completely, you know, no bubble fights. Yeah, people just, as you can see, everyone's picking up the SMGs, and it just feels like there's rarely an opportunity for shotguns to come into play. Because essentially, unless you can guarantee that your end zone is going to happen in a building or in some sort of area where you have like a very close, like less than 10 meters, sort of guaranteed fight, like the SMGs are just going to outperform the shotguns. So it's really interesting to see how far those shotguns have dropped off this split. Well, not even this split, honestly, this year of ALGS.
Yeah, look, I think I was reading a thread on Reddit, and people were saying, oh, I kind of miss, like I low-key kind of miss the Jubia bubble fights, and I was sort of thinking like, you know what, I kind of miss that as well. So, I don't know, maybe we can see a bit of a meta shake-up after this split. We'll see what happens. Everything usually gets a bit interesting as we go into playoffs. But hey, I tell you what, we've got a couple more things that we do need to touch on here. First of all, we need to start focusing in, zoning in on some of those teams that we really are looking forward to sort of seeing play today. So who have we got first off that you want to talk about, Genome? Who's important to kind of keep an eye on today?
One of the teams I want to look at is Daywar United. So this is a team, you know, that should have made the first land, basically. You know, unfortunate circumstances meant they couldn't get there. But when you look at, you know, the team here, you've got Lahim, Bastion, and Kissans. They went from being, you know, such a powerhouse team that had this really awesome playstyle. I wouldn't call it unique, but I think the way that they executed on it was honestly unique in how well they could make it work. And that was this really kind of gatekeeping style. They were just fantastic at making their way to end zones and then carving out really large bits of area for themselves, especially on Storm Point, where, you know, you do get it's a little more open, unlike these kind of zones, of course, where you can see all the walls and whatnot in the way. But of course, they also lost Easy Flash, right? And that was a big downgrade for them, being just one of the absolute star players of the region. But You know, and it was like, okay, yeah, sure, you've had this big loss, but I feel like there's still more for you to come. There's still more that you guys are capable of, and I feel like we finally saw that last week when they really did perform.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look, they've actually had a fairly decent season, all things considered. Like, there was one lobby where they didn't perform in week 1, or I think it was actually week 2. Where they didn't really get too much done. But every other lobby, they've kind of at least been in the middle of the pack or higher. So they're kind of still sitting in that position where it's like, oh, you know, they're kind of just on the cusp of being able to make it inside of the top 5. But, you know, the fact that they come into this week and only have one lobby to play with does kind of put them in a bit of a, like, backs against the corner kind of situation where, again, very similar to maybe what we were saying about IPG, right? Where they need to actually have, like, a win or a second place or something like that if they want to sort of maintain a position going into next week. Granted, it could definitely still happen for Daywar United, but it's not as if they have an easy run into the top 5 and an easy run into a qualification. So all eyes going to be on them today. I mean, how are you feeling about their chances? Obviously, a little bit of a bump back from last week. First place, should be feeling confident. Hopefully, they'll be able to do well. I'll hold that thought for the moment, though, because we do have to talk about Popcorn first. And obviously, they're, again, another one of those teams that's, I think you can make the argument pretty much in the same position as Daywar, right?
Yeah, very much. You know, they're a team who, when we have a look at their stats going throughout the season, you know, it was an okay start for them. They've actually been a little more consistent, I guess. They haven't had the lows that Daywar have had, but they also haven't had the highs. But, you know, finishing with what was that, like a 5th place or something last week, was pretty solid from these guys. And then, yeah, looking at their roster, you know, you've got Kizix, absolute veteran of the scene. Jesco, a little more unknown. But then, of course, I think the big name we have to talk about here is Templex, right? And it feels like there's this weird feeling inside me, Elfish.
Okay.
When I look at this team and just like how they've been doing this season, it's like, is this the Templex revenge arc? You know, because if you think about it, he was on the best team in the region in one of their most dominant periods that we've ever seen in APAC South. Now, you fast forward a bit, and you've got Zero and Jen Burton. You can see exactly how well they've done. They've literally been the best team in the world and won championships. And so you have these questions about how much of a role Templex played in that team, and how much was to do with him, and how much was to do with the obviously incredible players that Zero and Jen Burton are. And I think there was a lot of discussion that, you know, perhaps he didn't have as much to do with that. And, you know, I just want him to prove them wrong, because that would be so much fun, basically.
Yeah, wasn't he in-game leading when he was playing in Reignite?
Yes, at least co-IGLing, though it would probably depend who you ask.
Okay, I see. See, because that was obviously one of those talking points as well, that like, we've seen sort of Zero go on to be quote unquote one of the best IGLs in the game, and, you know, back-to-back sort of live LAN events and stuff like that. So, yeah, look, I don't know. I don't know if I'm quite on board with you just yet as far as this being a revenge arc. I think you'd have to, like, if they were to manage actually to make it through to playoffs, then yeah, I would probably sort of jump on the hype train there. But at this point, obviously, again, bit of a difficult task for them this week. They do need to have a good performance to kind of sort of shore up some of those holes going into next week.
Like the one thing I would say then is, I guess I just want to see him at LAN and see how he performs there, right? Because if they're like, he was in like just such a crazy good team in a time where unfortunately it was COVID, and like he didn't get to qualify for LANs that he probably would have otherwise, right? So it does feel in some sort of like karmic way that he almost like deserves that chance a little bit.
Sure, definitely. All right, well, that's something that we can keep an eye on as we go through the day. But one more thing that we have to touch on before we jump into game is, of course, the beacon. We're looking forward to sort of seeing how these teams are going to shape up heading into this first lobby. Anything of note that you want to specifically touch on here? Because to me, it kind of looks pretty standard stuff. Maybe a little bit busy down toward Lava City, but otherwise pretty chill.
So yeah, there have been a couple of changes, with Forever LFT going down to launch site. I think it was, I'm getting mixed up a bit here, but there was a team, I think it was landing in Landslide, but had given that up. Now that we're going to have 19 teams in both of the lobbies today, which has opened up a bit of that space, right? So they've got them moving out. Geyser should be completely open. Not completely open, sorry, but not contested or anything anymore. 20th guarantee going up to Skyhook East as well. Most of the other teams should be staying put. Eternal Photon, I think, might have been the ones previously landing in launch site who have moved over to Overlook, which has been left open, of course, by MDY White, who are not playing anymore. So there's been a couple of shifts around here.
Yeah, a little bit. But nothing too crazy. Everyone's going to get a decent spot. Everyone's going to be happy jumping on in. I mean, again, looking at Lava Siphon, Voice Esports, looking pretty solid from there. But the big talking point for me, I always keep going back to it, is Tom Yum Kung. Like, they have such a solid landing spot. They have, in the past, been such a solid team, and it's just not really coming together for them this season. So, kind of looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to do in today's lobby. I mean, I think this is actually a fairly stacked lobby. You got a lot of fairly solid-looking teams in here. No Onic, though, does sort of open the doors up, maybe for the likes of Moist and Black Hand to kind of run away with things a little bit, but you know, it's another interesting kind of talking point for me, is that Moist are actually not the overall season leaders at this point. They're 1 point behind on it still going into this week, right? And it's been the case for like the entire season, where they've been like, you know, 1, 2, 3 points behind, but they're kind of slowly catching up. So I wonder if that finally gets put over the line today.
You know what would be really fun as well is that if Blackhand took out a first in the first series today. Well, I guess Moist would have got some points then. I was about to say they'd be at like 103, and then you'd have like 100, 100, 203. But of course, Moist will pick up some points.
Blackhand have 2 lobbies to play.
Yeah.
Onic and Moist only have 1. So like, there is a world where, like what you're saying, what you're alluding to, it won't happen in this first lobby, but it will potentially happen in the second lobby. By the time we sort of caught back up, there is a world where like all 3 of these teams are basically like on pretty much the same points, and even MDY White. Oh no, they've only got 1 lobby to play, so never mind. Got a little bit too far ahead myself there, but yeah, look, I mean, those top 3 teams definitely look like they're like a little bit of a bit above the rest. I don't know what the word would be, maybe like a league above the rest. Yeah, a cut above. There you go. That's what I'm looking for. Whereas the rest are kind of like still obviously trying to play catch up, but there is very much this like solid 3 of teams that are just like, okay, these guys are like clearly going to qualify to playoffs. I mean, is it clearly? I guess at this point, I think it's probably pretty safe to say Onic, Moist, and Blackhand all make it, even like just based on how many points they've gotten during the regular season.
Yeah, I mean, they're genuinely like almost a full win above everyone else at this point. So yeah, I think it is. I mean, even Dreamfire have 2 games left, Blackhand have 2 series left as well. And Dreamfire, even with a win, would go up to 85, which is still, like well below them. So as far as I haven't done like the full maths on this, but because you've got to remember that, you know, you still get points during the finals as well, right? Like, I guess that's the other thing you have to impute here. But at from where the standings are at the moment, unless Onic or Moist or Blackhand have like a last, you know, they really should be going through.
Yeah, and I think what are the chances of that at this point for Blackhand? Their lowest points out of any given day has been 15. So they're still even if they were to get like 10 or actually 7 or something, it'd still be pretty good.
Even among the 3 of them, out of all 3 of those teams, the lowest amount of points any of them has got is 14.
14, yeah, for Onic.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, definitely a little bit of catching up to do for everybody else, but I think we're not too far away from getting into our first game. Hopefully, you know, no lobby resets. I don't know how many you had last week, but we've had a few this season. We'll just pray. You know, let's get in front of it. Touch wood. Right?
Look, it's a live service game, Elfish. It's a work in progress. Okay, you know, we every week it's trying to get it better, but yeah, I think we are heading in soon, and yep, Storm Point's gonna be first up.
Yeah, kicking things off on Storm Point. So, just one thing, I guess, to note for those of you at home watching along, there are only the 19 teams in this lobby. I believe there's only 19 teams in the next lobby as well, so we don't have quite the full lobby. We might just open up a little bit more space, but at the end of the day, we'll still have some pretty good games here. And we head into the final day of the regular season of this split. And kick things off with our first lobby. Hopefully it's going to be a good day. Looking forward to it. I think we're going to get some good games.
Oh, we hope so. So we can have a look at the Storm Point Beacon a little bit later, but I think it was a similar story to the World's Edge one there, Elfish, where most things have stayed the same. Will any of them change up? We do have the contest between DNZ and ADL happening. So that's all still going on. Yeah, those guys still have not worked out their differences.
I mean, I guess we're at the point now where it's like, well, we may as well just commit. It's like the last day of the season, so...
Yep.
And there we go.
And Legacy's gone already, by the way. So... yeah, I didn't get to see if that was, you know, one of the gravity cannon punches or boosts or whatever. It's not... I don't think it's necessarily a bug. So I actually went and did, like, a bunch of research on this after we saw that hilarious moment the other week. Where someone went off the back. And so there's a bunch of ways that you can sort of manipulate the momentum of yourself and others by punching people like in the air, like when you're on the gravity cannon, depending on where you stand on the gravity cannon, will also depend on like how far it throws you. There's like a couple of spots where it like you can just kind of completely mess up like where you land at the end. So there's actually quite a bit like that goes into it. And if you are a team that plays Lightning Rod and you want to contest this, like it's genuinely something that you actually need to do your homework on, because you know, you so often, depending on where the dropship goes, have to take those gravity cannons all the way up to your POI. You know, it's maybe something that we don't look at as much because it's like it's a little boring thing at the start of the game until this happens and it just becomes like super important all of a sudden.
I remember I used to play like a lot of like Ash and a lot of Caustic and a lot of Pathfinder. I remember there was always like little weird sort of interactions depending on like, for example, if you would grapple onto the onto the cannon and then like you might get shot in a weird way, or I even feel like I remember like when you're Caustic and you're just like dropping a barrel and you walk onto the cannon, it kind of weirds out a little bit as well. There's just like all these little weird kind of things. Obviously the Ash portal too, like Ash portal onto the cannon, like what stuff is there, or anything to do with like movement, anything that's impacting your movement. And then when you're on the cannon, it's just like, yeah, you might kind of cook this a little bit and either go like really far or like not at all. You just get like pooped out over the side or something like that. It's a bit weird.
Yeah, which is dangerous, right? Because you've got, and this is when I'm just looking at the location of the death box where it was in DNZ. As we're looking at some teams starting to take some positions over near Cascade Falls. This is Dreamfighter set up across from AGL. No fights just yet. A couple of other teams in Cascade Falls proper. Yeah, Ring definitely seems to be heading around there. But yeah, just where that death box was, it looks like he might have dropped a little short as well. Because like that's the thing, right? Like we saw what happens when you go too far on Lightning Rod. You go all the way over the edge. But there's also a ditch in the middle where you can die, right? Like this isn't. I'm trying to think. What's the where's Mirage Voyage on Broken Moon? What's it called? Like the Fissure of the Split, something or other like that. Anyway, you know, it's not like that, or like the lava in the middle of Fragment as well, where you drift back up, right? Like if you go down, if you drop off at Lightning Rod, like you're dead.
Yep. A little bit unfortunate for those teams if that happens, but hey, one of those things you have to be aware of. For now, we're sort of mostly seeing pretty standard stuff. I mean, there hasn't really been any early engagements. Even that DNZ versus ADL Wolves fight, as you mentioned already, ends up with just a one kill. So it's like really major happening so far in the first couple of minutes of the game. As we've already mentioned, it is a 19-team lobby, so again, there is just a little bit more space for everybody. But most teams have now got that ring info, and they're starting to kind of head in the direction of Cascade Falls. You've got AGL, Dreamfire, Moist, all sort of early rotators make their selections, and everyone else kind of grouping up inside of Cascade Falls itself. Those early movers are sort of expecting this to kind of move out a little bit further to the western side of the next ring. And so they've gone for like that trio of buildings just out to the west of Cascade Falls near the tunnel.
That's T4 just moving into the water wheel there. Oh, the divide. That's it. Not the split, not the fissure. It's the divide on Broken Moon. All right.
Oh, you were close.
Yeah. The thesaurus in my head is working overtime right now.
I gotta be honest, it's one of those things that, like, it just goes in one ear out the other for me. Like, when I'm playing games or... Because I cast a lot of different esports, right? So I've only got so much room in my brain. And if I know, like, Broken Moon is not a comp map, it's like, I literally just, like, don't...
Just jettisoned immediately.
Yeah. It just doesn't... It does not take up any space in my brain. So we'll be a little bit cooked when that eventually does come into the comp pool for me, I reckon. Spend a bit of time in the game.
Yeah.
Back up, but, you know, it is what it is.
Be interesting to see when they do finally decide to bring it in. Well, not just yet. Not this year, at least. I would not expect.
But could be an interesting shake-up.
Ooh, okay, this is over at Launchpad here. You can see Black Hand. The Ring is about to overtake them. Tom Young Kung, who land here. They are not playing a scan character, because I was just like, why have they not moved out of here yet? That's because, you know, they have a Ring console. They are playing Horizon, Valk, and Seer, so that's why.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm too worried about Black Hand there. They've got a sort of style that I think they're kind of playing into right now. What we're watching here is we're up against Golden Sage, and already you see that first knock come through from Lala Bang onto Teddy. We're definitely getting the better of this engagement. Mobius is now down low alongside Gopcaps. Neither of them dropping at this point, but it is still a 2v3, and the war of attrition very much favoring continue to get shots in through the windows. Phoenix desperately trying to pop a couple of shields up there. Mobius down with no shields at all, and in the end, it is now just going to be Mobius who's desperately looking for a shield swap. We'll get it. But he's alone now on the roof, and should be getting chased down pretty quickly, you'd think. Oh, maybe they're more than happy to kind of just let him go here, because Gopcaps did get finished off. So I think at this point, if you're Buriram, you probably don't want to be chasing this last guy down. You want to be trying to get that banner back and trying to get the res as quickly as possible before this ring pushes in.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're a little bit too worried about third parties, and that's why they, you know, decided to just be a little bit safer in that play. But I've got to say, the teams in general playing very disciplined today. Like, the amount of teams that have found their way into Cascade Falls and have identified buildings that are unoccupied and are currently sitting there is honestly, there's probably a good maybe 12 or 15 teams in there. We've got a couple around the outsides. Of course, you know, like we saw down at Launchpad, you've got Tom Young Kung and Blackhand, and a couple of others as well. But yeah, really most of them are within that Cascade Falls area, so Buriram didn't have too much to worry about until now, where we're actually getting, as you can see there, Fate starting to hold a position. Fate don't have the ring information. That's why they're playing that choke. There's definitely opportunities for the ring to close out there if you're just looking at the first ring. But obviously most of the teams with that information have made their way into Cascade Falls itself.
One thing I'll mention, I think, here is that Buriram are actually going to look for the revive. They haven't gone central to try to get the revive. They look like they're going to go up into the wall and get the revive out in the zone. So Gopcaps will get brought back in, but obviously Mobius is still hanging around. And he did also mention Fate, who are pretty close by. Those two teams are only going to be made aware that there's a revive going on by the dropship coming down, and so they'll sort of keep their eyes peeled in the direction of the wall, which will make it a bit difficult for Buriram maybe to come in. But there is a crafter up there as well in the wall for Buriram to work with, so you know, maybe a world where they can just pick up the scraps of what's here in the wall and, you know, craft some armor or something like that for Gopcaps. Who knows? Can he probably get back to his body? Yeah, at this point, maybe. The position where that fight actually played out hasn't been taken by anyone else. So maybe they do get a free reset here, Buriram. We'll see.
I'll keep you posted on that one. SWQ, they're just taking care of the spiders, playing north side of the ring. I'm not sure if they're hoping for some rotations through checkpoint or something like that. Looks like that's what Aimbot is currently looking out for on the bottom of your screen there. ADL as a duo, they can hear the spiders being done, and they're actually moving up to kind of look for it a bit. They could get lucky if they push a little bit further. Your XP using the VTOL jets to go up and do a bit of scouting. No, he's just going to find a nice spot on the rock up there. I mean, it's a shame they didn't push that, honestly, because, you know, Jojo was so split from the rest of his team that they definitely could have caught him off guard and started to make some inroads there.
All right, well, here's the update for you. We did tell you we'd keep up to date with it, and straight up, pretty much get a free reset. They got the revive. They used the Skyward Dive to get back into the position where they initially took that fight against Golden Sage, and so yeah, Gopgaps is going to be able to pick up whatever's left in his death box. I don't think anyone's even looted this. I've been watching the map, and I haven't seen anyone come to this building, so should be pretty good for the reset here from Buriram. Works out quite nicely. 2 points, no loss. Happy days. And they actually get a bit of a ring pull there as well, as you can see the info that we're getting on the minimap. So overall, actually, it's worked out way better for Buriram than it probably should have.
Yeah. I mean, I was having a look for where Mobius was, because last time I saw he was sort of hanging out around command center near where Tom Young Kung were, and then I had to scroll out quite a few times to actually see where he's gone so far out of the map, and I think he's probably going to come back through maybe Stormcatcher or something to try and do some crafting in the meantime. Maybe even all the way up to Lightning Rod. Jeez, he's really pushing it here. Yeah, and it's not like he's got, a support class, right? It's not like he's going to craft his teammates' banners or something like that. I think he's literally just being like, all right, well, I might as well just, you know, go craft some med kits, you know, maybe pull up my armor a bit if I can, because, like, what else am I going to do in the meantime? If I'm in the ring, I'm in danger. At least out here, I can control what's hurting me.
Well, I mean, he's going to run straight through Command Center here, and he's only got 1 first aid kit, so I wonder if
that's interesting.
He's going to survive. I mean, how many syringes has he got? I don't know.
Yeah, in ring 3, he should probably be okay. There's no eval calls here, right?
I think there is a way. I think
okay, maybe
he's going to do.
All right, maybe
he's going to use the first aid kit.
Yeah, he might medkit right at the end and then try it.
Yeah.
You can see there's a lot of people clustered into Cascade Falls there. Quite a few. This is Tom Young Kung, who are currently up in Command Center, as we mentioned. Now, Black Hand are about to run up into them. They have been the other team that's sort of well outside the ring so far. They're about to run into Dexter. I think they've got some info there. Yep, you can see there on the CQ. I've managed to pick out one of the Tom Young Kung members.
There's nothing too crazy happening across the map, is it? Like, this has been a very reserved game so far. Only 2 players dropping for Golden Sage, and then obviously the 1 for ADL, and beyond that, nothing really as far as engagements are concerned. I mean, it will start to come to a head a little bit when those teams have to start pushing their way out of Cascade Falls.
Yeah, that ring will be one, but we're starting to see a little bit of movement around here. That was Dreamfire taking shots in the Trident there from Forever LFT. They will make it through fine. And finally, here we go. This is the fight between Blackhand and Tom Young Kung.
Yeah, Blackhand trying to make their way out of Command Center. Tom Young Kung trying to gatekeep them. They've got the black hole right out in front from Killerpulse, but hasn't really managed to do too much to Blackhand, who just closed the door in their face and reset. Don't have to move just yet for Blackhand, but that timer is going to start to cause some problems for them. About a minute left to play with. They know they've done some good damage, and they'll peek their way forward. The Blackhand are trying to take matters into their own hands now. They've decided that they want to be the ones being proactive and pushing in, and I don't think this is going to end well for Tom Young Kung down on the low ground. They're going to try and get back up onto the high ground to contest with Horizon, but at the end of the day, Tom Young Kung just gets absolutely booked. And it's almost death beyond the grave from the Breaking Flame there. As you sports have heard that, and they're coming across for the third party.
Yeah, as we saw before, Moist Esports were getting in position, but they had to do a little bit of healing up first before they really wanted to commit to this fight. Luckily for Blackhand, with all of that looting and whatnot in the ring, they did manage to pick up a gold knockdown shield, which allowed them to get a slightly faster reset there after winning that fight. Was it fast enough? I don't think so, because Strafing Flame on the ground now with Moist in hot pursuit, and other teams like Buriram, as you can see, trying to deal with them on the other side, so they're getting sandwiched right now. Easy Flash and Bugie are found a safe spot, but maybe not for long.
Yeah, we didn't see it on the stream, but Easy Flash managed to get a drive-by on Mobius, who was the last player alive for a Golden Sage, and got himself a nice little position inside of a tree. Dreamfire, in the meanwhile, are really under pressure. Roy is the last member alive there. Yeah, Blackhand, they had to slide down the hill away from Moist, and they ran into Bururam and Golden Sage. Luckily, Golden Sage was just one member, and so they've sort of set themselves up now in a bit of a rat spot, which is good, all things considered. They are getting pushed by Moist right now. You can see in the kill feed, Boogie does go down. ADL just getting eliminated alongside Dreamfire in the last couple of seconds. So it's just Easy Flash now surviving, and he's kind of hidden under the building that Bururam is occupying. I don't know if they're aware that he's there.
Yeah, they are. Gopcap's just got the heartbeat sensor on him, the heartbeat scan, and he just avoided the focus of attention, but he's not going to avoid their bullets. That's Blackhand done and dusted for this game, and the ring pull has completely bamboozled. You can see it in the mini-map right there. It has bamboozled 99% of the lobby, and Buriram in the zip building have prime position, and just about no one else does. Moist's position, where they are sort of, you know, just out of command center, is pretty damn good. As you can see, they'll be able to hold that top position. Everybody down the bottom there is going to be having just the most... Just a hell of a time. A party is about to kick off in about 5 seconds here, Elfish.
Well, just look at the next ring pull as well. It's still good for Bururam.
Yeah.
Crazy. The only teams that this is really going to favor are like Moist, SWQ, and Bururam, maybe.
Yep.
Now we're starting to see some movement coming through from those teams down south. You do see some skyward dives coming on in, but Bururam have got an absolute stronghold built here. They've obviously got a couple of pieces of armor down on the ground if they need to armor swap at any point. There's 2 sets of blues in their building. And it's crazy to me to watch how this game has played out. The fact that this building was completely uncontested, Bururam lost a player, went and rezzed at the wall and came back, and still got this building. Everyone's going to be looking at the replay here and thinking, what on earth happened? We could have had that building. Favor out for MDY White. Meanwhile, and Daywar fighting hard right now. They are losing members. It's down to just Lahim, who gets it done with the car. Can he find time for the res? Looks like maybe,
Cancelled.
yes.
Yep, gets cancelled by the Seer there, so they have to go again. Him looking for an armor swap, does find one. It's almost red, but that's not going to help him. And there's bang ults coming down on top of him, grenades as well. There we go. Daywar are removed.
Meanwhile, what else kind of chilling at the moment? Moist have really carved out quite a lot of the zone for themselves. They have got the high ground to play with as well, so they do still have a reasonably strong position, at least for the next 50 seconds. But as soon as that ring starts to pull in, then I wonder what is going to be the optional choice here for Moist. Is it a skyward dive? And that is available to them. They just try to slide down the hill and contest Bururam's building. Not sure that would go too well. See why White is on the roof of the other building. Their heads down. Once this Catalyst Wall drops, though, they might be out in a bit of no man's land. So Mingyu, maybe with that Kraber, is going to have to put in a bit of work just to relieve some pressure. I guess they'll be hoping that once that cat wall falls, the zone will start to push in and kind of pressure the teams on the high ground, so they're not going to be firing at MDY White.
Yeah, 2 bullets left. Can he make them count? First one goes wide.
Be a big time to get one because the zone will push whichever team starts getting contested there. Anyway, speaking of contest, Moist have actually decided to make that contest onto Bururam's building. It has not worked. I mean, as expected, it was always going to be difficult for Moist to make that slide down the hill, and they just get deleted straight away. Bururam, 11 points so far. They are really holding on to this building.
Yeah, they're racking up
on their
the
roof
kills.
now.
8 kills. Like, they're really converting from this power position here with 8 kills to their name. Let's Go also doing pretty well. Team that we haven't talked about too much so far, but they're in the other building right now, underneath where MDY White's position. And then SWQ. Luckily, their side of the zone was just a little bit more in than Moist's was, so they're able to keep that sort of out of position where Moist had to make the move and couldn't quite make that transition.
Alright, TNZ's position now. For all the loot they've got on top of that building as well. MDY White trying to keep comes a bit of presence from Let's Go. Still contesting. Beijing gone down. This is starting to get a little bit awkward for MDY White. One shot left in that Kraber for Mingyu.
Feels like he's
on for dear life.
Feels like he's looking for a no scope there, just waiting for someone
yeah.
to pop their head out and just rip it straight off. But yep, gets the bat off.
Yeah, I think it was a Phoenix kid actually, but either way, back to full HP, which is nice. He's going to put the wall up. That'll provide a little bit of assistance, but you're right, he is absolutely waiting.
Oh my god!
Big one. In the meanwhile, he's lost his teammate, so he's the last one surviving here. Looks for the armor swap, can't get it. MDY White out anyway. A little bit of excitement for a moment there, but nice contest from Let's Go.
I mean, you can just see him lining it up, man. The no-scope headshot. Oh, just had to come out there. Epic shots. Sad to see them go out after that, honestly. But, okay, 5 squads left. LG from the building below have done well. SWQ. No, they've got their Sears DC'd at the last moment. That's pretty damn awkward. Buriram. Got so many kill points. Can they finish it off with a first place as well? This it has been theirs to rights, honestly, this game.
Does feel like it's theirs. See though, it doesn't always go that way. DNZ gets eliminated, so that's one less team that Buriram has to worry about, but they are still in an engagement here, more or less, against Let's Go. And if I had to take a guess, I think SWQ could still get this done even as a duo. They are completely uncontested on their side of the zone. If they find the time to third party, because obviously, I mean, just look at what's happening on your screen right now. Buriram are suffering, and they will go down in third place. SWQ, I think they're back to 3 now, actually. Looking good for them. And Let's Go really under pressure. Not really finding the time to get the reset. It is going to be SWQ in the end who just walk it in. 16-point game. Big stuff from them. And they kind of arguably steal it away from Buriram.
Damn. I mean, can you really say they stole it when Buriram walked single file up a staircase? Like, that was Buriram, right?
Was.
Because that was just, oh man, like you just, it was like they were spraying, and it was like if your bullets weren't hitting the guy you were aiming at, it was hitting the teammate next to him. Like it was just, yeah, that was an ugly situation. But I mean, look, I don't know if they could have done anything better from there, but they certainly made use of the time they had in that fantastic position, and they walked away with, what was that? Yeah, like 8 kills in the end. Oh my lord, Let's Go got 15.
Wow. Yeah, look, they were in the thick of things. I mean, they were kind of having to fight their way into the zone. Remember, they contested MDY White on the roof. They got the wipe there. They obviously wiped Buriram later on in the game as well. So they were definitely sort of running the gauntlet. There's quite a few teams I think you look at in that final zone that would probably be a little bit disappointed to not actually walk away with the win. Obviously, we talk about Buriram United. We obviously talk about Let's Go. SWQ did get the win in the end, but yeah, Let's Go and Buriram United both felt like they had pretty good games, and yet they couldn't get it over the line to actually pick themselves up a dub. Wonton Dumpling finished in third, actually, so it just completely flew under the radar for me. I didn't really see them at all, but they must have just been like sort of hiding somewhere in the thick of things. Maybe a rat play coming through from one of those members, but man, yeah, 15 kills, second place. You're kicking yourself that that's not a first, because that could have been an 18 kill win. Imagine that.
Yeah, that would have been pretty incredible. That said, you know, they'll probably still be top of the leaderboard to start with. So, yeah, that's pretty awesome.
Very awesome indeed. So, I mean, at this point, I guess, what are we looking forward to seeing? I mean, it's still early days, right, in this lobby. So let's take a look at the placement timeline first, Gino, and then we'll maybe get some scores for you. And as we touched on, SWQ first. Let's Go second here. I can do it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'll do it. SWQ first. Let's Go second. Wonton Dumpling third. Buriram United fourth. DNZ fifth. And who cares about the rest, I think, at that point.
I mean,
here we go.
Ah, there we go. What I really wanted to see was, yeah, that cluster at 15 minutes. Have a look at that. That's, what do we got? Up until, let's say, like 12th, 11th place. was just all those teams coming up from Cascade Falls there, where like pretty much everyone read the circle as one that was going to center on that zone, and then just the 3 or 4 teams who are up north. Honestly, yeah, crazy.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, I think the one thing to note that I've obviously been banging on about today, Tom Yum Kung, 19th place. Not a good start to the day for them. They needed a good start. They needed a good day. Going to be tough to get it from here. Blackhand, maybe not super happy with their 11th place there either. They're definitely a team that will be looking for a few wins today. Take a look back on some of those replays, and yeah, this is kind of what I'm talking about. I mean, this was the craziest part for me, is that Booram took this fight. They lost a player. And bear in mind, this is the building that they played in for the entire game. They lost a player. They went up to Mill to revive. They got back and got that building again.
Crazy turn of events, really. It just, I mean, the rewards that they reaped from winning that early fight against Golden Sage were kind of unbelievable in the end. You know, it feels like they're kind of peripheral fight that a lot of the time you would take, and then you're like, oh damn, we got delayed, and now we're going to be late into the ring, and we're just kind of stuffed, and we'll take our 3KP or 2KP in that instance. But yeah, this one, it was much more prosperous for them.
Yeah, very good first game coming through there for quite a few teams, but obviously still early days, right? We've only got 1 game done, so we've got plenty more to come. Another 11 matches today, 5 more for this lobby. So we'll take a short break, ladies and gents. Don't go too far. We'll be back for more Storm Point right after this. Welcome back. It's ALGS APAC South, the best region in the whole wide world, according to me and Genome, and probably everyone watching as well, because let's be real, it's no contest. But look, first game, bit of a contest actually. We did see some pretty tight stuff toward the back end there. Let's Go, having a pretty stellar game, and Buram also not too shabby from them, but big names that didn't really manage to convert too much there. Obviously, Moist, Blackhand, they're going to be the two I think that we're watching this lobby, and yeah, didn't have the greatest of first games.
No. Yeah, Blackhand did get stopped a little bit early. I mean, yeah, look, we'll get into the game soon, I'm sure, because I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye on ADL and DNZ to start with. Considering that they are continuing this fight to the death. Sometimes the fight to the death when they drop off the map seems to be happening, you know, more often than some of them would like. Let's have a look. See, they're on the gravity cannon already. 5 of them took the gravity cannon in the first
ADL
instance.
made it first.
They did. One of the DNZ players got left behind. They're all just picking up random weapons, going straight into it. You got to see, using the Spitfire without with iron sights, one of my most hated things in the entire game. But these guys, they'll make it work.
I mean, it's a bit pain, but to be honest, it's not actually the worst gun to be picking up in these early fights. You've just got a lot of bullets to work with, and that can be pretty damn useful.
Very true.
Peacekeeper out for Heck. Again, maybe not the worst gun in a situation like this, but
Going for a res?
Look like they're going to come out ahead. Yeah, they've got themselves that res.
Yep, Kentung's back up. You know, hitting shots with the Sentinel to start off with.
Hell yeah.
Which I can assume, you know, was probably just the iron sights on that one as well. But yeah, you're right. Spitty, not a bad pickup at the start. I mean, you know, which one of these comps is better for the early contest, right? Sometimes you'll see them change it up for that. I mean, you've got a Bangalore on Legacy. They've finished off your XP completely now. Mirror comps, actually.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think they're playing the same comp, but at this point, unfortunately for ADL, maybe not. It is just a Seer left alive. Fake res. Trying to draw out a peek, but Peacekeeper still getting charged, kind of gives the game away.
No.
Shots aren't really connecting in the end, and so DNZ will walk away with this hot drop win pretty comfortably in the end as well.
Yeah, and at least this one happened sort of like quicker. It happened, like they kind of got it over and done with, right? Because last time, you know, they were a bit more split. I mean, who was it? Was it DNZ that lost the early player, I think, last time? I'm trying to remember. Either way,
no,
either way. Yeah, okay, it was ADL, and DNZ, they were looting the top. ADL went down and took the IMC, and at that point, you know, they're kind of losing half their loot, right? Because at Lightning Rod, you want to be able to loot up the top and then go down into the IMC as well. Get both of your assault bins. You know, make the most of all of that, especially with the Bangalore on the team. So, because they've been able to finish them off relatively quickly this time, they'll be able to do that. The ring's pretty far away from them anyway, so they don't really have to worry about, you know, looting quickly and then finding position. They can honestly just take their time, because I think with a team like DNZ, that will suit them well.
Indeed. Blackhand making a bit of an earlier rotation out of their drop location, and we often see. Sometimes they like to be one of those teams to play edge, but heading towards shipfall I can see here, so maybe they just want to continue that edge play style. Looking for a little bit more loot on the way past. Daywar United. They're fairly central, or at least they'll be able to be fairly central if they want to be. Might have a little bit of crafting to do, so they may still stick around here in Barometer. And look, even to be honest, you might expect to see this zone kind of pulling further and further over the top of Barometer, so they're not really going to move too far anyway. Locked up. Backhand have run into Dreamfire. You wouldn't be expecting to see two teams fighting out this far down south, but good shots in from Strafing Flame. Roy has gone down onto the floor already, so we're back to a 2-on-2. Dreamfire looking a little bit worse off at the moment. But once they pop that bat, back into fighting.
Yep, back goes off. Bugie trying to get the med kit as well, and then it's going to be a pretty even 2v2. The catwall, will it provide the cover to get Easy Flash back up and running? Yes, it does. Oh, the CQ comes out, but I think it either just missed or was just too late.
Too late.
And so Easy Flash is back up. Once again, they get that golden knockdown shield, and that means, of course, Easy Flash is even more well equipped to continue this fight. Dreamfire also backed off, and they've got all three ready to go. Oh no! They tried Valkyl, but the missile swarm comes in, and of course any damage at all will cancel that skyward dive. So Dreamfire, they were happy to disengage, but they don't actually get the chance, and Blackhand said, nope, the fight is on in earnest once again.
Dreamfire happy to back off, but Blackhand was not, and they have sensed the opportunity now. Blackhand, we know, an aggressive team. They've established that crossfire. You can see easy flash down toward the south, strafing flame up toward the north. It's going to get that initial knock onto Roy. It does end up being a 1-for-1, 2-for-1 in fact. Blackhand, have they bitten off more than they can chew? Dreamfire, a couple of low HP members. This is still clutchable for strafing flame. He's low. Ems is one shot.
Oh my god.
Comes down to really just these two. They're going to have to play it out. Dreamfire gets eliminated. Strafing Flame secures the 2v1.
But Moist here! Moist here is trying to get the res off with the gold knockdown shield, and Moist will not give him the chance.
That's mean. That's bullying. That is not nice at all. Moist will be very happy with that because there's a bunch of purple armor for him. As you mentioned, gold knockdown shield. Lots of upgrades for Moist. They've gone from sitting on a couple of blues to now pretty much being fully stocked for the rest of this game. Surprising for me that Moist is all the way down here because I saw them rotating into Barometer. I mean, I was like, it's Moist. They're going to sit center circle. But
no, I agree. That is a weird choice for Moist. I mean, you say that was mean by Moist. I say, I say that's greed. I say that's hubris there from Blackhand, right? Dreamfire, they were about to Valkyl out. Both teams could just, lick their wounds and go their separate ways. But no, they have to push the issue. They want to try and grab those 3 KP. And yeah, as you say, Moist going down. I think one of the reasons why Moist may have chosen to do that is because when you look at this circle, it does seem like it's going to be one of the Storm Point ones that continues in one direction and keeps going that way. And therefore, Moist would want to play the south side of that rather than the north side of it where they were. They were in kind of a hedge your bet sort of situation. But if they're really trusting their zone calls, like they kind of should have last game, right? Or like they did last game and it worked out for them, I think they're going to start heading a bit more south. So maybe that's one of the reasons why we see them going further down there.
Maybe. Extra point on the board. Can't really complain too much about that. I like what we just saw there from Let's Go, doing a little bit of extra fortification. The mobile respawn beacon.
Oh no! This man's about to lose his life before he even hits the ground. So lucky.
Is he? Yeah,
maybe
how's he
not.
gotten away with that?
Yeah, I don't know. I thought honestly, I thought there'd be more charge rifles in play there for like 3 or 4 other teams going at him at once, but
just like, oh, whatever. I mean, I guess you take it, right?
Yep. I think that was Ming Yue from MDY White who got away with that.
White armor for APAC. I've never really liked this position. What are your thoughts? I mean, it always feels to me like a bit of a, alright, we'll play it if we have to, but so many angles you have to be aware of. It's kind of like you can't sit anywhere without at least being open to something.
Enemy here, right in my space.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of it. If anyone's got grenades, you are stuffed, basically. I mean, there's no Watson here, right? Like, I think this is definitely a playable spot for Watson, where your generator, you can actually find spots for it that are not so griefable. But yeah, with a catalyst, there's no doors here. Like, you are very much at the other team's mercy if they've got some ordnance.
Well, so far, not really struggling with that yet.
Careful.
But once the zone starts to pull in, maybe they will. What else is going on over the map? Moist set up underneath the bridge here. We still have some rotations coming in from the northern side from SWQ and from DNZ. DNZ still up at Thunderwatch, so it feels like they're just completely out of the picture at the moment, playing a different game. And Tom Yum Kung down at Fish Farm are doing some replicating. There's DNZ at Thunderwatch. Replicating POV. One way to play the game.
Yeah, the old storm stacking here. I feel like this, have to check. Might be a little bit of change of pace there from Tom Young Kung. I don't think they've been playing that quite as much in previous weeks.
Let's go.
What, the sitting in the storm and replicate?
Yeah, and that comp as well with the double skirmisher. But you know what? Oh, we might get our wonderful stats person Rice on that and get some updates.
Yeah, get the team on it. They'll figure it out. Let's go. Bing chilling at the moment. Everyone's kind of chilling, actually, in Barometer. There's not a whole lot going on there. It is one of those points of interest where there's rooms and buildings and such, so most teams, when the circle is this big, are going to be able to get in. Look pretty healthy, but once that zone starts to shrink, Barometer can actually be one of the more difficult areas of the map to play, just because of all that elevation and kind of having to cross no man's land. You have to cross through the water and such like that, so for now, it's going to be chill, but in about 10-15 minutes, the zone pulls in. That's when this starts to heat up. I don't think any team has actually got the ring console inside of Wonton Dumpling too, and they've landed right on top of Tom Yum Kung. This could be a little bit awkward to see the black hole come out once again. Tom Yum Kung don't really get too much off of that. Thermite Tickle does give away the game as to where one of those members are, and Wonton Dumpling are just decimated.
See you later, buddies. That was way too easy there for Tom Young Kung, who, again, do not have a ring console character. They're not playing a controller class. And as a result, they just, taking up edge positions and being very much happy with that. Like, it's as far as I know, this is a much harder edge style than we've seen them play for the rest of the season. But again, they haven't been doing all that well, so maybe this is the time to change things up. Maybe this is part of the reason why they started doing a little bit better last week. Either way, something had to change for the Thai team, who in the past have been known for their aggression, but I feel like we're probably a little bit closer to a Moist or a Dark Zero in the past, where they've been able to change it up depending on where the circles go and what they need to play, because they're just one of the teams that has that elite capability to play both styles, but maybe not making the most of their zone plays so far in this split.
Speaking of, you look at that next ring pull, it's gone straight up to the Moist. I did want to say, this must be the dream for Daywar United. Sitting on top of the tower in Barometer, you've got 108 reloadable in the charge rifle. Great spot to be sniping from. They are going to have to move when that next ring comes through, so something to be aware of.
Yeah, even teams like LG and T4, who thought they might have been okay in those buildings down the bottom, are going to struggle with the zone pulls eventually. Whereas, yeah, as you say, Moist in that perfect spot. Not only did they grab... Well, it was only 1 KP, actually, interestingly, in the end, from those early fights, but the position they got from it was probably worth a few more points than that.
I like the feel of that spawn. Let's go.
Forever LFT have got a bit of a run to make. The scan, by the way, just came through from Tom Yum Kung, who sent Dexter all the way back out to Antenna to scan the beacon there and get a bit of info as to where their opponents are playing.
Oh yeah, just a quick ride in the trident for him.
Exactly. Yeah, and he had to use I was watching him the whole time. He used 3 syringes and 2 medkits to make that. So he must have had a fair bit in the back pocket.
Oh, they are going to be running into Golden Sage on the other side of this, though. They, as you can see, hold up in the orange there. Oh man, Phoenix has got he's got a 410 digi threat on the charge rifle as well. So that's no slouch.
Yep.
Other teams think they can hide behind the bang ults. Sorry, the bang smokes. No such luck, but here we go. Tom Yum Kung. They commit. That was the Golden Sage. Seer ultimate going down there.
They just want to wait out this.
Yeah, maybe.
They're all just sitting on the edge underneath the bridge. They're not getting third party by any of them. So just wait it out.
That's 2 ults. That's 2 ults used by Golden Sage to try and stave off this fight. And all Tom Yum Kung have to do is wait here 30 seconds until both of those ults are gone, and then they have their own, and they've still got Horizon's ultimate to go as well.
Well, Dexter, he did actually drop his own.
Yeah.
Kill, so
Yeah, I'm not sure
maybe
about
Tom
that.
Yum Kung also don't really want to take this fight. Like, maybe they're just happy with that spot under the bridge. I can see them pinging the roof of the orange, and they're definitely going for it, so I don't know. We'll get back to that in a moment, because SWQ are losing players on this rotate. That should be resable. No, I'm calling.
Got your back.
It is.
Yeah, they're going to get this. No one else is really around here. They've pretty much dealt with DNZ at this point. Tong Yang Kung did push in after that, by the way, and I think they're going to beat out Golden Sage. Yeah, they get them. Oh, yeah, it was close. Dexter gets the shield swap afterwards, does have the gold res to go up again. But unfortunately, Asia's done at this point, so hopefully they have a Moby.
Oh, they do.
Because
Killer Pulse has one.
yes, he does. You're right. Yeah, you can see that in his. So they're just gonna chuck that out. So, man, I gotta say, I feel like I see a lot of Mobies happen in teams in oranges because like it's such a safe spot to do it. You've got so much cover from low ground. It's always generally a good spot to use that Moby from.
They're also on a pretty quiet side of the zone, so they should get that one off okay. And they've got time with the zone, like 50 seconds still. They get that res happening right now. Should just have like, 10, 15 seconds maybe for Asia by the time he gets on the ground to kind of find his loot box and actually get that res in. Get the items in. Maybe a little bit more than that. 30 seconds or so. Yeah, perfect. You love that if you're Tom Yum Kung, assuming he makes it to the ground, which he will. Straight up. Red armor. Easy as you like. Tom Yum Kung back to fighting fitness. But they have a big cross to make. They don't have a Valcolt. We'll keep in mind how that plays out. SWQ are on the move too. I mean, debatably, SWQ has an even harder job here because, look, they've got to go through all these teams or over or past all these teams. They're on the complete wrong edge of the zone.
I mean, there's a lot of teams, like in the main barometer tower, we're looking at like Daywar, we're looking at AGL, who are down the bottom of that tower. Those teams, they're probably just going to have to find small spots like down the bottom, I hope these teams have been playing Control on mixtape, because maybe that'll give them some familiarity with that area or where the good spots might be. As you can see, other teams are just having to go for it, and as we know this season, charge rifles everywhere. Valk always gets taken out of the sky, it feels like. Teams are still running her though, still useful if you can get them off. It's just so much more risky than it used to be.
Well, let's go. To the bigger things, but Nirvana has just got an absolutely... Oh, man. Talk about jumping into a blender. Fate on the move now as well. This is an absolute minefield. Everywhere you step, you could be walking into another team. So many teams messing around in barometer. The only team that's really feeling good about this right now is Moist. Like, they are literally the gatekeepers of the entire next circle.
Only team within it right now. There's Sentinels. There's a gold nemesis on Waltzy that they are using to keep these other teams at bay while they're just fighting for their lives. As you can see, some of them not doing so well with that. AGL, they'll go down to Daywar United. The teams both fighting after they had to drop out of the tower, and now they're going to keep going on this. MDY White, after going through a couple of teams themselves, are going to take on Fate. And my Ansu, I don't think he's going to come out of this one alive. Waltzy even sort of chiming in to help out these other teams. Can he get some shots on MDY White? Might be a little bit too greedy. Wow, Tom Yum Kung. I didn't think they were going to go down, actually, but Pricey on one side helping to do some damage after they try and take down... Who's that on the other side? Daywar and T4.
Yeah, T4 trying to survive right now, but just one too many members for Daywar United getting in on that engagement. Ashen going to get revived here pretty quickly. It looks like Daywar will get that one off okay, so it's a 3v3v2. The 2 being MDY White, and Moist and Daywar both have 3 members alive. Zone going to start pushing at the backs of Daywar United, though. They'll have to move pretty shortly. Pricey is watching that.
Okay, zone closes in. We got Daywar on the right of Moist, and then you got MDY White on the left. Pricey has just charged up his Sentinel. If he can land these shots, he'll be doing in excess of 100 damage a shot, which will be helping them to start off these fights. Can MD... yeah, exactly. They might get the pinch here on Daywar, and Moist might have successfully shoved these teams into each other, which, of course, when you're up to those last 3 teams, that's exactly what you need to do. You've got to force the other teams to take the fight first. Of course, the cat walls start coming out. They have to walk through them. They've got no choice here, and Moist are in prime position.
Yeah, MDY White not looking very good there at all, but Daywar United, I mean, they get second here for sure. No chance of walking away with first because Moist were just in prime position for the better part of 2 or 3 zones, and, well, they have played Gatekeeper, and they were the arbiters of that game. 10-kill win for Moist. Nice bounce back from game 1, which didn't quite go their way.
Look, yeah, no, they did struggle making that, what was it, maybe the 4th circle rotation or something on game 1 there, but damn, did they pick it here in game 2. You know, they had that early position on the building that was on the north side of Barometer, and yeah, as you said, it was like they could have stayed there. They could have hedged their bets on that one, but they didn't. They picked the circle to perfection, we've got to say. Like, it wasn't even like they got the right area. You know, they picked that final circle before anyone else did. Decided not to take a building. They went out in the open, and that was exactly where it pulled. And then in the end, there was so many other teams just having to worry about their neighbors that Moist had free fire on all of them, ending up with a first place and 10 kills to boot. So that gets them a long way to trying to take out yet another lobby for the season.
Yeah, just reading the game way better than pretty much every other team. SWQ. Got a bit of damage done in that one as well. Only 1 kill for them. Look back at those replays and see all the shenanigans, the chaos really that happened in Barometer. It kind of felt like a lot of teams fell into that trap where they thought, yep, Barometer circle, we're going to sit in Barometer for the entire game. But ultimately, circle kind of pulls away from them and kind of up the creek without a paddle when you're in Barometer and you have to get out, because chances are there's, you know, a good 5 or 6 other teams that are in the same scenario as you, and you all end up getting cooked by one another. As you said, Moist was really the only other team taking a bit of a different approach, and so, yeah, walk away with a pretty comfortable win in the end. Dreamfire and Blackhand mutually assured destruction there in 18th and 17th, if you recall, at the start of the round, so not ideal for them.
And then Blackhand, once again, they stack to start with, but then unfortunately just can't navigate their way out of those early situations, because if they do, they'll be in a great spot, but they've just got to win a few more of their 3v3s to get through. That said, you know, as we were saying, they are looking pretty good in the split standings overall, but you know, you really do want to secure that 3rd, that 4th spot to make sure that they do get the LAN experience that all of these players are desperately hoping for.
Yeah, I mean, it does definitely, you know, require them to at least get something on the board today. Like, if they were to come in and have like a 0 point or like sub 5 point lobby for overall season standings, then yeah, I mean, I could definitely see it getting a little bit more difficult for Blackhand from there going into next week. It's not 100% locked in, although it does look like it should be pretty much locked in. But anyway, let's update you guys as to how the things are looking after the second game. Let's go still hanging on to first place. They got 24 points in the first game. So just another 5 on top of that. But that's enough to keep them above water, above Moist. See what you did there? See what I did there? See what you did there? I didn't mean to do it. But anyway, Daywar United, 3rd. Looking pretty good for themselves as well. And a little bit of a drop-off after SWQ. So starting to see a bit of a pack forming toward the top end.
Yeah, well, I feel like the important ones here are definitely the Daywar, the MDY White, who are sort of on the cusp there. As we said, you know, Moist, Onyx, and Blackhand should be locked in, but who knows? That said, there's those other teams pushing for that 4th/5th spot, depending on how the regional final winners, end up. But yeah, if Daywar and MDY White can keep pushing as they have that they can today, that will be a big up for their chances to make it overseas.
Indeed. All right. Well, that's going to be that for game number 2. We'll take a short break here and jump into game 3 in just a sec.
trying to choking out here as Ziggy's trying to
Oh my god, gets a stun.
It
It looks like a repeat of with the head glitch here.
goes into play here, but they use an angle. They're going to move out from that building early. That might be good, finalizing the deal there on TNC as the rest of the team. They need to find a knockdown before that. Knockdown.
Yeah, the two teams certainly still going. Actually, Dragon Shield gonna get some finishes. They'll go down before now. Fully I guess APAC exit one. Anyway, talking about IBT here. Crowd up. It's like they know you're there, guys. Like,
They are almost immediately capitalizing.
push out the flying. After 505, the team that's on Bill currently.
I'll tell you right now, ATL and 505 are forced to share the same quarter system.
It's almost clear. Like, not like another one. Early on, T4 also with the Dragon.
Jack is back there, but Wonton should all but the same. Exactly.
Couple of strays. They are
Down. This is unblocked. I can't believe the amount of teams taking their time. Finally, it's casuals. Inside. The wall down is just barely done.
down in the back. Xavier did have another hit of these tiny little rocks around there.
No, an exhibit in response.
Oh, no.
It's lost already from Sunshine. Taking an Arc Star as well.
Yeah, they
want to get a similar fight themselves. 15 seconds of that fence. Finally, that fence revealed. There's no cover. Down for being at the last number. MDIY trying to keep behind the fight here. And REC squad left alive in top of the last. Remaining talent flying at the end of
No vote on it certainly started it a lot better.
Zero with the
Hannah has position before they go down. With a rat just goes to top four. Actually,
Pressure. Eternal photons have been well missing out.
They're challenging, they're cracked, they're done. Cat, they're jumping on him. Cat one dead. Dead. Nice, one more. Razen, dead.
Okay, actually, kind of summarize.
Wait for downs. I killed one. Nice, right there. Play on my side. Yeah, I killed one. I don't though. Give me cover
Yeah, actually, yeah, this angle.
Popcorn, they want to make
Top of the leaderboard, trying to drop down, but they do have time to get the bats on even. Knows this is such a mess of a final circle here that honestly anyone
wants to
can
climb up. Down there, a helpful low on the opposite side. They've got the perfect stand already live here. CY White as they set them around.
Daywar managed to wait this out. Now they go over the top of the wall. They see where everyone is. Yeah, the ultimate is still alive. Other teams come through, pulling out the secondaries to try and get this. Still have three teams. There we go. Blue Red goes down. Daywar banging into that run. They are more than enough.
Combine Alice, a mystic of Levi.
Yeah. Somehow, honestly, anyone goes down. Daywar finish him.
G'day guys, welcome back. It's ALGS APAC South. Genome, you're looking fantastic today, mate. We just
Thanks,
wanted to
Sam.
get you on camera for another 30 seconds before we could get into the game. Yep.
Well,
Nothing more about that. Like that's all. That's the only reason we're on camera right now.
oh yeah, no, sure. Well, look, something else I would talk about apart from me, Elfish, was that composition that we had from Tom Young Kung in our first map here at Storm Point today. So Rice has gone back through. She said in all the other days. Actually, you know what? There's a contest happening. I'll tell you about that afterwards.
Yes, tell me a little bit about it after we get to see ADL versus TNZ for the third time today. ADL at least have all three members up now, so they can put a bit of practice against DNZ.
So I think it was kind of a tie the first game. Then we had DNZ winning the second game. So let's see if ADL can bring it back here. We've been doing some of the stats we've been putting out recently. Legacy's been showing up in a lot of them. he's really been kind of killing it individually as a player on the up and coming here. So it will be interesting to see if he can be the one to make a bit of a difference here. Oh, okay. DNZ are actually taking the gravity cannon back this time. So maybe we won't get that. You know, the fight won't come to a close that early this time. DNZ are just going to grab a couple of those early weapons. I mean, having a look through them, you know, there's like devotions, havocs, stuff with like no attachments here for D and Z. They're going to have to take those and then probably just head into the IMC, I imagine.
Yep, you would probably say so. Seems to be like the ideal scenario, to be honest, for DNZ and ADL, but anyway. They still haven't worked it out amongst themselves. Now, here's seen this zone so far today. Moving back up toward checkpoint, toward north pad, down beast. I mean, where does this even end up finishing? Because the fact that it's like right over the top of all three kind of means it won't go anywhere.
Yeah, the fact that it's, well, I mean, where it is in checkpoint, I'd say it's pretty damn unlikely it finishes out there. I'd say this is probably more of a north pad zone, maybe down to east even.
Okay. Well, we'll see.
Certainly
AGL.
no one's reading it as a checkpoint zone, right?
No,
like,
exactly.
no one's in there. Even Moist, who, let's see, actually, they got ring console. I wouldn't say this is like the fastest rotate they've ever done, and they're still walking out with a wide arm on Multi, right? So they could have crafted that up at Cascade. They could craft it here at Checkpoint if they really feel that, but they presumably are going for positioning. As you can see, well, they're going straight here into one of the octagons, right? Now, of course, they start down in the middle, so this is an easy rotation for them. They really should get prime position apart from Eternal Photon.
I love that AGL and Dreamfire have just gone like basically past each other. They've like almost swapped spots. AGL was in the Trident underneath. Dreamfire flew over the top of them. Octagon, as you say, and AGL decided that they want to take one of the buildings just outside of Down Beast. So
yeah, and Eternal Photon are on the Down Beast itself, just free firing down on all of these guys as they rock in.
Where's Golden Sage? I always love watching the Skyward Dive. I don't know what it is about that. Skyward Dive, big fan.
Apart from when they get charge rifled out of the sky.
Oh, that's the best bit.
No, that's like the anxiety-inducing bit, and you're like, I just want to just let me fly, man.
Let me fly, yeah. Well, Moist also flew in and landed behind Down Beast. So they're of the school of thought that if the ring is touching the other ring, the edge, going to keep going in that direction, I guess, because they have pretty much put all their eggs in the basket that it will continue out west.
Yep.
Backpack, I need energy.
Yep, seems like a fair
Ultimate accelerant here.
assumption to me. All right, look, so all right, I'll go back to the point I was trying to make a little bit before there, which was that
Shield cell here.
yes, Tom Young Kung have very much changed up their composition and their playstyle for this week. So in all previous weeks, from what we can see, they were playing the Seer Valkat. You know, of course, like a lot of the lobby, like we've seen in the team composition graphics we brought up throughout the split. You know, at sometimes I think it was up to like 60-70% of our lobbies were playing that composition. But yeah, it's getting towards the end of the season. You've got to change something up, make something, try something different, and see what works. Elvish, and that's breathed some innovation, and that's why this time, they've gone for this much more aggressive, edge-focused composition, and that's why we're seeing the Seer as well as the Horizon on the team for the first time. So,
I mean, I guess at a certain point, right, you get to a position in the season, you think it's not working. So, see what we can do to change it up and hopefully have some more success. But I don't know, maybe it's too little too late for Tom Yum Kung. They're looking pretty dire for them.
They're certainly going to lean into it though, right? You know, they're all the way out at Stormcatcher right now. Crafting up still on that same kind of thing. Wonton Dumpling, they're taking on ADL here over at Wall, and I say taking on, they've kind of dealt with them already. Legacy has managed to grab a Trident, and he is just boosting his way out of there, but...
Actually, something about the way the Trident moves is funny to me.
Yeah. It looks like he's thinking about going back towards the banners. Like, as you can see, he's kind of got position over the top. Wow, they actually spot him out straight away. That's kind of rough, honestly.
And a sense of self-preservation.
Well, he was
Like
driving a Trident. I wonder if that made enough
Yeah.
noise for them to hear him.
Potentially, yeah, it is pretty noisy, man. They need to put a muffler on that thing.
They do. Dude, I think my biggest issue with the Trident is it's just so flat. You can't drive it anywhere without bumping into something. Like, give me a motorbike. Give me a motorbike version of the Trident. I'll pick that. A hoverbike.
Maybe like a Tron light cycle.
Yes, that'd be cool. Anyway,
Down for that.
Rest of
crossover.
they're kind of under the pump right now. Getting some thermite through there, doing a bit of damage with those, but Hansi already on the floor and not taking any part in this fight any longer. Eternal Photon push as 3. They've walked into the crossfire though, and they've gotten booked. Holiday is now the sole survivor. It ends up being a 1v1.
Oh, but it's Timmy time.
Holiday and Timmy time.
Okay, he gets the bat off. Fate are also, they've seen this fight. They're pushing up. I think 23 Ticks is going to come in on the back side here. And if it's not Eternal Photon finishing off Forever LFT, I reckon it will be Fate here. They're just kind of waiting for some of this smoke to go down.
They got the scan. They got the CS scan
Yeah.
just there, and they saw there was
They're
only
pretty much
2
done
players
for.
left up. So
See you later. Mozambique with the hammer points comes in to finish him off.
Oh yeah, why not? Well, Forever LFT out, and 20th Guaranteed also out, but Eternal Photon still surviving. They're back to 2 members alive, so maybe Holiday and Hickers can survive or cause a bit of a problem here. Nice beam from Hickers. Just gets one clip onto Mayantu. I'm not sure it's going to make a bit of a difference though, as Eternal Photon do get taken down, but a nice little highlight, I guess.
I mean, the most interesting part about that, Elfish, is that they were sitting happily on the top of Down Beast, right?
Yeah.
Eternal Photon were up there. They had a good position. The way the ring was cut off, like, I thought they'd actually be pretty damn safe up there. So either they've dropped off specifically to take the fight, because from what I can see, I don't think anyone's pushed them off. Moistan up there, up the top. They're in the air. Actually, no, they are now. Oh, no, they're on the fin. It's like a little bit lower down. And then you've got Daywar in the middle. Yeah, like no one's in the position where Eternal Photon were. So it feels like they've almost like given up gold spot there to just to continue down. It's a weird spot. Honestly, it's a weird choice.
On Dumpling, getting into the mix as well. This scan does spot a couple of members. Her name's in a nice spot. Isn't actually really going to come down to him. Both being done elsewhere. And Wonton Dumpling should have this one cleaned up pretty quickly. That's from the Umkung out. Talked about that edge gameplay this time. Hasn't worked.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was Wonton Dumpling that they ran into last game, right? And they absolutely mopped the floor with them. But, yeah, revenge for the Chinese team this time. And Tom Young Kung are one game closer to having to rely on that regional finals.
Yeah, one of those things, I guess, happens. Well, not impossible for them to fall through to playoffs. This is what I hate about the Trident. It's like, bump everything. Yeah, get me in the sky instead, mate. Flash is waiting. Bugi. That's the worst thing as a Valve player is you.
Yeah. And you're just like, oh god, someone's gonna shoot me.
Come on. We're making so much noise. But it's all good.
They're well out of the sky. Bugi, I don't know where he's going. He's gonna get in the Trident. Yeah. Oh, okay. Maybe they were like, we want that still with us.
We want that rotation if anything else. But at that point, I just
could have been.
They had to wait.
Yeah, it actually, like, genuinely could have been. They could have been just being like, well, I mean, you know, we're playing Edge. We want to take fights, right? Like, let's see if there's anyone else in the area that we can take on.
Yeah.
Good shout. Either way, in the meantime, there's no one really near Cascade 4, so they just get some crafting, and they can wait for teams like DNZ, who are well within the ring, or Wonton Dumpling, same thing, who are actually looking to hit the survey beacon. So Wonton Dumpling going to use their Seer here to try and either work out, is there a spot or is there another team where we can take a fight with? It'll be interesting to see where they go from here. There's been a lot of discussion from the teams about when and where to hit these survey beacons, so they might not necessarily want to hit them that close to other teams because they feel like it's a bit risky. Teams will know where they're coming from. You know, they know what to expect, basically. But hitting one that far out of the ring, I think is a little bit safer of a play.
At that point, like, is there even any value if you're that far away in knowing where everyone's holding? Because, like, it's going to be a good, you know, 4 or 5 minutes probably before
yeah,
you get
no, I
into
think
the
there
zone.
is. I mean, they're in a trident, right? So they're going to be back in the zone, to be fair, within, what, 30 seconds, a minute at max, I'd say. And by that point, how many people are going to have made rotations? Probably not that many, because the zone teams are, you know, like, they know where they're playing already. There's not going to be that many that will move, so I think it'll give them the two options of either let's find a spot to play because we've seen what's open, or they try and find a team like Blackhand or someone maybe even who's in checkpoint to go and take a fight with.
WQ have managed to get in okay. That was looking dangerous for a moment though. Luckily for them, Moist has kind of moved on. Moist have moved up on top of Down Beast. They actually landed in that exact same spot. But Moist no longer there. SWQ have a little spot of solace. Same for Legacy. Last remaining member of ADL Wolves. Hasn't really been a great day for ADL Wolves, unfortunately.
No, I mean it's a struggle when you're contesting and not willing to give up that drop spot, right? I mean even now where there's 19 teams in the lobby and there's potentially other options that you could be looking at for where to drop, they just want to keep contesting, and that does make things kind of tough. The next circle, it's going to be on the tail of the beast. So that's actually going to be really good for the team that we just saw, SWQ, up on that north side of Down Beast. Moist, who have taken up position right on top of it. They're going to be able to slide down there pretty easily. And the most northern building in the Down Beast compound is currently held by AGL that you can see here. So they're also going to be in luck. They have the ring console right outside as well, so they don't necessarily know where this next ring's going. I'm not sure if that's worth a cat wall, if it's even possible, even with a cat wall, to still scan that. It's not like the Gibby bubble where, like, I mean, teams might just read that you're going to the ring console and, like, pop a couple of shots through there, right? And then you're dead. But I'd say they can probably just wait and see with the position they've got.
MDY White is going to be one of those teams in checkpoint. Didn't really expect to see too many teams.
Oh no!
Checkpoint.
They've seen Legacy.
Legacy. Oh, what? Why has he done that? Cancelled it at least. A little bit of a bait and switch from Easy Flash. Goodness me. Legacy's still alive.
Did he fat finger a Valcold?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
He like literally cancelled it straight away.
Oh, there's
So he
no
still
way.
gets 75%.
I don't know how Legacy's got out of that, by the way. But there's some other teams fighting in Down Beast. As you can see, we've got Daywar going out early this time. Shame after such a good game.
Yeah, it happened. Wonton Dumpling up on top of checkpoint. They're taking on MDY White. We have the high ground. Horizon on your side. MDY White more than happy to knock down the building and try to stay inside for the moment. That'll open up a few angles for Wonton Dumpling. They might be in a bit of trouble here because Black Hand have just heard all of these shots and they've decided to wander on up as well. Bear in mind as well, Legacy from ADL is still just hiding here. Yeah, hoping that he can keep his head down.
Well, while there's other teams around, the Sears will be confused, right? He might be okay.
Yeah.
But once the fights get over, that's where it starts to get a little bit trickier when you've got the heartbeat sensor online. That's it. With DNZ almost completely gone. Blackhand looking to capitalize on that. But still, all four of those teams have got some members in the fight.
Blackhand do lose Easy Flash. He gets knocked all the way off to the low grab. That's nice, but DDC strafing play win these duels. He does get one, can't get the other. MDY White are farming at the moment, but I gotta remind you, Wonton Dumpling still exists here, so Blackhand goes down. MDY White looking for a fight. They're not going to get the time to do that. Big beam comes through from Mingyue, but can't land the killing blow. Oh, and so No Name still has his teammate up. Beiju fighting hard, trying to survive. Given the opportunity to pop a bat, doesn't quite get it off.
Oh, wow.
Through, and MDY White eliminated. Wonton Dumpling have run the gauntlet there.
It doesn't even need it. His teammates coming in for the clutch there.
Legacy died in that, by the way, somewhere.
Yeah.
Close by, visual clear.
Got a mobile res beacon too. That's perfect.
Looky here,
Easy
got a bandit.
clap there for Wonton Dumpling. 20 seconds left on the ring. I mean, they, obviously they need to make it out. They've got the Skyward Dive as well. So this should be just enough time to loot, get the their third member out of the sky, and then just Valk ult and yeet it into the circle here. So perfect timing for Wonton Dumpling. A couple of other teams gonna have to make their move as well, though. We've got Let's Go, Golden Sage coming in from around down Beast, and then further up towards North Pad, Buriram, and T4 just making their rotations in right now. You're going to see so Dreamfire will be hearing those Valk ults, but they're too busy covering their back here against Fate. Filipino team moving in.
Another rotation coming through. There's Wonton Dumpling we talked about earlier. They made it out of checkpoint okay. Landed on the southern side of the zone. Right underneath Moist. But maybe if they keep their head down, okay. T4, on the other hand, definitely struggling at the moment. Tap straight view and matches, no shields. Not really being given the opportunity to pop any shields either, so it's not looking too great here for those guys.
Enemy in my face. Enemies right here.
Starting to get a little bit messy over here at Down Beast.
Yeah, I thought Moist to be okay, kind of sliding down the edge of the Beast there, but they are trying to get the res onto empty behind the cat wall. Yeah, they're going to get it off. Nice. Okay, they've just got to hope they can stay alive for just that little bit longer.
Well, not the case for T4, who do get eliminated by Wonton Dumpling. They have been farming towards this game.
Yeah, look at
11
that.
already for Wonton Dumpling.
At least.
1600 damage as well for one of those members.
Yeah, 12 kills currently on Wonton Dumpling.
No name's been the front runner on that team though. I'm just having a little cycle through the roster, and he's doing the lion's share of the work. Now down on the ground, could be a little bit of a problem. Wonton Dumpling, I think, might be out of the picture here.
Oh, that'd be a shame after farming so many people, as you'd said. I mean, look, Moist are in a pretty tricky position here. Look, why don't we have a listen into Moist and see how they get themselves out of this tricky situation?
Dropping.
Not even Oxel pricing, you need to give it to him.
No,
This guy's is just catwalk across at us.
88 on cat.
40 on cat. I'm selling. 30 on another. I think we have to play small. Yeah. I'm playing on price. Oh, I got hit by it anyway.
I'm selling. Just tell me. I'm gonna have wall.
Hey, save anywhere.
No.
Back here. I'm here, I think. Yeah, back here.
I think this team's pushing.
I'm stuck. I'm flying into them. They're not pushing. They drop down. One on Valk.
Oh,
Go down.
No, I slipped as well.
120.
I got Horizon queued up. Killed one.
Wipe these guys right. Wipe right.
I died.
I'm dead. Oh, you're empty.
Oh,
man. Yeah, we should have played silos.
Fucking
Chaos.
flipped off.
The absolute chaos of a battle royale is exactly what we're seeing there. SWQ in a fantastic position here to take it to Buriram, who only have 2 left. I don't think Gaps is getting up again in this fight. They're going to have to win a 2v3.
I think it's a 1v3 at this point. A goes down straight away, and SWQ, yeah, they walk it in. So easy as you like right there in the back end. Man, yeah, interesting. I wonder if they had their time again, would they drop down off of down B? Or would they just try to slide down the back rather than dropping off?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see from... I think you'd probably have to watch the entire pod back to see what was actually playable for them there. Once the circle shifted off the most of the back of the beast, because once you get into the sort of the lower third of that, I think there are a lot of angles from where those other teams that probably would have been playing onto them. But yeah, look, it was interesting on the listening. MT's been making those calls a lot lately about playing small. And I think it's good that they recognize when they're in a spot where it's very easy for them to get pinched, to take too much damage from all the different sides. And, look, it allowed them to stay alive until that point where they had to push out. They're, going through the zone, taking someone else's gravity lift. You're obviously not in a good position when that's happening. You're not really in control of your own positioning. And, you know, look, they did well to get that far, but it really did feel like SWQ with the Trident rotation they made to the outside of down Beast in the end kind of had that one in the bag.
Yeah, indeed. SWQ, pretty nice to see them getting a win on the board. They were kind of floating around the top 4 already, so with that win, maybe they can start to pressure for first place in this lobby. There's a few teams that are still in the mix there. Wonton Dumpling, what a great game from them as well. They had a lot of kills in there.
16!
Ended up placing top 5, so yeah, very solid stuff.
I mean, MTY White had 7, and then I'm just looking down further, you're getting Tom Young Kung, who've got none, right? I mean, they're picking a composition to play for the kills. They need to be picking up at least a couple every round, Elfish. And if they're not, if they're running out with 0, it's just going to be so hard for them to really challenge for any kind of meaningful position in this lobby.
Indeed, indeed. Look, here's the placement timeline. It is SWQ that walked away with the win. Always kind of upholding their end of the bargain again in this lobby by placing top 5. Gotta say though, Black Hand, they're struggling a little bit today. It's definitely not coming together as it has in previous iterations, in previous lobbies. Have a look at the scoreboard here and see exactly where they are sitting overall. And it's, yeah, 12th place for Black Hand. Still just on 11 points, so kind of falling behind the pace a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. When you look at that big jump there between 7th and 8th, even 6th and 7th, you're really starting to see the top pack of which one, you know, like SWQ, interestingly, is up there with, right? You know, sitting on 38 points. That's not a team that we've seen that far up just yet. Wonton Dumpling, you know, 16 games, 16 kills there for them. So they had 2 in the first 2 matches, if I'm getting that correct. And then really bumping their score up with a big game here in game 3.
80 Wolves as well, man. Jeez, that's just been a roughie, hasn't it? So we'll see what they can do when we go on to World's Edge. Obviously, it's never going to be easy when you're contested 3 games out of 3, but at the end of the day, the fact that they're obviously doing so well in the season overall made me hopeful for what they'd be able to do today, but hasn't really come together. So we'll have to wait and see if they can maybe turn that around for the next 3 games. Either way, World's Edge going to be on the other side of this, so we'll take another short break. And, see you in a sec.
Get your blood pumping.
Now we're down to 3 squads.
Right on top of a team. Why see them?
Well, there's boys. We want to go to the inside of the caravan.
Different angles that you can play. It does come through. The red was on. Yeah. Right. Him. He was not able to get another really in that area of the map. It was always going to be busy.
To make sure this happens.
Finishing off through, and that has really helped Moist out. And that's going to be the go signal for MTY White. They knew that was not an option.
Push in towards the Cooper.
Yeah, Crusaders on the floor, but Limo and Orton fighting hard, and the Eternal Photon do go down.
And one beds now. No pull up here.
Basically gets that first knock.
It will go any further than that. Might not really. They're on the first overall, but it might actually be more important combo for this end as going to suffer.
Yeah, it's certainly looking to roll as well. Double side. They're completely out of this engagement, and if Onyx wins this clean, which they do, they now have a 3-on-2 in front of them. So you'd expect them to close that out. Alrighty, jumping back into the swing of things, we are almost ready to go into World's Edge. Genome, does that change anything up, do you reckon? Or are we going to see the same teams continuing to dominate?
It usually does. Yeah, they usually are definitely some changes between one or the other. I'd have to go and look at the stats to see what that means. But yeah, look, it will. Is the short answer.
There you go. Sounds good. I think there's a few teams that'll probably be hoping that is going to end up being the case. I mean, AD Wolves definitely having a tough day today. Dreamfire haven't quite gotten on the ball yet. So, you know, maybe when we do jump into World's Edge, we'll see those teams starting to pick the pace up. But I do wonder if, like, maybe if it's a little bit too late, especially in the case of, like, ADL Wolves, right? How much can you salvage in 3 games if you've only got 2 points in the first 3?
Yeah, it's that is kind of hard to come back from at that point. But yeah, I mean, some teams have what, as much as a 60% split on some of their points. Oh my god, even 65 in the case of DNZ. Anyway, having a look at how SWQ have gone today, and well, that's great. Like, I almost like didn't register that it was like the same team in game 1 and in game 3 there, because honestly, thus far we haven't really seen them in the late game all that much. And as you can see, they're not someone who kind of grabs your attention at the start. They're not walking out here with like massive bags, but you know, 5 and 7 kill points on top of 2 first places is pretty incredible.
Yeah, indeed. Very solid stuff today from SWQ, which is exactly what they did need. We sort of talked about them at the top of the show and said they were in a position to maybe cause a bit of an issue if they have a good day today, right? They're on 23 points. They've got 2 lobbies to go, though. So, you know, 2 top placements could definitely... I mean, it would absolutely get them back inside the top 20, which is obviously first goal for SWQ. But I don't know. Does it give them enough to maybe challenge into the top 5? Probably not quite.
No, I don't think so. They are way down the standings in terms of overall.
Yeah.
But that said, you know, you were saying, does this change things going into World's Edge, which we, you know, we can see the drop spots for here. SWQ actually 62% of their points coming from Storm points. So, it is very much that kind of map for them, I guess.
All right, well, we'll see if they can kind of maintain or at least keep up some of the pace. Big more drop for SWQ. I mean, not ideal, I don't think, obviously, with how busy it is going to be down on that area of the map. It's maybe going to be a little difficult for them to sort of get some clean rotates out, but if zone comes in their direction, yeah, maybe they'll be all right.
Yeah, I guess who gets their points from World's Edge? If we're going to go and look that way, then Elfish, you've got teams like DNZ, sitting at like 66%, ADL 62%, who else is in this lobby? T4 60%, even Daywar up at about 60% as well. And obviously Daywar and MDY White, who are at 56%, still doing better on generally than they do on Storm Point. All those teams are already sitting, you know, a bit further up in the standings, right? So at that point, it's looking good that you've managed to grab a couple as you're going over to, as it came over to, the second map that we've got.
Indeed, that second map is going to be World's Edge, and I think we're ready to jump on in. So let's go ahead and get into game, see how things are going to be shaping up. Countdown is the hot zone. So interesting to sort of see what kind of loot comes out of that area of the map. And once again, having a look at how busy it is going to be down towards Lava City, Big Mord. You've got DNZ and SWQ there. Dome occupied by T4. There's definitely enough room to play with for all those teams, but just a little bit closer than most is the only thing. Sometimes you see those Big Mord teams and the Lava City teams kind of having a bit of a pot shot against one another. Zone's not going in that direction though.
Yeah, it does happen occasionally. AGL, Jackie, very happy here that he gets his trials loot back. That was a little bit of a concern there. But thank God, didn't have to change anything as far as their drop spots went. around at some of those changes we noted at earlier. Yes, Forever LFT are landing down at launch site. Eternal Photon have taken over at Overlook. So yeah, look, I think everything's kind of looking as expected there.
Yeah, just having a look at the next circle scan, and it is going to go straight over toward Mirage Trois, which is where Dexter is walking up at the moment. So could end up being a pretty interesting final circle.
Yeah, there's a lot more playable space in here, I'll say that much, right? So, yes, Mirage Trois, staging, Landslide, even parts of Counter and Lava Fish are still in at this point. Now, we're having a look at Tom Young Kung here. Teams have complained, like, about circles on Mirage Trois, right? Like, if it does end up anywhere near there, it's, like, an incredibly strong position. Like, it's just...
I think a dangerous game.
It's honestly really tough to deal with. Yeah, you say that. Yeah, the other teams trying to get in there. Buram, yeah, they're going low though, right? Like you would expect the staging / Mirage team to get there first. So you'd have to be pretty ballsy, honestly, to try and land on that and try and take them. Maybe if you was going over with the Valk and you saw the passive scan that there weren't people up there, you maybe make a last minute call to go for it. Buram don't do that. They play the safe route and they will take the buildings underneath.
Well, I think part of that is the Burams don't have a Valk. But if they would have, they might have noticed that Dexter was the only player on top of Mirage Trois. Like, the rotation was actually still coming through for Tom Yum Kung. So he could have been in trouble. I saw him, I was watching him, like, just fire a couple of pot shots to try to, you know, show some presence or whatever. And that was enough to send Buram down onto the low ground. But I actually think there was definitely a world where Buram, if they had the info, might have been happy to just land on him and try to take the 3v1. But here comes Streamfire as well. Low ground warriors as well.
Yeah, and saying, you know, they don't have a Valk, Elfish, is a very interesting point, and I think we'll definitely have to have a look at some of the legend picks and compositions later, because this is something we'd been seeing in scrims this week, and something that I was expecting to some extent. Maybe not this extent, honestly. I think there's even more than I was thinking. There are a lot of wraiths in play. So... This is something I saw Moist experimenting with throughout the week. And of course, when Moist's are, you know, like the best team in the region, they start trying that out. Other teams will follow suit. It happens in other regions. It definitely happens here as well. They are the trendsetters, and we're seeing a lot of teams, specifically on World's Edge, right? Like as we saw before, Sia, Valk still very much the dominant sort of composition there over on Stormpoint, but in World's Edge, we're seeing teams try out Wraith and attempt to use that portal instead of the Dangerous Skyward Drive for the rotations over here.
Yeah, look, I mean, I remember the days when Wraith was pretty much a mainstay. I'm still more of a fan of Valkyrie, personally, but I think it is a little bit of a personal preference in a sense, right? It depends on what kind of rotations you want to be making or want to be making safer.
Yep.
Valkyrie definitely helps you make those longer rotations, but later on in the game, maybe the Wraith is a little bit more valuable.
Yeah, well, right now, Forever LFT are trying to make their rotation past Harvester, and I gotta say, T4 are giving them hell for it. There's also a fight up north with Eternal Photon and Blackhand. So, yeah, look, just action all over the map here in comparison to Stormpoint, I guess, which was pretty chill earlier on. But there we go, wall jump's not even going to be good enough, and Eternal Photon, they started the fight honestly pretty scrappily, and so this time Blackhand finally get off to a better start and pick up a few points.
Yeah, look, Blackhand, they have a bone to pick, and I think they have a bone to pick with like literally anyone they can find at the moment, because today hasn't been going their way. More than happy to take a fight and get 3 kill points on the board. Moist Esports here just have set themselves up fairly central, not quite inside Mirage Trois. Close enough that if the circle continues to pull in that direction, they're not going to be caught out by anything.
Okay, Moist chilling out in one of the Doritos. Very good if you're a cat team. You can reinforce the bottom doors. And then just have, you know, 1 or 2 players sit up the top in order to try and keep the other ones locked down. I gotta say, 1 fuse, like literally just 1 fuse in a lobby. Oh man, Waltzy just got stuck. That's fine, got back into the door. Waltzy did. They lost the door as a result, but you know, you can reinforce it, that's fine. That said, yeah, Moist will be fine at this spot, I think. You can see we've even got some Watson happening here with ADL on Heck picking that up, in addition to the Wraith as well. So, yeah, look, it's interesting that this far into the season, just from one week to another, we've seen such a precipitous change.
It certainly is a little bit more enjoyable to kind of watch when there's multiple different compositions that come together. I mean, like, if we go back to when we first started casting Apex and it was just pretty much Jibby, Wraith. What was even the third? Was it Valkyrie? I don't even remember if Valkyrie was out at that point. Either way, it doesn't really matter. There was like basically one comp that everyone was playing. Now it's like you can definitely expect to see lots of different variations. It's always something to talk about, kind of keep an eye on. See how this revive goes. Scout out for 23 ticks.
Oh no!
Ooh! Legacy.
Man,
the killing blow.
They'd even pre-walled to try and give him, you know, a little bit of cover to get back in the house. Even that is not going to be enough. He has been finished off again. Thanks to Ake there from Fate.
Worth a try, I suppose. Doesn't work out now, but at least he gave it back.
Enemy. They're not close.
So Fate not really doing a whole lot at the moment. More than happy with their positioning. Over at Harvester. Getting camped out a little bit actually by Wonton Dumpling, which is a scary prospect.
Okay, we've got a fun ring pull, Elfish.
Is that so? Oh, it is. Oh my god.
Yeah. we're just gonna laugh quietly about it.
How's that happened?
We're just gonna laugh quietly about it to ourselves until we get to show that one on stream, because that's gonna be really fun. Especially if you can see, you know, like where all the teams that are in and outside the next ring are sitting. So T4, they're coming up from Harvester. They have this information, by the way. So they've used the ring console over at Harvester to give them this information, and it is going to be so valuable right now because a lot of teams. I don't know if like Mirage is the one deciding the rings here today, because like there's a lot of people who've been bamboozled.
Yeah, that is an insane ring pull, to be quite honest. Tell you who will be happy, 20th guaranteed. They're not normally the kind of team that's really got the premium position. They're not aware of it at the moment, though. They don't have a ring console to scan. So...
I mean, they had Landslide as a choice, right? Like, that's open as a POI right now because of the 19 teams in the lobby. They did decide to go for Skyhook East, which, you know, I think on balance is probably the better POI to choose. But it does make it easy for them to rotate in like they have here.
But they don't know how good this is.
Okay, there you go. You can see a bit of it here. If we get it moved to the right, it might help as well. But as we were kind of talking about, most of the teams are sitting all the way along the left side. They're on Mirage Etoile. They're under Mirage Etoile. They're on the hill that goes above Mirage Etoile. There you go, as you can see. You know, from all the way from ADL up to Daywar, and when this ring closes, none of them have the information, by the way. They can't see that dotted circle. They haven't scanned a ring console.
Yeah.
So they are all about to get the shock of their lives when they see this. And as we said, teams like T4, you know, going through to the tunnel who do have that information are just happy as Larry. This is going to be a fun game.
Well, 20th guaranteed have rotated off of Landslide and tried to take that fight into Countdown. They might very quickly want to be making their way back in that direction, but I wonder if they'll get there fast enough. Either way, Black Hand are making their rotation in as well. They have landed on a close to a ring console, a Lava Fisher. I wonder if they're going to be able to get the information. Maybe not. No one really going to have to move too much just yet.
I love the third person view where you can just vaguely hear the beats pumping from Mirage Etoile, and man, that party's about to heat up soon, I'll tell you that much.
Very much so. Oh, we got 20 seconds, and that's when the teams are going to realize the trouble that they are in.
By the way, 20th guaranteed just left Landslide.
I know. That's crazy, isn't it? They literally ported out. They wraith ported out. So it's not even as if they're going to be able to get back there super easily.
Like, Landslide is free
50%.
right now. Wonton Dumpling are just moving into it, and they are the only team who are over there. Okay, all right.
Wait, let's see what happens here.
Awesome. Yeah. This is chaos ensues.
Hold on to your hats, because it's about to get a little busy. All of those teams starting to scurry around like ants, especially the ones in Mirage Etoile. They're thinking, what on earth is going on here? See some Valcolts. And I see some successful Valcolts at the very least there from MDY. A couple of shots came through in the air. Feiju did get knocked down. Oh, actually, Legacy's popped off there. He's got 2 knocks.
Wow. Look
With
at that.
the charge rifle.
It's all for let's go here. It doesn't even go landslide. It just goes straight into the middle over the RV. And Cuckoo, he's the one who's currently holding that down. The Catalyst has that ready to go.
Man, this is a disaster for pretty much every team. Very, very tough game ahead. I mean, there's really not that much in the ways of cover, like hard cover in the final zone there. There's a little bit of a high-low to play. Let's Go are really controlling most of the ring. It's, not that they are aware of it, but they're going to get a bit of a feed. What's AGL going to do? AGL, SWQ have to come out of countdown. They've got to go past 20th guaranteed.
So a lot of teams are heading down towards staging to play it out from there. There's a lot more sort of safe spots. Because the problem with this ring is that, yeah, honestly, there's a lot of spots that are just going to put people in dire trouble if they try and hold them this early. There was, yeah, I think that maybe the first like 3 teams that like took a Valcourt out there or tried to make that rotation could have found some spots, but then after that you really start to get a little bit of trouble. You're sort of one of the last teams to rotate into this area. As you can see, as Easy Flash just goes over, it's just a green field. When it's this open, really there's angles everywhere. Later on, sure, you might be able to find a rock or two, but at this point, it's just tragic, man.
Well, 2/3 of Black Hand making it at the caravan, so they'll be okay for the moment. Don't expect anyone's going to get too aggressive on them just yet, but maybe in a minute or two they'll have some troubles getting back out when they do inevitably have to move. Daywar United kind of work down from the northwest. They're actually not in such a bad position themselves. This is a somewhat quieter side of the zone. Most of those Mirage Etoile teams actually went south.
Yeah. Yeah, well, as we just saw, there's not really anything north, is there? And I mean, 20th guaranteed, even though they gave up landslide, they're actually going to be able to start holding out some other teams like AGL who are trying to move through from countdown right now. You can see a couple of different fights kicking off there. Moisture actually going at it with Fate and members of Tom Young Boom over here as well. Oh my lord, that is a beam from Waltzy there.
Yeah, Killerpos just does not know what has hit him. So Moist clear at least that team out. Now they'll turn their attention over toward Lala Bang, who for some reason has landed under this bridge, even though his teammates are up on the high ground. So that's a freebie for Moist. I'll say thank you very much.
And now that they've seen this next circle shift, they know exactly where their threats and where their win condition lies. So they really want to clear out some of this this space towards the south so that they can feel a lot more confident up here. ADL, who are still in the little village over here, trying to deal with the team that's in the building directly above them. So they're coexisting with Golden Sage right now. They've got a minute to sort out that rental dispute.
A couple of pot shots from ADL, but really expecting them to find themselves in a pitched battle. At least they don't want to be. Do kind of have Golden Sage to be aware of. Golden Sage like on top of them. Not an easy rotate in here now for both those teams. Buriram's in front of them. Dreamfire's also kind of hanging around.
Okay, Buriram just got the res in. That might be able to hear that right next to them. Well, how long is it going to last is probably the better question, right? And Lala Bang, he goes so close to them, but he's going to try and get... He's just going to try and heal up. Alright, well, it looks like ADL are going to try and port out of here. Why don't we have a listen in to see how ADL deals with this rotation?
Then Zero to here?
Yeah.
Tell us if
I'm crouching in it.
I think it's safe. Come take it, come take it. We're going to have to walk in from here.
I do not have Gina.
We're gonna have to climb and walk in.
Let's go this way.
I still have to charge.
There's a team out there, I think.
I'm scanning.
Yeah, there is.
I think. Like,
No, we have to go under.
bridge.
Drop under, come under. They have nades.
I'm 90% on Jin. There's a team here. There's a whole team there.
They're climbing. Let them climb.
Yeah.
I'm killing this actually. Flash on the dock.
Flash. I'm trying to put
Any
a nades?
nades?
Yeah.
No, yeah, I got nades.
Whoop. Yeah, I'm walking up. You have to shoot
Knock
that.
one.
Knock one.
I got a bat here.
Yeah.
Team coming down behind us.
I'm queuing up to kill these
One
people.
behind
90 on
us.
this guy. 90 in. The in zone.
I don't have
You have an aim for that.
Oh, it's...
One behind this wall. In the knock. These can't do.
Are you safe?
Yeah, I am.
Coming down to you. Talking in the boxes.
There's still a catalyst in the other team.
Okay, I'm not safe. I can see a damn thing. Play alive. They're chasing you. Two chasing you.
Hey guys. Oh, that's on you.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, doesn't really work out, does it? Unfortunate for ADL Wolves. They got themselves in a bit of a sticky situation with that port. Had to make the rotation. Didn't know there was a team behind them and ended up in a crossfire.
Yeah, they basically
Always
just
looking
didn't
good.
see Fate at all, and Fate just popped right onto them and took whoever that first member was out before the other two even had a chance, really. Honestly, they did pretty well considering that situation, but Moist were right on top of them that whole time. They used the cut wall to get into this next circle, and now they're starting to farm. Honestly, they're really starting to puff up here. They've got 9 kills so far this game. We're up to top 6 now because, of course, so many teams have really struggled to play this very difficult end circle that we're seeing outside of Landslide. Dreamfire are up the top. They're not doing too bad themselves. Only 2 kills, actually. This is one of the side. This is like the side of one of their biggest victories ever, and they're trying to replicate it, but they won't be able to manage that. Daywar come in for the win, and now we've got... Lahim actually is going to be the kill leader for this game. 10 kills on them, 12 on Moist at the moment. So a couple of big fish swimming around out here.
Yeah, 3 big fish actually. Z, Daywar, and Moist. I mean, even you can make the argument actually. Let's go even as a duo. They've been doing pretty well in this lobby. So 4 really strong teams in this final little clash. Moist Esports are locking down a shipping container. Not sure how confident that makes me feel, but Zone's pulling in. Daywar United have to get on the move. Bastion still able to play up on the high ground on the rock. He's having some trouble staying up there. But interesting little overlooked position. Doesn't really have the weapon to use in their flatline, but either way, Moist are going to push the issue. That's a lot of damage off the Arc Stars. Oh, DNC have just copped it.
Oh, they are
big
feeling
old
it
punch.
right now.
And Daywar United now start to show their hand as well. Bastion taking the peak from the high ground. Big shots coming through. Not able to get himself knocked though, and Lahim's on the floor, so this will be a little bit problematic here for Daywar.
Let's go to duo at this point. Daywar, if they can't get this res off. Moist just seem to be in a flow state right now. I mean, the way that they are moving through this lobby and moving through other teams as if they are nothing is just beautiful to watch. Being decisive, committing the ults when they need to, and everyone, all 3 of them right now are hitting their shots all above 1,000 damage, all with 5 kills to their name each right now. This is a masterclass from the best team in APAC South.
Yeah, pretty fearless from them as well. They're just pushing their way forward. Pricey knows there's somebody on the high ground there. It's Bastion that he's shooting at. Bastion had such a strong position, but he ran out of bullets for the flatline. He's got no heavy ammo at all. Has to move now. And does go down, and so that'll be pretty much the end for Nirvana as well. But at least the 2nd place will be secured for Let's Go as a result of that. 19 kill win, though, for Moist. You're talking about a masterclass. Well, there it is. That is insane.
Damn. That's... Wow. 19 kills. Moist aren't known for, you know, the massive bags, right? They're known for grinding out games. They're known for, you know, taking out dubs, but... yeah, they don't often get that many kills in a single game, so that's going to be a massive amount of points, which will absolutely catapult them to the top of the leaderboards, you'd have to think. I mean, I put out a tweet this week, Elfish, about 20 bombs, right? Which I know is like, you know, is something you talk about a lot in CS, right? Like when someone gets like a 30 bomb or something in a game,
bombs, yeah.
and you sort of, like, there's that number where it's like, oh, this has been like a really big big series for a particular player. And I think it's, it's something I'd like to see a little bit more in Apex, because I think when you get 20 kills as an individual player in a series, like that's a really big achievement. It's only happened like a handful of times in ALGS, like totally this season, right? Like up until this week, Panna from IBG is the only player in APAC South who's managed to pull out a 20 bomb. So a massive game like that from Moist, who knows? Maybe that's putting them on track.
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. We'll have to sort of catch up with that, I guess, when we get into that final game. But I mean, they do put some big numbers on the board. Although, also they had a couple of games earlier that didn't go super late. They didn't manage to get super late into the play. So maybe they missed out on a couple of kill points there. But we'll keep an eye on it. See how we go. Overall, though, nice little return to form, definitely, from Moist, who did start somewhat slow today. They're well and truly going to be at the top of the lobby now.
Yeah, I think without a doubt, that was a... Yeah, they were doing okay, but that was, that was just beautiful scenes, honestly. That last swing down the bottom with the cat wall, like, man, that team went down fast.
Yep. Look at that. Clean as you like. And Nirvana, I mean, gave it up at that point. Fair enough. 1v3, not really too much to sort of expect. But overall, yeah, very solid stuff from Moist. SWQ taking the 5th. We'll still keep them in the discussion. Daywar United did okay for themselves there as well, but I mean, they probably need a little bit better than a 3rd to jump up in placements today.
Yeah, they've still got 2 games to play, right? So definitely some opportunities left. All right, let's have a look at the scoreboard and see after game 4 where everyone is standing. Yeah, Moist in 64. The last 2 games, the series we had last week, Elfish, both of them very close right up until the last game. And that's, it's cool to see. I think it's showing some maturity in the scene, a little bit more depth in APAC South in Split 2, perhaps in Split 1, where we're seeing less teams run away with it. But, it has to be said that Moist, they are looking like the best, and they're proving it right now. And with a massive game there in game 4, they finally do move ahead of the pack significantly.
Yeah, indeed. I wonder if they're going to be able to sort of come run it back in the finals as well. Remember what we saw from them last split was pretty crazy. I think, did they finish it in 4 games? It was 3 or 4 games? 5.
Yeah, it was 3 back-to-back wins.
Something ridiculous that we've basically never seen before. Normally we have really long finals here in APAC South. Either way, though, we've still got a bunch more games to get to, so we'll continue to crack on through it. It's time for us to take another break, but 2 more games in this lobby, both of them World's Edge. Right after this.
Shout out to Longshot, bro. That was the best listen-in we have ever seen in Apex Legends. That was so goddamn good. Holy shit. I need to watch that back.
The team has to go out the other door. You guys need to put pressure on the south team and just keep using my knock. 450. You can keep using my knock. Wall's about to go down. Hannah. Fighting. It's out. I'm on right. Give me knocks. Yeah. 1v1. You can swap, baby. Let's go. IBG. Oh my god.
On the esports, the same case. They still have the better ground here inside the ring. Akuma now moving forward. M8 is out too close for the Savior. Desperate to get the armor swap. Gets it this time. And can he do it here against the Seer?
over here, Pricey. And you gotta just cut everything off here, okay? I'm about to zero.
They're walled inside. They're walled inside. Walled.
They're doing my door. I can kill the solo, I think.
Okay, Walty, on you.
Almost cracked the cat underneath. It's a full team and then the solo. Did you goo the door?
I have gooed it. I've gooed it.
Oh, you Pricey? Nice. Nice. Get goo down.
We're in the zero. Get ready for them to set. Send it.
Dead. Almost cracked. Let's fucking go, boys. Let's keep it up.
Go.
Get goo down.
Two games still yet to go as we head into our final couple left here on World's Edge for our initial lobby genome. Here's the beacon once again to update you guys as to what you should expect as we jump out of the dropship. But look, Moist, they run it back. They definitely looked like they were in fine form there on World's Edge. 19 kill win. It's going to make them difficult to catch now for the lobby.
Yeah, it's a big gap between those guys and the rest. Knowing Moist, I'm sure they'll grab a couple in the remaining games as well. Let's have a look at the legend picks that we've got here. Now, remember, this is in, I think this is current, right? So this is World's Edge. So we're seeing a bit of Maggie picked up, right? D&Z, we know they love that pick. Still a little bit of Bangalore, even though she definitely sees more play on Storm Point. But then the big change up is there's 6 picks on Wraith so far. Sia still at 100% today, though, it must be said. So, Wraith is definitely taking away from the Valkyrie picks in here. I think both being sort of used as that larger rotational character.
Yeah, indeed. But look, I mean, you're still sort of seeing quite a lot of Valkyrie coming through. And then you've got all those pocket picks down there, you know, a couple of teams like in the Bangalore. I'm seeing, is this real? I'm just looking at the character selection and I see a Gibraltar. Saw a Gibraltar for a second there. So
yeah, no, I think there's been one team. Is it Fate that was picking up? Yeah. They're still doing it. Yeah. So I can't remember if they did a last round or not, but they're going Crypto Gibraltar Wraith at the moment, and we have seen them pick it up a little bit throughout the season.
Bit of a throwback. Either way, see how they go. We jump into our 5th game of the lobby. Countdown again, the hot zone.
Yeah, it gets it a lot. I'm gonna say there's, I don't know what the
scam.
Yeah, whatever the pull percentage. Like, I mean, but like Lava Siphon gets it, I don't know, like 40% of the time or something ridiculous. So, you know, Countdown probably gets like another 20. It's honestly pretty good.
Well, I don't think that Moist really needs any extra help at this point. Raven out. Here we go.
Indeed.
Look, yeah, Moist 64 points. Daywar's at 46. So there is definitely still a world where Moist could like lose control of first place, but it would have to come from Daywar, SWQ, or Let's Go having a good game here for game 5.
And I mean, look, it's a little bit north. this next circle shift, which is going to make it slightly harder for Moist, but honestly, I still think they'll be fine. Looking at it though, it could be one of the sort of north of survey camp pools even potentially. It does seem to be going quite high up the map. Someone like Fate, they've got a very long rotation. It's pretty much on the exact opposite side of the map to where they start, unfortunately.
Indeed. Well, Blackhand, they haven't really been having much luck with the circle pools so far today, but this one, yeah, a little bit better for them. And I can already see, just taking a look at where they want to go, they're like just staying hard north, continuing to kind of play edge, but it is the edge that's going to get pools. At least that would be the assumption, although based on what we've seen so far today, on World's Edge, maybe it's a little hard to read where these rings are going to go.
Yes, I don't think we're alone in struggling to read some of those final circles for World's Edge. Can throw you off a little bit, as you see, especially as we saw last game, right? You can see it climatized up the top there. That's where Blackhand is starting. They're rotating even further north than that. They are coming all the way behind the train tracks right now, and they're double white blue right now. Actually, no, they've just picked up 2 extra blues. They found them on the way somewhere. Either way, you're saying, yeah, this is good for them. It's a good ring pool, but I'm wondering if, how much their comfort position is in playing these sort of, these hard zone positions, right? Because obviously, as we saw on Storm Point, there's someone who is very much willing to stay outside the zone for a very long time, and it hasn't necessarily been working out for them today. So is this a good change up? A lot of people have a lot of faith in Strathing Flame as an IGL, considering how well he did on IBG last split Elfish. But yeah, gonna switch it up for this one, seeing as the zone's coming to them.
Yeah, why not? I think, obviously at this point, you still have to kind of back him. But yeah, we'll see how they continue throughout the last couple of games of this lobby, and also bearing in mind, Blackhand have another lobby still to play. So even if it doesn't quite come together here for a top 3 placing in this lobby or something like that, they can definitely pick up some points on the back end of the day. ADL Wolves is another team that's really been under a lot of pressure, but they're making an early rotation this time around. End up somewhere in survey camp. Do have a few teams already locking down positions there. Let's go MDY White. Golden Sage as well, but Phoenix will have to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, and then a couple
of dodge.
Whoa, okay, even have to commit the wall here. Seems fair. There's definitely some spots they can play up towards the rocks, even more north of here. Maybe even grab the little elbow building between Epicenter and Climatizer. That's free right now. You can see Teddy just checking with the heartbeat sensor. Says it's clear. Seems like a pretty easy decision there for somewhere for Golden Sage to plop down. A lot of teams taking positions up in the tunnels as well, to the northwest of survey camp, and I think it's always a good position, but it's just like depending on how the ring pulls, and like it can be really tough. Sometimes it's like, okay, cool, now it's like a really easy time to just pull out of the tunnels, and sometimes you just get a pull where you just get absolutely jammed against like 2 or 3 other teams who are getting in there, and you kind of all just die in there together. So I think it can be a tough place to play from sometimes, even if it's safe early game.
I think it's an unreasonable call to make here, though, considering, again, we probably expect the circle to continue to go north. So they've got at least a little bit of room to play with if it does in that direction. We have run into Tom Yum Kung.
I say we move there.
So, Moist taking the lower building now in survey camp. Young Kung even further over, hoping that, there's still some teams that will probably rock up into them eventually. Wonton Dumpling, Fate. We've got Forever LFT coming down from launch site. These guys have all recognized that without priority into the ring, they may as well use the crafters that they've got either in their home POIs or maybe hit up a couple on the way as well. They will eventually have to Fight some people further in. Wow, okay, T4.
They're very split. Like, very, very split. I mean, Fratis is already kind of running away now at this point, but he might get into a split bother with Buram United coming in as well. I know we're watching Moist at the moment, but...
Yeah, I think they're hoping to grab the res probably as well at Epicenter, but they need to clear it out first, so...
Not possible, I don't think. Like, Fratis is here, and then also you've kind of got Tom Yum Kung coming in from the southern side as well. They've done enough to force Fratis off, but Buram United to get the res here, it would be a ballsy play. Gopgaps is kind of trying to scope it out. He has spotted Baroth, who is a knock. Not really a big deal.
Making contact with enemy.
I just wonder if Tom Yum Kung's going to send, though, like, straight away. Might revive cancel.
Very possible. Yeah, interesting. Maybe they... There's probably just the damage coming through onto Gopgaps there. It said, yeah, okay, this isn't safe. If we res him, he's just going to die straight away. They're putting the respawn beacon... Sorry, the Wraith portal, though, directly to the respawn beacon. But you can see Tom Yum Kung are wise to the plan. If he comes through there, Searol goes down. That's going to be a death sentence. But... maybe they don't want to take it. Maybe they just want to play from here. Are Tom Yum Kung brave enough to take that portal? Probably not. If you sit behind it, it's a very easy one-shot, but no. No, they're not. It's a little bit too risky of a plan.
Killerpos is definitely looking for an angle right now. He's got the charge rifle. He is having a look. He knows where those guys are. Like, yeah, they're not going to go through the portal, but...
they're on scan right now. You can see, yeah.
This is still awkward.
No's just sitting in that little spot. Killerpos is calling out. He's probably saying, I'm about to arc them. I'm probably going to grab most of them. They know they have to move out. Now this is going to be an easy cleanup, I genuinely think, here from Tom Yum Kung. They've got high ground as well. Asia's on the high ground.
Yeah, he's watching that backside, getting a few shots through with the G7 Scout. Not too many connections. Lala Bang drops low. So does Asia. So this hasn't gone quite as cleanly for Tom Yum Kung as you would otherwise like to see. Get that Seer ult down.
Yeah, they've got theirs. Remember, they just broke the Seer ult of Buriram before this, so they're going to be at a disadvantage here.
Certainly are. And those shots are starting to come through on the Buriram United now. Just one member left standing, and that surely is not going to be long for this world. In the end, ends up being quite clean for Buriram. That's kind of what I was talking about, for Tom Yum Kung, rather. I was going to say, that's what I was talking about earlier on, right? Buriram, if they go for the res, Tom Yum Kung is that kind of team that's just going to run at them. And ultimately they did. It wasn't so much a run at them, but they definitely wanted to take the fight. And so you get punished for it.
Ultimate accelerant here.
Yeah, it felt like Buriram were really in a corner. Couldn't do much about it for quite a while there. Wraith portal play helped them. Gave him a chance, but yeah, look, I think Tom Yum Kung kind of had that one wrapped up as soon as Killer got that information, and that's why it was a perfect little example there of how powerful Seer is and why all these teams are picking him.
Indeed. Well, across the rest of the map, things are still progressing nicely. ADL set up their stronghold in one of the survey camp buildings. I think it's...
are they trying to kidnap? Oh no, I guess they can't.
They may have tried to.
Yeah.
Looks like they...
like, obviously the portal's open, but...
yeah, the portal went over to MDY White.
Right. That is epic. Just a little playpen for their friends.
Didn't work, unfortunately.
That's so sad. love the ingenuity, though. It's been, man, kidnaps are one of my favorite things in Apex, and it was kind of sad that we haven't seen Wraith for such a long time because you don't get to see any kidnap attempts. But
yeah,
I love it.
Maybe it's starting to come back.
Maybe. I think this is the only team, by the looks of it, who's running Watson and Wraith. Yeah, it is. So this is only one team we can get this on. That said, you know, maybe Hermagerd, maybe some other teams in the other lobby that we'll see later on today might be willing to play with their food as well.
Some Gibby POV right here. Dumpling POV now. there in an engagement. No Name has no shields to play with. Does look like they want to continue that fight though. It's DNZ on the other side. They've already lost a member, DNZ. Kintung is on the floor. So Joker now going low. And being given a little bit of time to try to pop a bat. But SA can't hold off this swarm of players on his own. And so that'll pretty much be the end of DNZ, you'd say. Another very decisive fight from Wonton Dumpling. They've been quietly plugging away today.
TYK are pulling up on this though. They saw the disturbance and they are going directly towards it. They've got the high ground as well over the top of it. Well, they might be able to sneak a nade in. They do actually get caught on the seer scan. And that gives them pause.
They're not over-aggressing. You still have a pretty good position on this, though. Wonton Dumpling are sitting inside that caravan, so if they make one false step, obviously this high ground is really solid for Dexter and Asia, but Killer Pulse is pretty far away, so I'm not sure that you really want to be seeing Tom Yum Kung fully commit to that. They're just kind of trying to get some chip damage in. In the meanwhile, we'll check in with Eternal Photon, who are up near Climatizer.
Yeah, they just took out Daywar United. Okay, fight's going on near the train tracks here. This could be a 3-way, 4-way fight. Having a look at this, we've got Fate, we've got 20th Guaranteed, as well as Forever LFT, and then AGL also looking on here, ready to just go in with the Maggie Ball at any moment's notice.
They need to be pretty careful because they're in the middle of the sandwich. Luckily, they've got a chippy bubble. Perfect. Well, maybe not so perfect in that case, but all good. They've got room to play. Get that reset off, and Leaf has gotten out of there for 20th Guaranteed. Still more pot shots coming through. And to down. I don't know if there's a world where the revive does get brought out here. Fate doesn't have a mobile res beacon. There is a respawn close by, but Forever LFT is hanging around on that side of the train track, so...
Yeah, 30 seconds as well. Zone's closing in. That would be a risky play here. AGL also looking on throughout the tunnel. I don't know. I don't think that's really possible for them. So, Fate, essentially, the duo is going to have to try and get in on that sort of left side of the tunnel up through the entrance that comes in through Skyhook near the drill tower. AGL honestly should be looking out for this, but...
Eternal Photon are really suffering now. They're getting pushed from multiple sides. Blackhand on one, Golden Sage on the other. Golden Sage are getting the lion's share of the job done. Blackhand really just sort of keeping an eye on things. Maybe if there is an opportunity, Blackhand would be the time to push the team, rather, push in on it. But I'm not sure they're going to be given that much. Golden Sage seems to have this one pretty well. I mean, that said, Eternal Photon taking a long while to go down. Eventually they drop. Blackhand can't push it.
Yeah, they've bided their time so far. Only one kill. Golden Sage, you can see they don't have a lot of room to play with though. It won't take much for Blackhand, I'd imagine, to try and push this, but you do need a peek, maybe a good nade to get in there. Wonton Dumpling with the res?
They're going to get away with it as well. There's nobody in that area of map, apart from Tom Yum Kung, who, to be quite honest, don't really seem to be too interested. More important for them to move on themselves.
Yeah, they've somehow
still having a peek.
They somehow slipped around them this time. But both teams still very much on the south side with a rotation that's going to go up. It's not going to go to the respawn beacon, but it looks like it will go to the sort of the north tracks there, just to the right of that that top respawn beacon. So Dreamfire, who've been holding the top of the tunnel, are in a fantastic spot. There we go. Blackhand do eventually get in there. Yugi goes down. SWQ is looking at it. Actually, no, it's only a solo. So unless Donut gets really lucky with those shots, they do finish off Bugi, but that was that Mobius? No, that was... Okay. Look, either way, Blackhand thinking about the res beacon just outside the circle right now. Dreamfire, though, I think they got wind of that.
Yeah. They're not going to be letting Blackhand pass them, I dare say. I think Blackhand's going to have to do this as a duo. Let's turn our attention back toward Let's Go, who are in the thick of things. They're right in the middle of the map. They're on the bullseye. And certainly everyone's looking at them at the moment. Nirvana very low. Crazy Kong already down. I mean, that was into a blender and then very quickly spat back out. Let's Go does not survive too long.
I mean, there's only, what, one left? But I think at one point there were about 4 or 5 Seer ults. 4 exhibits open at the same time there. So really the team's moving out of survey camp. You can see committing everything they have to making that happen. 20th guaranteed, don't make the cut. Moist also not making the cut.
Yeah, both of them having to take a bit of a skyward dive straight into the center of the map and try to play from there. But as we know, it's always a bit difficult when things like that happen. AGL have taken high ground and somehow they're kind of keeping themselves alive. It doesn't look like anyone really has a great angle onto them. AGL are doing well given the circumstances.
On the south side here, AGL. They're within the circle in this spot on the rock. Tom Young Kung directly under them. Can they get the res onto Asia? He's back up, but for how long? Wonton Dumpling. They're lurking. They're around the side. If they want to swing a little bit, they're known to. They've also got the Horizon Gravity Lift.
Yeah, but that said, Asia has got the gold armor, so he can reset a little bit quicker. Those cells and syringes to work. Wonton Dumpling not getting too aggressive. They're more, I think, at this point, starting to think about playing for the win. They have a pretty solid position inside that zone. There's a little bit of the train part to play with. Tom Yum Kung on the swing, though. They might have isolated a couple of those Wonton Dumpling members. One out quite far away, and even under pressure from the AGL members coming through from the top. Wonton Dumpling down to just one. Somehow surviving. Trying desperately to get that battery off, but no chance at all as the missile swarm comes across. And Tom Yum Kung, well, they do lose one member, maybe more than that as well, but AGL are just not peaking. Not over-aggressing from that high ground, and so Tom Yum Kung do get away with it.
Well, when AGL are playing well, this is what they do, right? They choose their battles to perfection, and they're doing it at the moment. They've still got 3 kills. They're top 5 now, guaranteed points. This is a fantastic spot to be in. Easy Flash and Strafing Flame are still by themselves on the top of the map. They didn't get that res in the end, but they have managed to maintain their position. So if the fight gets a little bit too heated between these bottom 3 teams, you've got Tom Young Kung who've managed to reset, AGL still on the top of the rock, and Dreamfire moving in from the west. Those 3 teams, you know, maybe the duo could win. I mean, Lord knows there's enough firepower between Strafing Flame and Easy Flash to do the damage of 3 normal people.
There is absolutely a world where Blackhand can swindle something from the northern side of these tracks. It comes down to how this fight ends up being taken. AGL have looked good up on that high ground for the last few zones, but when they actually have to come off of it, they're going to be like a beacon. Everyone's going to look directly at them, beam them as they're trying to come down, and they'll be stuck in between Dreamfire and Tom Yum Kung, which doesn't sound like a fun time for me. We'll charge. A little bit of damage there.
Well, as you can see, even as the duo, Easy Flash is the kill leader right now. 1700 damage. Still got enough juice in the tank here to make something happen. He's got thermites available there to charge up that rampage.
And about to move. So this is where it's really going to come to a head. Blackhand are more than happy to let these teams play against one another and come in for that 3rd, 4th party type situation.
AGL,
now that the zone is moving, what's AGL going to do? They haven't even...
Well, they're going to sit on this rock for like the longest time. Yeah, you're right. They've been up here for so long. They're actually out. You can see in their backpacks there's only meds, a couple of syringes, and a couple of med kits there of all these guys have got. So they've actually tried to push it a little bit too far. They have to wait for the other team to fight this out from the high ground. Blackhand here trying to make this work, but can they do it? They've got Maggie Balls coming their way, Riot Drills.
Tom Yum Kung tried to cross the tracks, and they got 2v3'd by Blackhand, who didn't even suffer a loss. So they're able to reset. Easy Flash, I mean, he's got no meds right now, or he does have meds to pop, but No flash HP right now. Oh, Strafing Flame gets taken down. I thought there was a world maybe for Black Hand, but seems like they've just bitten off a little more than they can chew. And in the end, Dreamfire are looking pretty damn good. AGL did cross the tracks. Can't find the revives. It's Jackie at the moment that's just trying to keep this one alive for AGL, and somehow Easy Flash is still surviving. He's on top of the pillar. Are you kidding me? Eventually gets taken out, and Dreamfire, surely they've got to walk away to a victory right now. I mean, AGL, they tried their best, but Dreamfire, I think they were given a bit of a respite there by the fact that Tom Yum Kung decided to push their way over the tracks to try to take on Black Hand. And so Dreamfire got given a lot of space, and they walk away with the win.
Oh man, it was a hectic end circle there, and I think it speaks to how much respect we have for Strafing Flame and Easy Flash, that we were still giving them, a good chance to take out that game there, even as a duo towards the end. Did some good damage, I think maybe even picked up a couple kills there along the way, but unfortunately the sheer weight of numbers coming through from Dreamfire and their hopes of that one. And yeah, it was just, man, I can't believe, they took that push against Golden Sage, and I think that was the right decision. Cleared out their left side, got them a couple of KP, but just too many shots finishing off their third from across the map. Just a little bit of griefing coming through, and then they can't find the res in the end, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, I think things definitely had to play out a little bit differently for Black Hand if they were going to win that. They couldn't really afford to be involved in the initial fights. They needed everyone to fight one another so that they could come through, swing as a duo, make something happen. But this was the push, the very ill-fated push, to be honest, for Tom Yum Kung. Like, they just got wrecked on this cross. Really awesome shots coming through from Easy Flash there, but that obviously did enough work onto Black Hand that they were no longer really a threat for Dreamfire or AGL, and then ultimately they also got stuck in a bit of a crossfire. So, I mean, you could see Easy Flash has just nowhere to go at that point, and Dreamfire were the ones that were under really no pressure at all on that southern side of the train tracks, and goes off a pretty comfortable win.
Yeah,
but better stuff though from Black Hand, up into the top 3 this time.
Yeah, Jackie tried to play it out well with the 2 knockdown shields there at the end, but they can only last for so long. It does get them a second. Interesting that they decided to stay up the top for that long while they clearly had like no meds at all. Interesting that they, it's like, okay, whatever, we don't need health, we'll just try and guarantee some of the placement points, and then, rather than drop down, try and fight a team, maybe find some shield swaps or something like that. But either way, it puts them into the top 10 with 27 points for AGL, but there's still a fair way to go to move up from there and reach the lofty heights that they did earlier this season when they were winning, multiple games in a series. And towards the top of your screen, of course, you can see Moist Esports now on 70, who have moved very much clear of the competition and solidified a first place here for this lobby.
I think if you're AGL, you'd probably just be aiming for top 5 from this lobby. I think that would be nice, and then obviously look to improve upon that in the next lobby. But anyway, we'll see how we go. For now, time for us to take another break. We've got one more game for this lobby still yet to come. Then obviously a lot more Apex Legends right after that. So look, guys, if you're only just joining us, I know we're seeing those numbers popping up on Twitch, getting bigger and bigger. Definitely don't go too far away, because we've still got a lot more Apex Legends for you today. We'll be right back, and we'll see you for the final game on World's Edge.
That Dark Veil trying to choking out here as Ziggy's trying to find.
Oh my god, gets a stun. It looks like a remote with the head glitch here.
Duo's in play here, but they use an angle. They're going to move out from that building early. That might be good, finalizing the deal there on TNC as the rest of the team. They need to find a knockdown before that.
Yeah, the 2 teams certainly still going. Actually, Drayon Shield going to get some finishes. They're going down beforehand. Fully. They know you're there, guys. Like,
they are almost immediately capitalizing. I'll tell you right now, AGL and 505 are
have another hit of these tiny little rocks around there.
No, an exhibit in response here.
Oh no!
It's Busta already from Sunshine, making an arc star as well.
Yeah, Daywar
in a similar fight themselves. 15 seconds of that fence. Finally, that fence revealed. There's no cover. Down for being at the last over. MDIY trying to keep behind the fight here. And RU squad left alive in top of the last remaining pilot flying at the end of Quad.
No photon certainly started it a lot better. And
Zero with the
Hannah has position before they go down.
lane damage down. And now by White.
With a rat just goes to top court. Actually,
Pressure. Eternal photons have been well missing out.
Two! They're challenging me! Crack! They're done! Cat!
They're jumping on him.
Cat 1 dead!
Dead.
Nice! One more! Horizon! Dead!
Okay, actually, kind of summarize.
Wait for downs.
I killed one. Nice, right there.
Play on my side. Yeah. I killed one. I don't though. Give me cover now.
yeah, actually, they're taking
Top guard, they want to make
top of the leaderboard, trying to top down, but they do have time to get the bats on even. No, this is such a mess of a final circle here that honestly anyone
wants to
can
climb up. Down there, a helpful low on the opposite side. They've got the perfect stand already live here. CY White as they set them around.
Daywar managed to wait this out. Now they go over the top of the wall. They see where everyone is. There, the ultimate is still alive. Other teams come through, pulling out the secondary to try and get this. Still have 3 teams. There we go. Blue Red goes down. Daywar banging into that run. They are more than enough.
Combine how it's a mystic of
Yeah. Somehow, honestly, anyone goes down. Daywar finish him.
Well, one game remains for this lobby, Gino, and for a lot of the teams, that's going to be their last game in this split. And, you know, maybe even for those looking toward next week, their last opportunity to put their best foot forward to find their way into the top 20. Not only that, obviously, but for some teams, they're still kind of trying to lock themselves in for first place for this lobby to keep that battle for top 5 still alive for them. So lots of implications still coming through for the final game of this lobby. But it's not the final game of today, so some teams obviously still needing to think about pacing themselves, because they've still got another 6 games to play.
Yeah, which one is it today? There's obviously we've got all 3 groups playing today. Yeah, so it's Group C that have to play the 2 series in a row. So Blackhand with a little bit of a slower start today. They've got time to bring that back and solidify that top placing for themselves. And then, yeah, look, other teams like, you know, Dreamfire, AGL, even DNZ after their phenomenal week last week can start looking to push their way even further up the leaderboard with that double header.
Yeah, indeed. Look, it's time for that final game. We'll jump back onto World's Edge for at least the last time in this lobby. But again, don't get me wrong. We still have another 6 games after this one for that B vs C lobby. You guys should know how it works by now. Been around for a while. Let's have a look, though. A little Bit of an interesting playing path here. Those teams that want to go up toward Climatizer, Black Hand, for example. Bit of a stretch for them to make it that far.
Now, you know, the dropship can't favor everyone, Elfish. It's just how it works, and you know, usually I'd say it favors the dome team least of all, except for this one. As you can see, they get to drop first. It goes straight over them. You know, they're basically hot dropping at this point. So.
Some teams are still only just hitting the floor.
Exactly.
And,
exactly.
T4 have had what, like 30-40 seconds to loot already.
Yeah.
Getting the ring console too, so.
Yep.
They're going to get a bit of early info as to where the zone will end up.
They're waiting to do it at least, since the changes they made to the ring console where you, if you scan it while the dropship is still in the air and the first circle hasn't popped, it will only reveal the first circle instead of the second circle. Yeah. So of course, you know, Baroth adapting. He's been around long enough now, sees the changes and waits just that little bit, and he will get the information that it's looking very much like a Fragment East circle.
Yeah, I like Fragment East finishes. I think they're always pretty fun to watch. You always get pretty cool fights around those buildings. So, look forward to seeing how that is going to play out. One of those teams that we always like to take a look at early on is, of course, going to be Moist. They're on the rotate pretty early, I can see. Little Photon. They do not have the ring info just yet. They do have a ring console.
Yeah, but they're back on that Valkyrizon Elfish, so they keep spawning with a ring console, and they just, you know, they kind of stare at it and be like, yeah, what am I meant to do with this? Who knows?
Not a lot.
Oh no, what was that? Sorry, I was just watching Trials briefly. I was trying to work out, no, surely that gold armor didn't just spawn on the floor. Surely that was the, came from the second Trials thing they did. Anyway, I think he might have just dropped it on the floor to try and bait me. Either way, you can see there on Fragment East, what we were talking about there. So, like, honestly,
in Fragment East, that's the funny thing.
Sorry?
No one is in Fragment East.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point.
It's amusing.
Team's kind of heading over there now. Because they start
LG,
there,
let's
I
go.
think.
They were looting Fragment East and they've gone over to construction.
Yeah, well they didn't.
They don't
didn't
actually have the ring console though.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
So they don't know. Maybe
yeah.
they're having a look though at those teams like rotating into Fragment East and they're wondering, maybe we made a mistake.
This Crazy Con can hit the survey beacon, but at this early point in the game, it'll only give you sort of like a vague indication of where everyone's going. People haven't set up yet. You might be able to sort of see which way they're heading. But, you know, does that give you... How much more information does that give you than sort of what you can see in that first circle? At this point, yeah, I don't know. Not a lot.
Okay, so, Black Hand also making a pretty early rotation. They don't have amazing loot. One set of blue... sorry, two sets of blues and one set of whites for them. Already firing a couple of shots over at ADL Wolves. So Black Hand landed in the train station. Moist and ADL in the buildings. Fragment East is surprisingly not that busy yet. I would have thought more teams would have kind of sent it already into this area. This is a nice setup for ADL Wolves, though, isn't it? Alternator pylon, got the Watson fences, you're in a building, exactly what you'd want. I mean, Seer as well. Wraith could be quite useful later on for some rotations when the zone is like this. You pretty much guarantee they're going to get to late game.
Yep, certainly a nice little setup there. Maybe we'll see some more kidnap attempts if we're lucky. I feel like Wraith's also really great for these fragment zones as well, right? When you think about versus Wraith, like, you know, as soon as your building goes out and you need to, you know, you can't bulk hold in the top of these buildings. There's no, well, some of them, but a lot of them, you know, don't have a top floor. They're just extremely high, and being able to use Into the Void and and grab that invincibility while you're popping from one to another with the Wraith Portal that, of course, yeah, if you haven't played for a while, you didn't see those patch notes. They've increased the length of it greatly. They've doubled, in fact. I think it used to be 75 meters, and I believe they increased it to about 150 meters. So, same with Pathfinder's Zipline, but, you know, sadly, Kings Canyon is not in the rotation, so we're not seeing him quite as much, and makes a bit more sense to try Wraith. And yeah, look, we're around. Oh, having to deal with the crypto ult here. I assume that's coming through from Fate. Yes, and they're actually trying to portal out here because their Gibby has gone down. You can see Buriram wondering whether they should take that Wraith portal.
I don't know if they even need to at this point. They seem to be chasing Fate down, no problems at all. 23 Ticks is using Into the Void to try to do a bit of scouting, but Fate is just not going to get out of here alive. Mayantu's done, and 23 Ticks, he's already used Into the Void, so can't get back out of it. So all said and done, Buriram picked themselves up a pretty clean wipe at the start of the round, and more or less clear off the southern side of that zone. Like, there's no one really going to cause any problems for them, unless maybe later on Wonton Dumpling comes in. But that's definitely not an immediate threat.
Yeah, it's kind of like, you know, maybe not as pronounced as Skyhook, but it is still kind of one of those zones where there are a lot of buildings, and therefore, you know, you do have to wait for that ring 4 or 5 for things to kick off. And that said, things are split between Fragment West and Fragment East right now, so there's a lot of teams who are sort of just watching the Valk ults come in, all that kind of stuff, and I think that's why a couple of them have chosen Fragment West, because they've seen other teams pop over there. But now that the second ring has been revealed, they're probably going to be regretting that choice just a little bit.
Yep. One of those things sometimes. You only deal with what you know, and unfortunately sometimes you make the wrong decision based on information that you don't have, and there's nothing you can really do about that, so you're going to have to live with it. Gold and Sage are nicely set up as well. Fragment East is starting to get a little busy at this point. Anyone that's coming in now is going to have difficulty locking down a valuable building. If anyone decides that maybe they want to go to Ghost Town as well. Still playable at this point, a little bit. Trying to see if anyone's got info on the next ring. Anyway, Peacekeeper shots coming through there from Nirvana, but can't quite lock it down for Let's Go. So he'll be finished off, and MDY White will be on their merry way. They will need to be a little bit aware of Tom Yum Kung. Doesn't look like Tom Yum Kung is going to push the issue.
Oh, that leaves Construction Baron. TYK actually just now moving into it. Well, there's a couple of teams going down, a couple of teams deciding to hit frag east up. Seeing less and less on the left side of Fragment. Daywar actually, interesting. They go for the survey beacon. A little bit of a risky play there. I guess the top of that building, there's not too many sightlines onto it, so they're willing to go for that and just see, who knows, maybe there's a better position, maybe there's something else they can get. You know, maybe if they saw some teams up towards like Ghost Town, or where we saw some circles end sort of north of that before, then they might have bulk ulted up there. But since everyone's really just sticking within Fragment East, you can see why. That said, I think there's still a chance to pull sort of south to like where those bins are, just above where SWQ and DNZ are holding at the moment, but I think we'll have to wait and see on that one.
What's crazy to me is I'm like scanning through all the teams right now, and no one has actually got the next ring. Not a single team.
Yeah, well,
so they're all still playing off the assumption that this is going to go straight on top of Fragment East.
I mean, Fate's gone, right? So that's the only crypto team we had in the lobby. So yeah, how else do you get that information? There's just no beacons around. There's a ring console in Epicenter, actually, to be fair. So like,
yeah.
But who's the only team who's like the teams near there? Dreamfry, I guess, could get it. Eternal Photon, don't have a scan. And also AGL don't have a scan. So all the edge teams that are up near the ring console, yeah, they don't have a controller character.
M's maybe looking to clear it out. Doesn't look like Dreamfire is going to go for it though. There's only in, so yeah, everyone's playing blind at this point. It's not often that you see that. Anton Dumpling doing a pretty good job of themselves, just locking down that southern side of the zone. They would know that SWQ's close by, but there's not really much else happening over here. Been a relatively slow game, all things considered. And I suppose that is kind of what you're going to get when it comes to fragment zones. Armor getting tossed over here for Wonton Dumpling. Just get the guy with the charge rifle on the purples. Already they've built up 2 reds. Very early in the game to have armor as strong as this, and continuing to see more damage get pumped out from that charge rifle. So
yeah, I mean, not a huge amount of it from the damage, right? A lot of it, I think, just from the crafting, looking at their damage stats.
Well, 750 for the Horizon.
The 20th guaranteed. They're on that building now with the survey beacon on top of it. Are they feeling lucky punked? Do they want to go for that scan and see what they can get out of it? Bit tough when streamer building next to them is taken.
They're going to be too eager. A couple of pot shots out there from 20th guaranteed, doing some damage. Nothing really too significant. Now that info is through, though, I'm still a little bit surprised that no one has taken up residence inside of Ghost Town, apart from Buriram.
Yeah, they're all alone over there.
I suppose there's no real incentive if you're already in Fragment East to go into Ghost Town. And for everyone else, they're having to come down from the north, sort of northwestern side, so they would have to go past Fragment East anyway. So yeah, maybe there's just no team that's like, oh, okay, it makes sense for us to go to Ghost Town. Maybe Eternal Photon could wrap around that side of the ring if they needed to, and that's might be what they end up doing anyway.
And this is where maybe Valk is probably the better choice over Wraith in this situation, right? Like, you're moving around within Fragment East. The portals are nice. They're safe. They're flexible. Using Valkyrie at this point, if you need to go down towards the bins even further out, probably the better way. I don't think the Wraith portals are going to reach far enough for that.
"25 seconds till that zone starts to move." That's where things are going to start to get messy. We've only lost a couple of teams so far. But anyone coming out of Fragment West, anyone coming down from Epicenter is going to have an absolute wall to run to try to get past or into Fragment East. There's already tons of teams established. Look at the sightlines that Daywar United have as well on top of Streamer Building. Anyone coming down from the north is really just going to be getting kept. So, matter of time before we start to see some action. And here we go. Zone is on the move. Which means we're starting to see some Valkolts come out. Tom Yum Kung already. AGL as well. Eternal Photon do have a Valkolt to play with, but Valkyrie's just been absolutely booked. It looks like Eternal Photon. AGL has landed on top of Eternal Photon. They're taking a fight out on the northern side of the zone. Zone's pushing at their backs as well.
Oh my
really
god,
awkward.
that thermite.
Yeah, Eternal Photon are really suffering as a result. And so G-Lun, last one alive, gonna try and do what he can. AGL down to the 1 member as well. But it is AGL that do get it over the line. Unfortunately, that'll happen. And there's not too much they can do about it. So Daywar United now in the mix. Bit of a messy fight coming through for them. Good shots out from Kiss Hands. He'll keep himself alive. Gets the better of Trent. 20th guaranteed. Down a member. And that is confirmed as well.
Okay, so everyone just going. It's a free-for-all right now. This is that circle I was talking about. Elfish is pulling down there over the bins. So that means teams who were holding the choke are going to be doing really well. And honestly, these guys are kind of just fighting for KP and maybe to be one of the 1 or 2 or 3 teams that can find a position out here later on, because most of these teams in Fragment East, honestly, sure, if you picked up one placement points so far, but it's going to be really tricky to make that next pull.
Yeah. Moist are going back and forth in a Wraith portal there, courtesy of MT. So they have a route in. At least for now. They are just down to a duo. Black Hand.
Yep.
They're probably in one of the more difficult positions, I would say. Because they're like on the outer edge of Fragment East. They're on the northwestern edge of Fragment East, and they have to go southeast. So they've got as far to go as pretty much humanly possible. Maybe they can Valcol up and over, but getting a Valcol from this position feels a little bit awkward. Suppose they can use the staircase as some cover. In behind him, they're aware of it. And that is Daywar United.
All right, couple of seconds left. They're trying to respawn.
He's gonna die to the zone, isn't he?
Yeah, look, maybe. Bastion is...
He's surely gonna die to the zone.
I think they dropped some guns on the ground for him to try and hit. But because the zone is so far away from them, it's actually pulling quite fast. And yeah, he probably will just go straight down to the zone, honestly.
Oh, he's a Valk.
Yeah, he's trying to use his VTOL jets to get back in. Oh, man, he doesn't make it. He doesn't make it. And his teammates, I don't think, are going to make it either. You see Daywar just completely gone. They actually died trying to help their teammates. That's a little bit rough. But who goes into Ghost Town? Buriram. They're still there. And then, as you saw there, Black Hand were on top of the building. The Buriram, that one is still in. Everybody else is fighting for their lives right now. This is Dreamfire versus Moist. Price is going down. They're on the wrong side of the circle here. I think, did they maybe
MT
pop that?
got through, but he got sniped.
I'm trying to work out, did they maybe not take the portal early enough?
No, they
obviously,
didn't. I don't think it was up.
That's been one of the changes, right? The portal, it got increased length.
Distance.
But, yeah, distance, but the length of time that it's up for is less, so it's a little bit flexible in that sense. And Moist, unfortunately, thinking too far ahead this time.
Maybe. Either way, it hasn't worked out for them. This was a difficult circle to play, to be quite honest with you. Wonton Dumpling. They're happy, though. They were playing south this whole time, and now they're trying to hold off against DNZ, but they're starting to take some isolated fights. 2 left alive. If it does drop, might actually see the 2-on-3 come into effect here. DNZ do get eliminated. That's really clean from Wonton Dumpling, but I'm not sure that's going to be an out of the frying pan kind of situation. They're straight into the fire.
Yeah, TYK are on the backside. Double reds here coming through. It's going to be some real quick shots from them to finish that off. Black Hand, the only team within the circle right now, and they have got their backs to the ring. It's a fantastic spot to be in. BRU have cleared out... No, they haven't cleared out... Yeah, that's right, because Black Hand were the ones on top of them, so they made the rotation and just left BRU to try and deal with everyone else. Tom Young Kung, as you can see, have just kitted to the absolute teeth here.
Yeah. Well, if nothing else, Blackhand have got to be happy with that circle shift, and they might go back-to-back with good placements. Nice shot from the bow check. Ooh, I love that gun. It's so satisfying.
Hear that twang.
Yeah. Big spam coming through. Although I will say, using the 3X, it looks like he is, yeah.
Yeah.
3X is the GOAT on this weapon. Turns it into an absolute beam. And off we go for Asia. Yeah, let's just stay on this POV as far as I'm concerned. Oh dear, the observers, they've baited me. Either way, ADL Wolves, they're fighting hard because there's still teams down the hill from them. Can't play really up on top of that ridge either, because then they're going to get shot from the south as well. Tom Yum Kung under pressure here. Asia's got the R99 out, no more bow. The situation does not call for it. The R99 is definitely getting that work done. And Easy Flash is finished off, so Black Hand, even though they got the circle shift, they can't find a win in this game either. It'll be a 4th place for them. ADL Wolves, lucky to be alive at this point. Your XP desperately using the knockdown shields as cover.
Yeah, but they're taking so long to win this fight with ADL and Buriram. Buriram are taking it a little bit slower. All 3 of the members still up right now. That said, it's giving time to Tom Young Kung. Only one of them survived the fight against Black Hand, but they managed to get the double res and now the complete reset. Honestly, quite surprising when you've got this many teams in this little space left. But ADL, now they're trying to retreat, trying to wrap this out and just hoping for a 2nd place, honestly, at this point. But I don't think that Buriram are going to give it to them.
Yeah, Lala Banger's pushed his way forward. He's going to start to put a bit of damage down. Needs to be careful he doesn't go down over there, because that could be a bit awkward, but does get the job done pretty comfortably, and now it's a good old bona fide 3-on-3. Tom Yum Kung not wasting any time, though. They do want to try to take this fight straight to him. Asia's up on the high ground.
All right. The 3v3 begins in earnest, and they do drop GOP gaps first here. So Tom Yum Kung with a little bit of high ground advantage, splitting things up with the cat wall, are going to get the better of Buriram here. And finally, switching back to the Cat Valk Seer composition. Is that the thing that's going to net them the win? Yes, it is.
Yeah, Dexter gets it done in the end. Tom Yum Kung walk away with the win. And it was a long time coming today, wasn't it? They always seem to be one of those teams, right, where they're not looking so hot on one day, and then they do at least put in one good result. 14 kill win. We've seen some really big kill games, actually.
Yeah.
It sort of feels like every winner has had 12, 13, 14 plus kills.
Even Buriram grabbed 13 as well, right? So yeah, there's been a lot of a high concentration of kills among a couple of teams in these different scenarios. But yeah, it's interesting, especially to me, that Tom Yum Kung have switched back to that more zone composition, one that they might be more comfortable with, certainly more familiar with. Or maybe it could just be a map difference as well, right? Maybe they think
how good's that thermite?
Edge makes more sense for them when they're playing Storm Point, and then they're happy to try and play a more zone composition when they switch back and get their, the staging POI that they know and love so well here on World's Edge. Either way, it's a positive and a welcome change for Tom Yum Kung.
Yeah, definitely. Just having a look at where they ended up overall going into that game. 11th place, 14 kill win. I mean, they definitely have a chance of actually getting back inside the top 5, I want to say, depending on how some of the other results ended up playing out there. So we'll kind of catch up with that in just a second after these replays. But the other team I wanted to sort of talk about there was obviously Black Hand. Another at least decently high placement toward the end of the lobby is going to secure them overall for this lobby. Not a bad placement. So, still more work to do for them when we come back for our second lobby of the night, but they seem to be slowly getting into the swing of things. There's the 4th place for them. ADL finally had some success. 3rd place finish for them. Buriram again, not a bad day. Did some decent stuff from them today. So overall, maybe the teams that actually needed some points do kind of get them there in that final game, right? Tom Yum Kung definitely needed them. ADL certainly did. Black Hand, that'll help them out as well. AGL we were talking about, they were sitting in 10th. They didn't really manage to do too much, and so I think they'll probably, unfortunately, miss out on the overall standings.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, how that shakes up that final scoreboard, then, won't it, Elfish? Because if the couple of teams are trying to push their way up, there we go, the final reveal. Ooh, a tie for 3rd place between Daywar and SWQ, or at least, a tie in points. Obviously, we have tiebreakers to work these things out, and it looks like SWQ has gotten on top there. And then with Buriram coming in for 56, I mean, they had 2 massive games today, especially in terms of that kill total, and you can see that reflected in the 28 they picked up. But Moist, absolutely the best team. Half of their kills, literally 50% of their kills, picked up in that one game where they had 19. That is something to note there. And yeah, look, Tom Yum Kung with a 5th. That'll, sure, they're going to be in the finals. Will they be in that top 5? I don't think so.
Yeah. Tell you what, though, that'll be a bit of a gauntlet thrown down for Onyx Esports, who we'll get to see playing in our second lobby.
True.
Remember, Onyx have been first place this entire season, but they came into today 1 point ahead of Moist, which means, obviously, now that Moist have picked up the win, Onyx will also have to pick up the win, because it's 25 points for a win, 21 points for a second place. Second place is not going to keep them in first going into the final week. It's maybe much of a muchness, obviously, because, you could say, they can run it back and have a little bit of a stash next week in the finals and get points and blah, blah, blah. But definitely something that Onyx is going to be sort of aware of. They'll like to keep themselves as close or as far ahead of Moist as possible. So, yeah, a bit on the line for them coming into the final lobby tonight.
Yeah, bragging rights, the cash as well, you've got to remember. I mean, sure, 1st and 2nd, they both go overseas, but there's a big monetary difference between that. There's also the seeding difference, right? Like, where you get put into the groups as you go into LAN depends on what seed you came out of your region in. So even number 1 and number 2 can make a difference there.
All right, well, guys, I think we've got a fair bit more to get to tonight. We've got another whole lobby. We want to get some dinner. We want to get some food. Make sure you do the same as well. We've got another 6 games for you coming up in about 15 minutes' time. We'll take a bit of an extended break here while everything gets sorted out for lobby number 2 and catch you right back here for some more Apex Legends.
Want to get good? Hi, I'm Bullet L from Team Sadaraku, and today I'll show you how to style on players with movement. I'm going to go through some of the various movement techniques, starting from the absolute basics all the way up to some of the most advanced movement techniques in the game right now. Hopefully by the end of the video, you'll have enough movement techniques in your arsenal to be able to style on people and hit some amazing clips. Let's get into it. In my opinion, the movement mechanics in Apex Legends are some of the best and most fun features that are part of the game. Alright, so we're starting off with the most basic of basic movement mechanics within the game. We are going to go over the crouch slide. So all you're going to do is sprint till you hit max velocity, then you're going to hold crouch, and then you're going to jump. Alright, so this is what it's going to look like. Sprint, crouch, jump. And basically this is the fastest way to move around the map. That's why you see a lot of pro players crouch sliding all the time. It does give you a slight movement increase, and it also makes you slightly harder to hit, so it's super useful to use. Moving on to something a bit more complicated. So now I'm going to show you guys how to wall jump. Alright, so this one's pretty easy as well. All we're going to do is we're going to combine a crouch slide with a wall jump. So in order to hit a wall jump, once you hit the wall for a certain amount of time, you're going to jump off it. Alright, by pressing spacebar or whatever your jump key is. I have my jump key bound to spacebar and mouse wheel down, but it's ultimately personal preference. Alright, so here we go. We're going to combine the crouch slide into the wall jump. Just like that, it's pretty easy to do. If you want as well, you can add a movement key to it, like A or D. And that'll give you just like a bit of directional movement. Wall jumps are just super useful in general to kind of throw off your opponents. Hitting a wall jump into an enemy is super useful. It throws them off extremely well, and it's just an awesome movement tech all around. Alright, so now we're moving on to tap strafing. As you might have heard, there's been a lot of controversy around tap strafing and that movement mechanic. It is extremely useful and unfortunately only available to M and K users. So I'm going to show you guys what you need to do in order to enable tap strafing. Alright, so you just go to your settings, you go to mouse and keyboard, and then under move forward for the second key, you just use mouse wheel up. And so when you scroll forward now, you'll go slightly forward a little bit. So now when you do a crouch slide and then you hold D or A and then scroll, you'll be able to turn and then go into whatever direction you want basically. It basically allows you to keep your momentum when turning, which is extremely useful in Apex when you want to chain together multiple movement techniques. Here is an example of me using a crouch slide and a tap strafe. As you can see, I can basically do a 180 and not lose any of my momentum whatsoever from the crouch slide. It is extremely useful. You can throw off your opponents and do some really cool movement techniques with it, like combining it with a wall jump just like this. I found that going into pub games and spamming tap strafing as much as you can in any single fight or even just turning any corner will help you to master the movement technique. If you haven't learned tap strafing already, I highly recommend jumping into the range for 10-15 minutes and just absolutely learning this technique. It is so useful if you're on M&K. It is one of the most useful movement techniques in the game right now, so I highly recommend checking it out. Alright, so now we're moving on to super gliding, which is probably one of my favorite movement techniques in the game. For those of you who don't know, super gliding is a huge boost in momentum after a climb animation. So these are some examples of super gliding. As you can see, it's absolutely insane, the movement that you get. And if you combine it with tap strafing, it is absolutely deadly. It is amazing. All right, so basically to hit a super glide, all you need to do is hit a normal climb, right? And then at the peak of your climb animation, when you're just about to finish, you want to hit a crouch and a jump at the same time. You want to press a crouch and a jump at the same time. I highly recommend looking at the corners of your screen for the screen shake to kind of gauge when the animation is ending for the climb. As you can see, if you look at the top corners of the screen, you'll see the screen shake. Roughly at the end of the screen shake is when you want to hit the crouch and the jump at the same time. So I'll show you guys a quick example real quick. See, that time I didn't get it. That one was a bit better because you can see once you get the momentum and you're holding forward and you're doing it correctly, you'll see like you'll start to go further just by pressing the crouch and the jump at the same time like I did there. So that means you're on the right track to getting it. And then obviously there I did a super glide and a tap strafe. So yeah, basically it's going to take a lot of practice. You know that you're doing it right if you're getting a small amount of momentum and you're going quite far. That means you're doing it right, and all you need to do is just keep practicing. It is potentially one of the hardest movement mechanics in the game, so it will take a long time to learn. And then once you do learn it in the range, you can start to implement it in game and just practice it over and over again. Once you add tap strafing to it, you know, it's kind of game over. It's absolutely GG for anyone that's trying to shoot you. So yeah, make sure you definitely try and learn this movement tech, but don't get frustrated if it takes a while because it is really, really hard. Alright, so now I'm going to show you guys the rash strafe. This one's quite complex, but it's super useful. Alright, so basically what you want to do is you want to jump to the side and hold A. And once you get into the habit of doing that, then you want to combine it with S and D. So it's going to look something like this. Alright, so now once you do that, you want to add in a W key press as well. So you're going to basically be jumping, pressing A, S, D, and then W. It's going to look like this. And this is just absolutely deadly if you use it with a hip fire. So it'll look something like this. For the most part, you'll see only the best mechanical players use this. There's a lot of Korean players that are really good at using this, and they just implement it into all their games. It is an extremely good movement mechanic, and I highly recommend anyone to practice in the range and try and pick it up as best as they can. You can also do it the other way as well, and straightforward, but yeah, it's easier to learn the way I showed, I think.
Oh my god, that riot drill goes huge! work out what positions they can play.
Falling at us.
Yep, five.
Get cracked! Still weak!
Five.
Still one, still weak.
Dead! Five, Trucky! One here!
150 on him! Nice, boy.
Welcome back. Hope you've had your dinner, had your whatever. Maybe you haven't had your dinner. Maybe you've cooked your dinner and you're ready to sit down and watch some Apex Legends. I think that's probably the ideal scenario.
I mean, I didn't have my wontons, but I did have a couple of dumplings.
You had some wontons, but not some wonton dumplings, but you had some dumplings, but whatever. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Look, speaking of, we've got some more Apex Legends for you guys. So that's what your evening entertainment is going to be. I don't know about you, Gino, but normally, you know, I make dinner, I watch some TV while I'm having dinner and stuff like that. But tell you what, maybe just tune into the last lobby of the regular season for APAC South. I mean, look, it's not technically the last lobby because we do still have finals next week, but at least in the regular season, you do have this one opportunity to kind of continue to put some points on the board, potentially make it into that top 20, which is kind of the cutoff point to go into next week to begin with. And then obviously you want to be putting as many points on the board just in general, even if you're already locked in for top 20, so that you can get as high up in the placings next week as possible. Prize money's a thing, definitely, but also you got to consider the fact that there is Split 2 playoffs positions on the line as well. So let's have a look and see which teams we're going to be watching here for the final lobby of the night. And you'll see some familiar faces that are going to have to run it back from our previous lobby, but a few new ones as well.
Yeah, a couple in there. Of course, yeah, the Group C is still there, so all your favorites from last series will still be there, but Group B now joining them. So, you know, teams like Good, XNY, who else have we got coming through there inside
IBG,
the ring? Onic. Yeah, all these guys.
Yeah, 505, Akuma as well. Casuals, lots of teams. Yeah, I'm particularly looking forward to sort of seeing what Ironblood Gaming and Onic can do. I think those are two pretty interesting teams in terms of where they're sitting in the overall standings. Maybe a little bit of work to do, I guess, for IBG now, but if they can get a win, they can still be quite easily up inside the top 5 heading into next week.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt, right? Like, there's definitely a couple of teams vying for those like 4th and 5th spots. Getting any higher than that, I think, is going to be really tough.
All right, well, let's turn our attention back a step. We'll rewind time and talk about our MVP for the last series, which was Pricey. Did a pretty good job, as did the rest of Moist. Didn't quite hit that 20 bomb that you were looking for, though, Genome. 17 close. This time.
Yeah. 17 is pretty... Yeah, it's not shabby. I think what the team got 38 overall, so he's doing some heavy lifting, and even some of the stats that we saw this week, you know, I tweeted out one about damage difference, right? Pricey is like head and shoulders above the rest of the competition in APAC South when it comes to damage difference. And you can see why here, right? Like, now, sure, some of that is coming from, you know, snipers and whatnot, but like the rest of the, like, everyone else has access to those as well, right? So this means out of 5,900 damage that he's done, he's taken 3,600, right? And he's done an extra 2,300 compared to everyone else in the lobby there, right? Like he is dealing out 2,300 more damage than he is taking. So in terms of just resources that opponents have to use, how useful he is in fights, like how much more damage he's outputting than his opponents, like it's just a huge amount. So of course some of that is in the form of, like, you know, just sniping at range and whatnot. But it's not like he is a sniper one trick or something like that, right? Like, this guy in fights is just an absolute god, and that's why he's definitely one of the reasons why Moist is on top of the region.
Well, I mean, it is that war of attrition that we're always talking about, right? When we're saying that word or that phrase, that's what that means. It's like you're forcing your opponents to use more resources than you're using. And obviously, at the end of the day, that in some way, shape, or form is going to be a net positive. Maybe they end up having no shield cells, bats, whatever. As we saw, for example, for AGL in that final game, they ran out of the shields. And so once you do that, you're kind of cooked, even if you've got a pretty good position. All things considered, though, we won't be getting to see Moist run it back, so we won't be getting to see Pricey try to hold on to MVP for a second lobby today. They have finished their run, and they've finished at 126 points total for the season. So, interesting to see whether or not Onic can beat them to the punch. They would be required to win this lobby, and we'll, you know, have a look at that quite quickly here before we jump into the final lobby. You can see 24 points behind now Onic, but still one lobby to play. Blackhand also have got another lobby to play. They, I think, kind of upheld their end of the bargain in a sense. They got 12 points from the last lobby, so still kind of hanging around, and again, bearing in mind that they also have another lobby to play, and MDY White does not. You know, obviously, there's pretty much no world where they drop out of at least 3rd place going into next week, and if they can put 20 points on the board, give or take, they might pretty much lock themselves in for that international spot, even disregarding next week's result.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because there's so many other names that are just like so very well known, teams that have been overseas before. Obviously, Moist and Onyx sitting in the top 6 and 7th last LAN. Blackhand, you've got Strafing Flame, who was there, didn't make the final. Easy Flash, who should have been there. And then Daywar, of course, Easy Flash's former teammates. Dreamfire, who knows what will happen with their visas next time around if they do make it. But obviously Roy has been beloved by, pretty much the entire scene at this point with his antics as well as the firepower that he brings to LAN. So MDY White are kind of the odd one out there in terms of, being this team that we haven't seen on that world stage, and we've just got no idea how they stack up, and you don't know until you make it to LAN, right? I mean, IBG is the perfect example of that last split, where they were fantastic throughout the region, #1, huge amounts of points and kills coming out, and then, they fall over when they get to that higher level, that stumbling block that LAN was for them.
Definitely a bit of a skill and experience jump, though, when you're going from APAC South into the global playoffs. But enough about that. We've got to move on forward. And what we've got to do before we get there is talk about Storm Point. That'll be our first map again for this lobby. So let's touch on the drop locations for all of the teams. Popcorn going to split Thunderwatch and Stormcatcher by the looks of things there. But yeah, again, I mean, pretty standard stuff. All the big name teams kind of getting their spots. Like to see Onyx over near Down Beast. Dreamfire in the mill. Seems pretty standard.
Yeah, there are a couple of switch overs with the other group, but we haven't seen a lot of movement in what is this, B versus C, right? So yeah, if you've watched the last time this group has played, it should be playing out pretty similar to this.
Yeah. So fair enough. Well, I guess the one thing that we won't have to see is the Clover Lightning Rod, which I'm a little bit disappointed by, because, it's always nice to have something to watch at the start of a round.
I mean, I guess the other point I'll make is that some of these teams are starting to make their way towards the regional finals and start thinking about that, right? So there was some talk about whether some teams might be switching up some drop spots in order to start preparing for that, but I think that might just be for scrims so far. I'm not expecting them to go any further. Like we were talking about IBG going down to Jurassic Park Antenna, because of course you don't always get your, whatever POIs you want once you get into that regional finals. Things change up. There's more hardcore teams in there, the better teams that might be taking that off you. So, they were looking at going down to Jurassic, maybe Antenna, somewhere around that region. But of course, for this group, they do still retain their position in command center, or at least I expect them to.
Yeah, it definitely does really mess with your game plan when you have to go somewhere different. Especially if you're used to getting beacons and stuff like that, and you end up on a POI that maybe doesn't get them as often, or can't get them at all, stuff like that. So yeah, something to kind of consider, definitely, but generally it's not something that most teams have to be too worried about, because I think at this point still most teams are actually a little bit more focused on actually just securing their spot to go overseas, rather than, oh, we are going to go overseas, what are we going to do when we get there? There's really only maybe Onyx, Moist, and debatably Blackhand as well at this point that can start kind of thinking about that kind of thing. Everyone else is like, oh, we kind of still need to be putting our best foot forward in APAC South, so I'm not changing anything up at this point. I'm trying to get as many maximum points as possible on the board when we head into this lobby, and obviously next week's lobby as well.
Yeah, it's good to see Moist. I think they're taking some of that confidence from the fact that they've done so well. Not that they play any worse under the opposite, I suppose, because you've got to think about last split where they were under the stress of they kind of had to win that regional finals, or at least maybe get a top 2 to make it through. And they came out with they passed that test with flying colors, right? That said, I feel like some of the way we saw them play today, especially in that big game on World's Edge, it really reflected the heavy amount of confidence that they have within themselves, just because they are a team that, not only has the amazing calling from MT, you saw him just pick out a couple of zones like on a dime today. That was pretty incredible. But as well as, players like Pricey, who we highlighted earlier, and can just take a fight into their own hands.
All right. Well, how do you sort of see this lobby playing out? I mean, I think we obviously throw a bit of a change up in the mix with all these Group B teams coming in. If I had to pick a couple out, like I said, I've already talked about Onic. I've talked about IBG. 505 had a pretty decent start to the season, but they seem to have kind of dropped off a little bit. They're kind of having some okay performances here and there, but a few of them kind of leaving a little bit to be desired. So they've dipped quite substantially down the standings and have a lot of work to do. Truth Esports, maybe they're worth a shout, but haven't been doing very well for themselves this season either.
Yeah, I mean, like having a look across those boards and seeing how some of those teams have done, like especially in the last time we saw B versus C, we saw D and Z take that out. DF, Tom Young Kung did really well, and the top 5 had Black Hand to round it out. Onic, of course, always in there, as we said, haven't really dropped below, what is it, like 3rd or something this season. So, Onic are up there fighting for, looks like they've guaranteed probably at least 6K, having a look at those, the prize pool numbers there. And if they can continue to do that, I don't see any reason why that wouldn't happen again here. 14 points, what is that? Maybe slightly, yes, slightly lower than 3rd, but
I think it's like 6th or 7th.
Okay, going through, they had a 2nd, a 1st, a 2nd, a 2nd, a 6th, and then that's their lowest result so far, which is honestly still pretty goddamn impressive, isn't it?
Very good indeed. A couple of other teams maybe to touch on there. Dreamfire definitely still a bit of a threat. We've seen them win 1 lobby so far this season. Aside from that, it's been a little bit spotty. 2nd lobby they only got 3 points out of, so that's kind of where things have. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at Daywar United. My bad. Dreamfire have not won a lobby, but they have had a couple of 3rd sort of type close sort of situations. 4th, I think, actually, that is. But anyway, look, overall, I think at this point, Dreamfire and probably Popcorn are like the 2 outside shots as well that are kind of worth discussing. They're doing reasonably for themselves over the split. Just kind of need to see some of that consistency kind of ringing through here. So, I mean, outside of the teams that we've already talked about all day already, those are the ones that I kind of have my eyes on.
Yeah, I think they're good picks for sure. I guess the other thing is I'll probably should be I can get someone to look into the rule book for that one quickly before the end of today, because we have to start thinking about the qualifier as well, right? The last chance qualifier as we're going into the championship, because of course there's 2 lands left still this year, but the split ends now, right? But each region, APAC South, South America included, we all get 2 spots through our Pro League qualifiers guaranteed to make it to that championship. So if you're looking at this graphic, you've got teams who made it to the Split 1 playoffs. They've earned some points already towards making it to the championship. The other teams who make it to Split 2 playoffs here, coming up soon, they will grab some more points towards that. And that will... there's not like a guaranteed number of teams. It just depends on how well you do. So typically in the past, because we are probably underrepresented in terms of our number of slots here in APAC South, we tend to get more teams in the championship because we get those 2 guaranteed, plus our best performing teams, which tends to be, maybe like 3 or 4 out of the 5 teams that we generally send over. So we might end up with like say 6 or 7 teams when it does actually come to championship time.
Yeah, which is always nice, but then the issue is obviously getting all of those teams over there. I can recall last time for champs, I remember there being some issues. I can't remember who exactly it was. Might have been... Was it Dreamfire even? I think it was. That didn't go to like the playoffs, and then they got the opportunity to go to the champs, but then they couldn't take like 2/3 of their roster. So
yeah,
it's always a little bit unfortunate. So
it's a shame.
That's what it is, though. I mean, I guess you gotta do what you gotta do in the world that we're living in right now, and you can only sort of make happen what.
Well, I just want to see Sven Elfish. I mean, like I want to. Yeah, I want to see the main Dreamfire roster as well. But like, you know, these Chinese visas, man, they seem to be hard to come across. But I just want to see my boy Sven. You know, the one true Q&A tester. Of course, these days he's the coach for NRG. But I mean, the amount of like insane bugs that guy finds in Apex is just hilarious. Like, if you haven't followed on Twitter, like, you should absolutely do it. Like, he pulls out the most cooked stuff that he finds in the game. You know, they when they announced that EA was getting rid of all those QA testers before, there was a bit of me that was like, is Sven like losing all these people his jobs because he's just too damn good at finding the bugs, and they're just relying on Sven this whole time. Yeah, like if there's something ridiculous, like he's the guy. Like, so you remember when we were talking about the gravity cannons? Yeah, he was the one giving me like, he's like, oh yeah, I've tested this out. You know, here's like 10 like tiny little you know, interactions that you could do to try and make it sort of like to swing that fight one way or another. Like, yeah, like he's tested all of this stuff out. It's honestly insane the amount of time he spends not like playing the game, but like just like, you know, in custom lobbies and stuff by himself, like just discovering all the little tidbits and all the kind of fun stuff that you probably only see like once every 1,000 games.
All right, well, you will be glad to know that you don't have to watch us anymore. You can watch the game. It's ready to go. And, you know, it's obviously nice to see. So let's see how we go. Jumping into the final lobby of the regular split. But, you know, we'll come back next week with another lobby. Depending on who gets there, though, is going to really change things up.
All right, teams are dropping in. Is it what we're expecting in terms of drop spots and everything? Any crazy contests coming out? Not that I can see. You know, Popcorn, the team that we started out at the start of the day, doing the regular split between Stormcatcher and Thunderwatch. Wow, Donut goes really far down here. Just having a quick look at who's that over at Down Beast or like North Pad. He's closer to the enemies at Down Beast than he actually is to his teammates at North Pad when he starts his looting path. So,
well, Zone's going to go straight north. Almost straight north, not quite, but definitely closer to the wall than anything else, which means that most teams are going to have to start moving their way upward. AGL's kind of already on the way. Actually heading in the direction.
Let's head that way. Survey beacon there. I like the feel of that spot. Let's go.
Yeah, of course they get to take over that spot without Moist there, and you know they've got the
Bandit out there.
Got the Crafter. They're playing the Seercat Valk. Allows them to take you know, take advantage of the ring console if it is there, which it is not this time. So they do pop to the little compound to the north to try and crack onto the survey beacon. As we've talked about a couple times today, though, like, you know, when you hit that is a bit of a conversation. So especially when you've got a ring like this, which is, it's kind of central. You know, it could be going down south of Cascade Falls. It could be like above the waterfall there. Could be down towards the river, or it could be you know, a little bit more north to the wall and whatnot. And that's actually where it looks to be heading this time. And AGL, even without hitting that survey beacon, do seem to have at least guessed right.
Yeah, Onyx are on their way as well. Only the white armor for one of those members, and they're going to go moving on past. Truth Esports right here inside of the armory.
I think we should go over here.
Would have heard inside the ring rotating past them, but they'll be okay. This is always scary. Run up that zip.
Oh man, yeah.
Just never know what's going to be on the other side.
Just waiting for that full team to be riding up top of there. Especially, I mean, well, I was saying especially because you've got Truth Esports nearby you, but I mean, usually it takes them a while to do the IMC, so you know, if you're going in with that first probably like 2 to 3 minute window, it's unlikely that they're going to be there, but you never know. You never know. Like, they could just run up that zip. They just feel like it one time. To say, we still haven't seen. We were wondering at the start of the season.
They want to go up the zip, by the way.
Yeah, they do actually. They're scanning it to try and have a look at that. We're having a look here at Popcorn, who are making their way into wall with a lot of the other teams and taking a bit too much damage. Templex almost goes down. For anyone who hasn't tuned in much this season, Egoist NPC1, that is Templex has renamed, and yeah, you can see that name on the top of his death box now. There's that's a pretty rough little run in there for the team.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that he chose that exact spot to try to pop a bat. It seemed like he was definitely going to be still open to AGL, and of course in the end was. So he kind of gets punished for it, and I don't actually know if Kizix and Jesco are going to survive too much longer here, because they are running into Wonton Dumpling, who, as we know, is not a team that's going to shy away from a fight based on that first lobby, and are more than happy to grab themselves a kill or two. AGL on the other side of it, getting that crossfire angle up. So that's a pretty early exit for Popcorn.
So much for that. I mean, a couple of great weeks. Look, early days still, but, you know, they need some good results here to start pushing towards that 5th place spot. Honestly, they don't strike me as the type of team who's going to be the dark horse to take out a regional finals win, if you know what I mean. Like, they feel to me like a team that probably has to make it into that top 5. They're not, you know, it's not like high pop-off potential that they're going to come out on top, especially when you're constricting things and going even more hardcore into a top 20 lobby.
Getting a bit busy around the wall already. Lots of teams moving in. Right now we're sort of flying over the top of casuals there. Truth Esports, as we've seen already, kind of close by. They opted not to go up the zip, which is a smart move. Inside the ring, we're sitting on top of it, camping it. I think Truth Esports were pretty aware of that, though. They had the scans coming through from Seer, able to spot that. But it does leave them maybe a little bit more vulnerable.
That trident is calling us.
Rival spotted.
6S on the Chargy, not too bad. I think when I was looking at the weapon stats the other day, it was, I think it might have been either the 2nd or the 3rd most damage coming out of that gun, out of any gun in the lobbies so far this split. I'll just quickly double check it now. I'm pretty sure number 1 is R99, like way above. I mean, that gun is just doing so well this season. But yeah, in terms of damage that's like being pumped out, at the moment, it is like almost tied. There is literally 168,630 damage for the charge rifle, and Nemesis has done 6 more. There's like 1 bullet in it.
Wow.
Between the 2 guns right now. Yeah. So, yeah, you can see there's a lot of people picking up charged rifles. It doesn't get as many kills, right? Because it's not the kind of gun that you necessarily get the finishes off. I feel like a lot of the kills honestly just come from Valk ults. Like, that's where a lot of those 121 kills are. Taking out Valks mid-ult. But yeah, apart from that, it is just so useful at pumping out the damage and just punishing people for peeking, punishing people for mispositioning, any of that kind of jazz.
Yep. I mean, I'm a big charge rifle fan. I know there's
you're a charge rifle Charlie.
I am. Yep, absolutely. Why not? If it's in the game, use it. I just think, like, if it's good and you don't use it on whatever principle, it's like, well, you're just handicapping yourself. So, charge rifle and bow check. Loaded weapons. Onyx are having to deal with a little bit of a gate crash into their party here. Forever LFT have tried to work their way into the compound and have been able to do so. Robin off onto the floor, back up for a moment, but I wonder if Onyx is going to push the issue here. They definitely have a big advantage, and they will indeed. That's good shots in from Fussy, lots and lots of damage. They're not over-committing to this one. They know that there's a potential third party hanging around with Truth Esports quite close by, so Onyx are being very careful about how they take this fight.
Yeah, as they should. Forever LFT, I mean, they've got the Catalyst there as well, right? So even if you do manage to grab in there, they did have to, obviously Robin committed the cat wall there to try and stymie the push just a little bit. I mean, they're white, blue, blue as well, compared to the blue, blue, purple of Onyx, so... Definitely would have been going in Onyx's favor, but... Oh, wow, Dreamfire, okay. Already lost 2 of their members. It's all up to Pete.
I don't know that he's going to be able to do too much solo.
Yeah, it was DNZ. Managed to grab those kills.
Well, 505 do lose Mexus, and also Surprise, so it's just V left, and okay, Digi threat through the smoke is not quite going to be very useful, as 505 get deleted by X and Y.
Okay, still more fighting going on early here in Storm Point, certainly playing out a little bit differently to our first lobby. Oh my god. They're going to go down to Onyx. Or at least 2 of the kills went that way. The Raki picking them up. Charge rifle, of course.
Love it. Love it. Big fan.
I mean, the one thing I don't get is, like, how the players haven't acclimatized to it yet. Like, every time they get hit by a charge rifle, you know, you hear them being like, oh my god, what, like, how is this happening to me? It's like, come on, it's been in the game for, like, 10 seasons. Like, how, like, what do you expect?
I don't know. I think it's just one of those things when you feel... When something you don't want to happen in the game happens, you sort of feel personally affronted by it, and it's like, oh, you know, like, what the hell? This is not fair. It's like, okay, well, yeah. I mean,
I think that is what's behind it, is that they feel like the weapon itself isn't fair, you know, and that's just how they tend to express it. Look, hit scan in this game, I've got to say, it's kind of powerful. What do you think about? I kind of like the take that as the only hit scan weapon in the game, it deserves to be a care package weapon.
I can see that for sure. But then again, like, you probably only then have like 1 or 2 people running around with it, and at that point, does that like increase the power budget of the charge rifle, right? Because if everyone has it, is it as OP as if like only 1 or 2 people have it? Do you know what I mean? Because like if every team has at least a charge rifle, it's like, okay, well then we're all playing on even ground, even terrain. But if only 1 or 2 teams get to have it, then it's a bit like, okay,
like that's what they're meant to be, right? Like that's like you know, that's like what the same argument for the Kraber, right? If you've got a Kraber,
well, I mean, I think a lot of people would say the Kraber's OP.
That's also true.
But like if every team has the Kraber, maybe using the Kraber is actually a little bit more difficult, because like you peek someone, they might have a Kraber as well.
Especially now that they've tuned down like the one-shot potential of the Kraber, I think the charge rifle would probably be in an even more similar sort of situation. Ooh, this ring pull straight into the middle of wall.
That's not too unusual. Maybe a little unusual to actually have the wall, like the main building in.
Yeah, I feel like it like more often it will go below the POI itself, where you can see, you know, Onyx and Forever LFT pulled up, etc. But yeah, it's also I like the sort of the top left implications of that as well, where you've got inside the ring holding the top of, you know, the wall compound itself, and then there'll even be some spot in the zip line underneath that where we were saying, you know, Truth were rotating before, where SWQ are, and you know, like they've several times already today they've done this, where they've played the sort of the opposite side of the circle where not too many people are, and they've capitalized on it with double wins.
I want to point out, Blackhand have just slid all the way down the hill and come in on the top side of the wall.
Against IBG.
Yeah, very sneaky-like. And they're going to try to bust their way in. Thermite straight onto the door. Missile Swarm breaks it open. So far, no knocks. Yugi looking through the window to get a bit of info. Might not be the worst thing in the world if Blackhand were to just take the roof.
Yeah, they definitely weren't caught too off guard. Had all the Catalyst utility set up correctly. Seer Ultimate goes down immediately to try and dissuade Blackhand, and it works.
Both teams actually dropped their Seer ulti. Blackhand have got room to play on the backside of this building, though. Not the kind of team you want to be going up against early, though, if you're IBG.
No, especially with their penchant for going down early, especially because player K is DC'd right now. Oh no, and there's someone staring at this through the glass, by the way. Easy Flash is on top of that. He's looking at them. If he sees them punching a player who is motionless in the stairwell.
Surely they know. I mean, he's
like,
looking
he could
right
be commenting
at
that.
him.
Yeah, he could be commenting that to his teammates, being like, hey, they've, like, you know, sucks for them, but, like, let's take... Oh, okay. They don't find the window. They don't find the window of opportunity.
Yeah, what we're watching right now, dead set for, like, the last 30 seconds, Easy Flash was looking down the stairs, and that Valkyrie was standing still. So for those of you at home wondering what we're talking about. Blackhand don't opt to push off the back of it, and it seems they're more than happy to kind of coexist with one another at this point, which is fair enough. Definitely playable for one team to stay on the roof and one team to stay inside the building. Meanwhile, X and Y making their rotation through the center of the map, and in fact going to be landing pretty central. Like they'll be okay on landing, but they need to be a little bit aware of Onyx, who will have an angle on them. Those shots are starting to come through.
Yeah, you can see that. That said, they got a lot to work with there. Backpack is full. Stacked up on a Nemesis. R45 to boot. They're looking really good. Unlike Forever LFT, who eventually had to leave that building, Onyx managed to make that rotation. Wow, that's the fastest I've ever heard one. Raki goes down immediately as I say that.
Yeah, they're getting shot from behind. It's Truth Esports that are really putting the pain onto Onyx at the moment. Already lost Raki. Shady was on the ground as well. Just Fussy trying to salvage. Got the beacon. But Truth Esports now have something thrown back in their face by X and Y. So it's just an absolute mess on the southern side of the zone right now. X and Y still 2 members up. To be short work done onto Truth.
Wow.
Onyx Esports also fall in the meanwhile.
Would not have bet for Forever LFT to outlive Onyx there. That is quite surprising, but either way, they're both in a spot of trouble, but okay, SWQ, they don't decide to go through the wall. They're going to take the hard road up here through the south, and it's going to be a short path for them indeed. Awkward. X and Y with the triple reds there. A little bit too much of an obstacle.
Yeah, X and Y kind of playing zombies at this point. Teams are just throwing themselves at X and Y, and they're wiping team after team. So really good stuff from X and Y. 2 teams in a row, and probably did a bit of damage there as well to Onyx on their way out. Lots of loot for them to play with. But still, they'll have to move in 20 seconds, so it'll be a little bit tough, I think, for X and Y to get too much further than this. They've got an alt excel for XD, the Valkyrie, and he's at about 90%, 100% actually off of it. They do have the Skyward Dive.
In case you'd wondered who was winning the staring contest between Easy Flash and Player K, it's still going on. We're still waiting for a winner on that one. Keep you updated. But Pete, who's been a solo for quite a while now, is getting a Skyward Dive. Luckily, there's a lot of other Valkyries coming through, a lot of other teams making their moves, so we can kind of get, you know, distracted in that a little bit. Hopefully, teams don't realize he's a solo.
Yeah, X and Y able to move into some positions that other teams have vacated by virtue of them moving further closer into the circle.
Oh, it does get spotted out eventually there by T4.
It's actually a pretty nice rotation from X and Y, using the Horizon Q to just get up and over the wall. Catalyst Wall actually does fall at a fairly inopportune time, though, for X and Y. They can't make the cross to the boxes to safety, and now they are between a rock and a hard place. XD down, yeah, on a literal sliver of HP. Does manage to get the bat off. And maybe the res can be secured. They've got their own spikes behind. Well, they're actually not their own spikes. They don't even have a catalyst. What am I saying? They're in a real spot of bother right here.
Not looking good for them. Blackhand, they've taken the roof now above IBG. Not content to play the wall anymore. Meanwhile, yeah, everyone else is fighting over these sort of the more southern buildings, apart from inside the ring, actually.
I do not understand how they're still alive at this point.
Yeah, you can tell, like, the piercing spikes are literally hitting them over and over there.
T4 just have not decided to actually push the issue. I think T4, if they all just swing together, what is X and Y going to do? T4's probably a little bit scared of a third party coming through, granted, but, like, man, you are letting X and Y live much longer than I would have given them credit for.
Yeah, casuals are inside. DNZ are on the roof. That's probably the team that could really be the issue for T4. I think they actually would take a lot of damage from DNZ if they were doing that, but Sierra ult is coming out now, so we are going to get some complete information for these teams who are struggling to work out what angles they have to worry about and what threats there are. As you can see, that missile swarm finds its home, as is pretty much every other piece of, utility ordnance. Yep, gets cancelled. They go again.
They get this. They
almost
get this.
No.
Oh, okay. They got booped out a little bit off the wall.
Yeah.
And
when it got cancelled, it went just a little bit further, and they gave them the angle.
Yeah, now they're kind of in trouble. They're going to have to make a pretty tough rotation. Zone is starting to push on in. As for Tom Yum Kung, just sitting underneath. They're looking, well, pretty well put together. Obviously losing some shields across the board, but their positioning at least is not too bad. Killerpos, nice little pick there onto No Name, relieves some pressure. Now those shots start to come through again after Tom Yum Kung have been able to find the reset. Asia! Nice one, Clip. Gets himself another knock. Tom Yum Kung, they're doing it the hard way right now. They're fighting for their lives. But they are winning. ANZ, maybe not quite doing so hot.
TYK with that fight win actually have got a chance now to look back at all the other teams on the southern side of the zone. You got casuals inside the building. DNZ still pretty happy on top, actually. There's a sliver of that that's in. And as you can see, they've used that to their advantage, getting triple reds and just pumping themselves up. If they fall in here, they will find casuals who are all stacked up in the corner. Didn't get a chance to get the res. I assume they were too worried about the audio that would trigger someone to push them. But it happens anyway. Regardless, Tom Yum Kung are right on top of them, and they're looking to repeat it.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good for Tom Yum Kung here. There's not really anywhere for DNZ to go, although... somehow they're surviving.
IBG go down! Finally, after all that time...
Who's getting a res?
Blackhand
Who's getting a
push
res?
the issue. That's
Tap
a good
straight
question.
for you. Is
okay, nice.
Coming back in a dropship, and he's going to land on about 1,000 death boxes. I cannot believe it.
Nice.
How does T4 get a res at this point in the game? That is illegal.
Was that from the actual respawn beacon, or was that from a...
Had to be a mobile. Had
Surely.
to be a mobile.
Yeah.
No way. All right, well, he's back in the game. He's got purple armor and instantly just gets absolutely booked. So that's a little bit unfortunate, but I think they might be able to get the res. No, he's down very low. Yeah, he's out. He's done. So a little bit irrelevant in the end, unfortunately, for T4. I thought that was going to be a masterstroke, but...
Well, the patience from Blackhand is paying off, with them now having the northern side of the circle to themselves. And Tom Yum Kung, they're trying to use the terrain. The Searult goes down. It's kind of safe for the moment, but they need to use it to realize that T4 is a duo and get rid of them and grab those armor swaps before Blackhand can get up in their faces. It might be too late, though. They've taken a casualty. Yeah. Easy Flash has got the high ground here. And Blackhand... in Series 2 with a vengeance here. Certainly more so than we saw from them in the start of today.
Yeah, very much just farming up exactly how you'd like to see from Blackhand, right? That game almost plays out exactly to their game plan. They take it slow early game. They're even sort of out in the zone for a little while. And eventually they come in from the edge, slowly work their way through, and then they kind of explode in the late game, and that works out perfectly for Blackhand. Pretty quiet game, all things considered, from them, but overall, I mean, yeah, just a crazy finish in the end, and they do kind of make it look easy.
It was patience. It was patience from Blackhand, right? And something we feel like we didn't see as much of from them, especially on Stormpoint, where they play that, Mirage, Voyage-fueled, heavy edge sort of playstyle that we saw earlier today. But this time, they get stuck in the staring contest with IBG. And so instead of, waiting too long for that, instead of, sort of trying to press the issue too early or trying to find another spot, they actually decide to just, wait it out, and then when they are forced to fight IBG, they do so, and they grab the win. So they only end up with 7 kills out of that game. But, they get the dub, right? Like, I think it's a big difference to some of the other experiences we've seen from them today.
Yeah, indeed. So, I mean, across the board, obviously, backhand. We had high hopes for them in our first series. I think we can continue to have high hopes for them here in the second series. Onic, I was talking about a lot going into that one. Only finished in 13th place, and if they want to hold on to first for the split as a whole, they will need a first in this lobby. Otherwise, it will go the way of Moist. And yeah, definitely not a good start in that department.
Oh man, 19th versus, yeah, that's pretty much the opposite of what they want, isn't it? Tong Young Kung continuing to push on a little further. DNZ is certainly someone who we should keep our eyes on, as well as Dreamfire being those guys that can actually change their fate depending on how well or poorly they play today.
Indeed. Tong Young Kung, second place. Kind of interested to see if they can really make another late season resurgence. I seem to recall last split they did something similar where they kind of had a pretty rough season, but then
I think they started that resurgence in like, yeah, but they started that resurgence in like week 3 or something, right? Like not in week 5.
Hey, you never know, man. You never know. Like they're not,
well, you know,
they're not that far behind. I mean, they're sitting in 9th, 63 points overall for the split. Debatably, if they have a win here and pretty high finish in the finals as well. Anyway, I mean, that's obviously a discussion for you guys next week. But yeah, we'll see how they go throughout the rest of at least this lobby before we kind of start really diving into that. I think we're maybe getting a little bit... I don't know. I guess I'm speaking for myself, not you, because I feel like you're not on that hype train just yet, but I'm kind of getting into it.
For Tom Young Kung?
Yeah, I mean, if they do well in this lobby.
They're like 16 points behind Daywar. So, yeah, look, I guess. Actually, well, yeah, Daywar and MGY aren't playing in this lobby. So, yeah, look. Yeah, actually, a top 5 will probably put them in contention here in this lobby. But it's
coming around.
It couldn't be anything less than that.
Definitely not.
Yeah.
But,
all right, give me till the end of the day.
Look, we've got 5 more games to get to, so let's crack on into them. We'll take a short break. Don't go too far away. It is going to be, again, Storm Point on the other side of this one.
tricked you. Whew. Glad I got that off my chest.
Tell Death I said hello.
I will, Laura.
Welcome back on in. It's time for another couple of games of Storm Point. But before we get there, obviously a bit of a chat here, Genome. We've got one game of information so far for this lobby. And so far, the information that we're getting, I don't know if it necessarily correlates with the expectation. I mean, Blackhand, I guess, getting the win, that's not too much of a surprise. Tom Yum Kung did okay there as well. But a few of the big name teams do miss out.
Yeah. Definitely a couple slacking here. I think it's something that we should talk about that's very different to our first lobby today, Elfish, is the team compositions. Because we had a lot of variety, a lot of interesting stuff. We'll see if the Wraith thing spills over into this lobby as well. But look at this. Only three different team compositions here in our second series for today on Storm Point. The ever-present Valkyria Cat for this split. Bangalore, somewhat a mainstay here on Storm Point. Not surprised to see 4 of her as well. And then a couple of teams choosing Horizon, which, again, we have seen a bit of here as well. But, the other squad was sometimes pairing her with Bang, I believe. And then, you had a lot of, fun stuff in there as well. The Gibraltars, the Watsons, the Mad Maggies, the Wraith picks on World's Edge. But there was a lot of variety in that first lobby, which I think, the viewers do enjoy seeing some changes every now and then. Even the Crypto at one point, right? But here, and wow, it's like BVC is like the meta slaves or something, I guess.
Meta Slaves is a good place to be, in my opinion. But maybe things will change up when we get onto World's Edge. That could prompt a couple of teams, like you said, to sort of maybe pick up the Wraith. We saw a little bit of that in our first lobby as well. So we'll keep in mind how things are continuing to shape up. But it's just about time for us to get into game number 2 here as well. Obviously, it'll be Storm Point again that we get to run it back on. And we'll see whether or not Black Hand can uphold their end of the bargain one more time. Can they go back to back? Or is there going to be a little bit of a shake-up coming through?
Indeed. What is the answer going to be? Will the ring go? Who's it going to favor this time? Onyx, they certainly get to drop first.
Optics here. Sniper.
So many other questions still to answer.
Yeah, well, I guess the first question is going to be, where does the next zone, first zone, go? And it's dead center. Won't necessarily favor anyone too much. I saw Fussy in the chat earlier when we had the down beast zone. He said we need this in the second lobby. We've only got one more chance to get that because it hasn't happened in the first 2 games of Storm Point.
Yeah, well, as we see the teams start to hit up those ring consoles, I'm sure we'll get more of an idea of that.
We should head that way.
AGL, a team who's starting obviously very central. Didn't make that much use of it last time though, Elfish. This time, however, they started off with some pretty good armor as well as the ring scan, and they're going to try and sit on the building on the top of the ski lifts here, the northern ski lifts.
Well, it won't be a bad shout. They already have the info as to where that next ring is going to go, and so they know that that's going to be in. It's fairly similar to that Buriram win that we saw. Or not Buriram win, they didn't even win it, did they? But where Buriram got to sit in the same building for pretty much the entire game. It's like almost the same circle, maybe not quite, obviously, but...
Yeah, I mean, that was like that finished at the lower buildings, right? Oh, yeah, and I guess Buriram, did they have the... Oh, I'm trying to remember. Did they have the fight at the top building and then go down?
No, they had the fight at the bottom building. Then someone died. They went to the wall and rezzed and came back to the bottom
that's
building.
right, yeah.
No one had taken that building the whole time. But yeah, I mean, in this case, obviously a little bit more of the wall is in as well in these zones.
Yeah, exactly. So it doesn't look like as much of a cascade circle this time, which is I think the part that bamboozled everyone last time. So
Right.
I think they will have a lot more company on game 2.
Most likely. Empire is having a bit of a look into the wall. It's an interesting choice. Obviously, there's a couple of teams hanging around there. Maybe just doing some scouting. Grab a little bit of extra loot. We still have Roy here on the bottom side of that. And I cut off. He rotates coming up from the south. Well, there's Popcorn. Landing in that building we were talking about. Nobody there. Nobody interested in it. But it's pretty central, so it's definitely not a bad shout at this point in the game.
No, not at all. Even got a drop coming right on their feet. But you can see Truth without Cyajin on their side now, just looking down inside the ring, trying to show a little bit of presence there. Not sure if they're just trying to like scare inside the ring away, or they, genuinely think they can do something about this. Okay, they're literally just using that to loot their teammates' box and get out of here, I guess. Maybe they could, I mean, there's a res like on the left side of the wall, kind of out near where they spawn, actually, that they could go back to. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them try and leg it out there. They just have to not run through anyone going through these chokes, which luckily at the moment doesn't look like there will be anyone up there. Yep, all holding out.
They'll get out okay. Too many shots headed in that direction by the looks of it. Did they get the banner?
Yeah, they walled to grab it. Yep.
Yeah, okay. So they're going to let's go grab the respawn, and they should be pretty comfortable to do that. There's no one out on the outskirts of the map, at least toward the northern side.
I say we go there.
Yeah, easy res for Truth there.
Love to see it. Here of a Cascade Falls, you do still have a couple of teams hanging around, but they're okay to stay here for the next 2 rings.
A couple of teams potentially looking at a fight over here in Command Center. You've got Hermagerd, IBG holding the inside, of course, the team that's landing there, and then Onyx just sitting down the hill from the entrance to Command Center. So a couple of teams poised to take advantage if IBG aren't careful.
Well, I think if anything, we're going to expect IBG to be playing pretty carefully today, because they're going to understand the importance of the points that they could be picking up. Definitely could be the difference between going playoffs and missing out by one spot or a couple of spots. Obviously, they're probably pretty safe to make it into the finals of down on that for sure. Oof. Shots in immediately off the back of that Nemesis. Missile Swarm will also connect as well. There's one very low member on the other side of this engagement.
DNZ hitting the survey beacon. Oh, the one that's sort of up in the high section outside Command Center. Does that mean as a team that looks for a scrap, they want to, they recognize there's a couple teams in close proximity to each other in Command Center and start falling in that direction? Do they bulk ult somewhere else in where they think they might be able to keep some teams? I mean, they don't have ring information at this point, so interesting timing on the scan, but Popcorn, they've got they're split holding the 2 buildings down the bottom of the ski lift here.
Couple of shots tossed in there as the team flies on past, but back over to the wall where the ring is starting to push in. It isn't putting any pressure on those teams. And they won't be super perturbed by what this next ring is going to offer either. Still very much a northern shift, so Ruth, for example, Greenfire down there as well. All pretty comfortable. Bit of replicating going on. Doesn't look like it's going to result in much of an engagement up there, though.
Oh. Yukoi, one of the newer additions to Pro League. Gonna do his best for Hermagerd over there.
Wherever LFT don't look like they want to move too much outside of Cascade Falls just yet.
Should note actually that looks like we've got some personnel changes there for Hermagerd as well. I did see an LFT post from Savior, I think it was this week. You know, not seeing Jolas on the team there, so might be that is the case.
Always fun when the teams are changing
mid-split
during the split.
I mean, they'd been playing together for a good while. I think I feel like back to, were they together on We Are Trash as well?
I can't remember back that far. Honestly, there's too many changes, and actually the problem with Apex Legends is that like you can have the same name, but just be like multiple different rosters. And it's even worse when it's those like rosters that are like 3 letters. Like was there like SNL or whatever you know?
Yeah, RTL. NLN.
NLN. And I think NLN was actually the worst offender for it, because I'm pretty sure it got to a point where NLN was like literally only one of the original members, or maybe not even any of the original members.
Yeah.
So, plus it's tough to keep up with. Like, I mean, there's like 30, 40 teams sometimes in Premier League, so can't remember all of them. One of those things, one of those quirks of battle royales. X and Y are on their way through Jurassic Park. Make sure you don't... Oh, hey! That's me! Standing up. Because I'm falling asleep. I'm getting tired, man, alright? It's been a long day. I'm standing up, trying to keep myself awake.
Damn, I need the standing desk.
It's not a standing desk. It's not a standing desk.
Oh, it's not?
Yeah.
No, you're just standing up. Okay.
I've got my mic on like a boom arm, so I can like lift it up, and then I just put the monitors up.
Do that as well, I guess, but should give it a shot.
I don't often stand up when I'm passing at home, because it is a bit of a hassle to reset all of the monitors and stuff. I mean, these Apex days, they're very long, man. Like, as you'd know, so...
Yeah, as Group C knows today, right? As these guys who were sitting here playing, sweating their asses off, basically, the entire day with us.
Yep. Not a whole lot happening. I mean, we've just been waffling about random stuff this entire time.
Isn't that our job?
Yeah, but normally part of the job is to stay on topic.
Oh, okay. Noted.
Much to my chagrin, I'm not a huge fan of staying on topic when there's nothing happening.
I mean, don't let me stop you. What's the hot Apex topic of the day that you like to discuss?
See, that's too on topic though. We need to be talking about food or something else. You know?
Okay. Look, I did manage to not get any soy sauce on my white shirt while I was eating the dumplings in the break. So I'm giving myself a pat on the back for that. That was actually a pretty good effort. Yeah.
There you
See,
go. That's
see what? Yeah.
Genome cam. Not as comfy as standing up, I reckon.
I've got the solid Herman Miller chair though. You know, shout out to old HM, usually sponsoring the lands.
Well, I had some ravioli for dinner.
Nice.
Which was nice. Only just managed to get it in.
You know what? Actually, here's linking it back to Apex. I saw, I think it was Tiff and maybe like Monsoon or something. Like there was like Tiff and one of the American players was discussing fried ravioli. And I was just like, dude, it's already an encased food. That's like the most American thing I've ever heard of in my life. Like needing to fry that. My God.
Yeah. Well, I had a lot of fried chicken for dinner last night. Oh yeah. I mean, yeah. Have you heard of like deep fried ice creams and stuff?
Like a Mars bar or something like that.
I've heard of that. I've never tried it. I don't think I want to. But.
All right, anyway, we have something to talk about here, so like, why don't we just switch back just briefly to have a look at the game here. So we got another wall zone, man. Like it's pulling up there again, and AGL who picked that top building, right? Remember they started Cascade Falls, got up there right from the start. They're in a beautiful spot now. Unfortunately, Templex's team down in Popcorn, not quite so good for them. And again, yet again. Everyone who's like, hey man, I'm gonna try Cascade Falls out, they are just getting completely screwed over today.
They get jebaited, don't they? IBG, I've just seen flying through the air. I've landed up at the wall, but we'll hold that for the moment because things are starting to get a little bit busy now. Teams are going to have to start rotating, especially in 40 seconds. That's where real problems are going to start to arise. So it's pretty important, actually, that X and Y are able to either get through this fight or disengage this fight pretty soon. And it doesn't look good now that they've lost a member. That Arcstar is able to connect. Is a chance for the res? Looks like maybe. Maybe not.
Yeah, looks like it's a little bit sketchy at the moment. They may well be leaving JR for dead here. Nemesis, as we mentioned before, one of the most used weapons in this split. In fact, XD actually using both of them there. A common combo is Nemesis plus R9, just for how powerful that is for kind of like, I'd say almost like 3/4 range, like not quite sniper range, but like definitely sort of long mid-range to short there. You've pretty much got all your bases covered.
Yep. Oh, a Valcolt in a smoke. Very good stuff. Blackhand are still milling around inside of Command Center.
Let's go there.
Onic just outside the doors.
Forget that.
Seen this engagement a few times today. Maybe two teams necessarily, but SWQ get themselves in the thick of it as well. And unfortunately, that smoke is not keeping Dom Yum Kung alive. Now finished off without too much difficulty, and SWQ send them packing.
Oh, okay. A desperate fight in the zone here for Hermagord. Goes wrong. SWQ trying to stay alive on the other side of it, but there are teams just absolutely everywhere right now. The one that's right on top of them is T4. But there's, you know, a good 3 or 4 teams down the bottom fighting over one of the other buildings. Popcorn has given up the split hold. They take the northernmost building and they've got their attention focused on AGL and the one above them, trying to work out how they can make their next few steps in this move, as are so many of the other teams. Probably a good 8 to 10 down on the southern side of the zone.
Yeah, not sure what Robin's really going to be able to do there. So that's forever LFT out of the picture. 505 will at least get to last a couple of seconds longer with Mexia surviving. But man, this is a very busy area of the map. Yuma down on the low ground. You have 505 on the roof. And another 2 teams, 2 or 3, even maybe 4 teams kind of having a look from the hills around this building. I just don't think there's any getting out of this one alive.
It's going to be so hard. Yeah, every time you see this, you're just like, all right, there's half the teams on this side of the lobby, and there's probably going to be like one of them that survives. Oh, man. Oh, X and Y. See you later. Someone give that observer a raise. That was hilarious.
Well, casuals, they haven't actually got the greatest of gear, do they? Oh, white armor display. And 2 sets of blues is obviously not ideal this late in the game. You'd be hoping for purples at least, and most teams are probably even getting close to reds, if not having already got some. 505 gets eliminated. We spoke about Mex just a little bit earlier down there on the bottom of the ski lift, but can't survive, obviously, as a solo. Casuals are in a pretty good spot, though. Even if they haven't got great loot, positioning might actually get them a pretty high placement in this game.
Wonton Dumpling, I mean, my memory serves me correctly. They usually land walls, so it's interesting that they're playing from, you know, the bottom of all this. And here we go. Rotations come in. Everyone dies. Onyx going down again. Not a good start to the day for them. And then you've got, yeah, Wonton Dumpling trying to take out a late rotating Popcorn, and Popcorn aren't going to be happy about this. They thought the Catwall was going to save them and do well. It is not. Inside the ring, they're trying to deal with Blackhand here, who are playing from, you know, of course, ironically inside the ring. But with Catwalls down everywhere for these rotations, we're getting a little bit more used to these kind of, you know, circle 4, circle 5 kind of pushes here, where there's just little pizza slices everywhere as each team tries to find a new spot.
Well, Blackhand do just clean up inside the ring just in time as those walls start to fade. They're going to have problems. AGL up on the high ground above them probably have a bit of an angle in there, and so it's It's really important that you win those fights as quickly as you can. Otherwise, you end up in a crossfire. So we'll just see them get that one over the line. It does keep them in the mix for now. Ring has pulled in their direction as well, which will be a little bit of a helping hand. What do we see from IBG here? Truth as well on the move. And Casuals may have a bit of a rude awakening in just a second because they are about to get turned into mincemeat.
Yeah,
in the middle of a sandwich.
3 teams still inside the wall, and then you've got another 3 on the outside. All full at the moment, actually. So we've got six squads here, kind of in 2 sections. The wall literally kind of dividing them. Well, at least the outskirts of the wall. And yeah, as you said, zone's pulling south. Dreamfire, they're actually not too worried about their side right now. They've got a little bit of high ground or just enough angle here that the charge rifle is going towards those other 3 teams. But AGL, who have been sort of ranging down as soon as this circle closed, it was a bit hectic. They thought they'd just leave it for a moment. But once all those other teams finished off each other, they were like, okay, now is our time to go. So they pushed down. They finished off Blackhand nice and easily. And they have moved from one god spot to another.
Yeah, AGL are looking real good. Truth Esports, on the other hand, they have the zone pushing at their back. So while they have a decent setup here, they're going to have to get a wriggle on. That Valcol, oh, has it come through too late, Genome? I wonder. It's very close, but they do get back inside the ring just in time. Still, this is going to be a nasty landing for Truth. I just don't see how they get through this one alive. Saiyajin is the only one there, and, well, he's going to be finished off in just a second by AGL. So that's another couple of points picked up for AGL.
Yeah, I mean, they're currently on 9 kills. They've got the high ground, IBG, like, directly below them, and then Dreamfire kind of on the side as well. So, Dreamfire, they try to cut around and switch things up, using the catwall to see if they can, you know, delay the inevitable for them. I don't know if it's going to work. There's still 50 seconds left on this next zone, and that means there's time. Oh, just a little tag from the missile swarm there. Means Boring does get that information on exactly where this team is underneath him. There you go, the Seer ult further confirming that. We do see Jarrow popping some ult excels right down below them, trying to get that Seer ult up in time.
Well,
he's going to need several.
Dreamfire are doing at the moment. They're just sitting on all these death boxes down south, popping all their ult excels, all their stims, getting ready to go. They don't want to get involved in this fight until they're 100% ready.
Well, they've got enough. 3MZ just got his that exhibit back up because, as you say, there is like 60 death boxes down here. But for IBG, yeah, it's they would have to last quite some more time.
It's a pretty nice angle that Jarrow has found. He's getting some pretty good shots onto AGL, and well, Dreamfire's seems like got maybe a little bit more interest in IBG at the moment than they do in AGL. Atlas wall is up, and that's stopping them from seeing a whole lot. Still some damage coming through from Dreamfire, and AGL having to make their move off the high ground. They know now's the time to strike. Ironblood Gaming really doing it tough. That nade is going to land on top of Panna. Jarrow only just gets himself a shield cell off, so he'll be healthy enough maybe to get this medkit off. But IBG are doing it tough. I don't think they're going to survive too much longer here. They are just getting absolutely slammed.
Yeah.
And they're done. So it's down to just AGL and Dreamfire.
It's very interesting that you know, Dreamfire didn't use that chance to get into that. It felt like there was an opportunity there, but now it's just going to be the straight up 3v3. ABG versus Dreamfire.
I think they would have gone for it if they would have seen AGL having a knock. But at this point, I mean, it does just come down to Boring. So maybe Dreamfire have played this one well enough. Down to the 1v1 though. Roy, he looks healthy enough, and indeed it will be Dreamfire who secure game 2 on Storm Point. He just played that one very passively. Again, exactly as you want to be seeing. Solid Steady wins the race, and they get it over the line without too much of a contest in the end.
I mean, look, you know, AGL, they got their kills. They got the 3rd place. Oh, sorry, 2nd place. Yeah, after taking out IBG. So, you know, they converted that spot. Obviously, they picked the zone perfectly, and then played a couple of positions very well from there. It was, yeah, and honestly, it was kind of like a 50-50 to finish with when they were taking on Dreamfire, and look, Dreamfire came out as the better fighting team, but that said, it's a good game for both of them, walking away with 9 and 10 kills for 1st and 2nd place, respectively.
Yeah, not a bad performance, not a bad shout at all. The only other team that was kind of close by, Blackhand got 7, SWQ got 8. But they were pretty significantly down the standings, so definitely not grabbing as many overall points for that lobby. But, you know, again, I hate to highlight it, but I mean, Onyx didn't really get too much done there in that game either, so they're running for staying on top of the overall standings. It's not looking good. They would have to have an absolute banger of a performance on World's Edge and also maybe do something else in this last game of Stormpoint before we get there. Otherwise, yeah, I mean, some of these teams are going to start running away with a lot of points for this lobby overall, and it'll make it difficult to catch them.
Yeah, look, 2 games in. I don't know. I guess we'll have to wait and see what the scoreboard tells us there. Maybe they picked up a couple of points along the way. Probably not. I think they did go down quite early both times. But yeah, it's it just depends on what the kind of maximum score on the lobby is towards the end. I mean, we have seen some pretty tight lobbies this split that, you know, have come down to maybe 60 points or thereabouts, which you definitely can pick up in 4 games. But if it's a higher one like this morning where we had, you know, Moist picking up 80, then yeah, look, that's a different question.
Yeah, definitely. And to be honest, if anyone's doing that in this lobby, you would almost expect that it's going to be Onyx or maybe Blackhand. Maybe not so much necessarily in this case, although Blackhand have had 2 pretty good games. They have a first and then a 6th. Can't really complain about that too much. Dreamfire right back onto the wagon, which is exactly what we need to be seeing for them. Because again, 6th for the overall split standings coming in here, Dreamfire. They're definitely still in with a really good chance of making it into the top 5, top 4 overall for one of those automatic qualification spots. So, I mean, they got to keep gunning for it.
Yep. Yeah, there's definitely a couple who are looking for every single point they can squeeze out here, just on the off chance that that's the one that pushes them over the top, over the edge, and onto the plane, basically. So
yeah, definitely. All right, let's take a look at the scoreboard here, Genome, before we take a quick break and update you guys as to where things are sitting after those first 2 games. We'll be expecting Blackhand up the top, but not by a massive margin in the end. Dreamfire's only 6 points behind, so they've had a pretty decent day so far. AGL and Tom Yum Kung also hanging around.
Yep. So definitely a couple of front runners there. T4 still hanging in there. DNZ again. Just keeping my eye on them in case they make another run for it, and therefore a late run for the top 5 in this split 2. But yeah, at 5 points, look, that's yeah. I mean, it's a gap to the top couple, but I mean, it's only 11 points off 4th place right now. Either way, honestly, unless it is like literally a 19th or something, Onyx still should be fine to maintain that top 5, even top 4 placing.
Yeah, definitely. But even still, they won't necessarily be too happy with the performance so far today. So maybe we'll see them pick pace back up here in game number 3. That's what we have to look forward to. First, though, it's time for a break. See you in a sec.
Dark Veil trying to choking out here as Ziggy's trying to find.
Oh my god, gets a stun. It looks like a repeat with the head glitch here.
Duos in play here, but they're going to move out from that building early. That might be good, finalizing the deal there on TNC as the rest of the team. They need to find a knockdown before that. Knockdown.
Yeah, the 2 teams certainly still going. Actually, try on shield. Gonna get some finishes. They'll go down beforehand. Fully.
Got a crowd up inside.
They know you're there, guys. Like,
they are almost immediately capitalizing.
Push out the 505 and the team is on
I'll tell you right now, AGL and 505 share the same quarter.
Not like other ones. Early on, T4 use the dragon.
All but the same. It's a couple of strays. They are It's casuals. Inside. Wall down is just barely done.
Down in the back. Savior did have another these tiny little rocks around there.
No, exhibit in response.
Oh no!
It's lost already from making an arc star as well.
Yeah, they want
to get a similar fight themselves. 15 seconds of that then revealed. There's no cover. Down to being at the last number. MCIY trying to keep behind right here. And REC squad's left alive in top of the last remaining palace live end of Toronto.
No vote on it certainly started it a lot better.
Zero with the
Hannah had position before they got down.
lane damage down. Now by White.
Yeah. That just goes from popcorn.
Actually, pressure. Eternal Photon has been well forcing out.
They're challenging me. Crack. They're done. Cat. They're jumping on him. Cat 1 dead. Dead. Nice. One more. Razen. Dead.
They actually kind of summarize.
Wait for downs.
I killed one! Nice!
Play on my side. Yeah. I killed one. I don't though. Give me cover now.
They're tank.
Popcorn. They want to
Not for the leaderboard, trying to drop down, but they do have time to get the bats on even. Knows this is such a mess of a final circle here that honestly anyone
wants to
can
climb up. Down there, a health low on the opposite side. They've got the perfect scan already live here. DY White. They set them around.
Daywar managed to wait this out. Now they go over the top of the wall. They see where everyone is. There, the ultimate is still alive. Other teams come through, pulling out the secondaries to try and get this. Still have 3 teams. There we go. Warrior Rev goes down. Daywar back into the run. They are more
than enough to combine how it's sophisticated by the dead.
somehow, honestly, anyone goes down. Can Daywar finish it?
Locked and loaded. Drop shocked and rocked. Say hello to the 401st. Get ready for a world of hurt. Kill confirmed. Gonna add you to the list.
Hello guys, welcome back. It's APAC South, and well, we've got a bunch more games still for you to go. 4 more in this lobby, which means 1 more on Storm Point. So far, it's been a bit up and down. I don't think we've got a team that's really like pushing too far out in front just yet, Genome. But Black Hand is looking pretty good. Warmed up, I guess, maybe in that first lobby, and back here to run it back for another 6 games. They coming in hot for the first couple of games.
Yeah, it's certainly a nice change for them compared to their first outing today. And yeah, considering we were, sort of talking them down a bit, being like, ooh, I don't know, maybe this is a change up for 3rd spot. A big series for them here should put that beyond doubt.
Yeah, indeed. Well, we'll have to kind of see whether or not they're going to be able to continue to uphold their end of the bargain for this second lobby, but they are doing a pretty good job of things. Tom Yum Kung as well, Dreamfire, these teams are kind of keeping themselves in the mix, and that's good to see because still we have a lot of questions going into next week, right? When we get to finals here in APAC South, we've seen some crazy stuff happen. We've seen teams come back from absolutely nowhere and get one of those slots. It's something that could definitely happen here, but, for those teams that are kind of expected to be toward the top end, you don't really want to be relying on getting the win in the finals to put you over the line. You want to be having those season points that get you there. And, well, here we go into game number 3 of this lobby. Final game on Storm Point. Will we get Onyx with a favorable circle? That's what they were praying for. They wanted a down B circle.
Yeah.
Don't know if they're going to get it. Haven't had it so far, so it could be tough.
Oh boy. Yeah, we can only hope for their sakes. That's it. There's no guarantees, and that's why we're kind of talking about, you know, relying on the regional finals. Like, you cannot do that. I mean, how many times have you seen a team that's probably been the best team on the day, that's got the most points? You know, are they always the one walking away with the win in a match point format? Like, not necessarily. No.
Not necessarily, yeah.
Moist did manage to do it in our last regional finals, but, you know, NRG was certainly well ahead on the scoreboard at the last LAN. You know, numerous other examples. So,
yeah, I mean, it's one of those, like, it's one of those situations, I guess, right, where you can only do what you can and hope for the best. A bit more of a favorable circle pull here for Onyx, on a little bit closer to down beast, not necessarily directly over it, but maybe they'll be happier with that. I don't think so, though. I think what you want when you're the down beast team is for down beast to actually be in the zone, and they're not going to get that here, unfortunately.
Yeah, it'll be a little bit harder for them this time. Dreamfire just chilling in one of the best POIs on Storm Point, the mill. Actually been watching, catching a little bit of Realm lately. Zero, of course, from DZ has been streaming a bit more, so I have been watching some of his POV and getting some good tips on, you know, how to contest mill, what the best looting paths, all that kind of stuff. I can't wait for that sort of information to become a bit more widespread in Apex. And yeah, as we're having a look at here, as you said, it is a bit closer down beast, so I am expecting Onyx, who are making the rotation. Looks like they're probably got the Trident there rolling through. But oh no, it's Dreamfire that get the God Rocks. I was about to say, it's either usually Dreamfire or Onyx, right? And it's just such an incredibly strong position. You can see why. They've got the charge rifle on top there. Exactly. If they can I don't know if they're... No, they're just trying to position the Trident. I was like, are they about to like use that Trident to go and just like try and ram some more sniper ammo up here or something? But no, they're just positioning that for cover. And yeah, it's usually either the mill or the down beast team that will get priority on that position and just use that to farm their armors up all day long.
Yeah, AGL getting inside one of the buildings down in that little subsection. I think Onyx went in the market building, which does tend to be generally a bit of a go-to as well in circles like this. But if you're not in one of those three buildings or on God Rock, this area kind of becomes pretty hard to play. Like, you can play on the hill above, maybe. Probably some teams can still lock themselves down at the mill, but they're going to have to move a little bit further along after that point. So Akuma will take the smallest building. Last building available.
Hey, bigger isn't always better.
Oh, I mean, you keep telling yourself that.
In terms of these buildings to hold, especially I think if you're a Catalyst, I definitely wouldn't mind having the smaller one in this case. It's, you know, there's just not enough doors to reinforce on the other side, you know, like...
You take the smaller one, I'll take the bigger one, it'll be fine.
Angles that you've got to fire through there, I mean, look... Ooh!
No, I do tend to agree with you, though. Like, I find that market building sometimes can be a little bit, like... It's a little bit scary to hold, right? Especially if teams start to, like, contest you, or if they get on your roof. It's just, like... There's so many angles through the roof, especially, that they're just a pain to deal with.
To be fair, like, technically there are angles through the roofs, even on this one. They're just, like, they're very particular. Yeah. If you stand, like, right near the entrance, or, like, right near the top of the stairs, yeah, you can. There's, like, one tiny crack through some of the planks sometimes that'll get you. But as you can see here, over in Checkpoint, we've got Wonton Dumpling going up against Truth Esports.
Why is it always Wonton Dumpling, you know? About these guys, they just like to fight, don't they? It's 11.4. Has to be the lobby.
Yeah, no, that's an ongoing score.
I see. I was gonna say 11 points in this game already. That'd be pretty impressive.
No, with the overlays looks like they're up and running again, which is fantastic. So that'll be yeah, cataloging their scores throughout the series.
Very good, very good. Truth Esports not doing so hot. 8 points, 12th place. And Cyajin got the last one alive.
Yeah, well, SWQ turned up, so that was definitely time to get out for Cyajin after the rest of his squad had been deleted.
Well, what's he going to be doing? Not much, unfortunately, I dare say. Most teams have made their rotation. Some of them are sort of hanging around. X and Y, interestingly, out towards down beast, doing a little bit of replicating. There is that engagement still happening here in checkpoint. SWQ copping a bit of a beating there. Donut will be forced to bat.
Yeah, SWQ there. Can they make something happen out of the edge of this? Is Cyajin? Is he actually? I'm not sure if he's trying to look to grab some banners here or something, or he's just trying to sneak past. But if he's lucky, he might get out of here with his life while the rest of these teams are fighting it out.
Banners have timed out.
Yeah.
Time. SWQ look like they're about to time out as well. Dear me. They've gone from having a really good day in that first lobby to struggling a little bit here in the second. Wonton Dumpling, though, pick up fairly heavy. Been quietly impressed by this team, actually, today. I think they've been...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, as you can see, sitting in 5th at the moment, so not too bad at all a start. I mean, they're certainly a team that can be impressive in sprints, right? I feel like it's really the longer race where we've struggled to see them pick up, do this on a consistent basis. And you know, if you've been watching Apex Esports for a long time, you'll be pretty familiar with that kind of scenario. That just tends to be the aggressive team. It's only the most elite of those aggressive teams that can do that on any kind of consistent basis. Tom Young Kung just trying to survive here. I
think they want to fight.
Well, they've already started fighting, right? They've already taken out one of the DNZ members, but Kensung and Joker are trying to get away. So,
well, see, this is one of those awkward things there for Asia, who only goes halfway. They know, yeah, Kensung is like halfway through, so I guess he cancelled the cannon to try to chase this one sole member of DMZ.
Bogey right here.
But well, Kensung, he's on his way. He's got his racing boots on, trying to get out of there, but eventually does get chased down. So that will leave Joker solo or DNZ. Might be able to go and get that banner. I don't know that there's really an EXO. You mean Tom Yum Kung is in a position to.
They live on in our hearts and minds.
They do, yeah. He's going to get SA's banner, but he might be able to get Kentung. But then again, like, I'm kind of still seeing Tom Yum Kung here on the minimap, hanging around a bit. Not very nice.
Yeah, they seem to be heading out now. Might have just been trying to heal up after that fight. As you can see, Bean is very much occupied with a zone like this. Most of those buildings now taken. Top of the hill also occupied. IMC finished in full. Forever LFT is that team.
Yep.
Playing the top.
They've got a couple of other teams to be aware of just north of them. Sort of playing around those cannons and the Prowler area. But
yeah, certainly no Watsons around to take that one, as we pointed out earlier. Very, very homogenous team compositions in this particular set of lobbies.
Forever LFT. Just need to be careful with the angles that they're peaking right now. Charge rifles all over the place these days. So I'm going to start to move. But again, I would say most teams are sort of already set up, already situated. There is obviously Wonton Dumpling coming down from checkpoint to kind of remember. X and Y were also playing quite hard north, and we saw Tom Yum Kung, for example, out quite far. Black Hand are doing Black Hand things as well. They're still out towards Antenna. But again, that's what you have come to expect, really, from Black Hand at this point. We would not see them for the first 15 minutes of a game, and then they'll come in and probably win it from there. So, going to plan as far as Black Hand is concerned.
spot's calling to us.
I guess interestingly, you know, the best shot they had on World's Edge was sort of not playing that style, right? But certainly their POI and the way they approach it here on Storm Point leaves them little other options. Not that we've really had any South Pools today.
We could jet over there.
No, actually, we haven't, have we? We like a good fish farms pool.
Well, there was that one barometer one, I guess, but even that was a little further away.
Jet over there.
T4 will have to get a bit of a wriggle on. So will Tom Yum Kung. One med kit there for Dexter. No syringes. Because as a couple of med kit. They are a bit light on the flesh meds.
Close range.
And they've still got a bit of a ways to go. Get into the zone.
Let's check that place out.
Yeah, as you can see, they'll be coming in from the northeast there.
Wow, that's a pool and a half on that zone. Look at that. That's gone out pretty much over toward the mill. Yeah.
Yep.
Holy cow.
No, I feel like this has happened a lot this season. We're seeing definitely some repetition in these sort of patterns, and a lot of teams who I think in Split 1, like you would have seen this zone pull to Bean quite often, and that's still kind of like you have to play those positions, right? Because there's, as far as the mill goes, there's not really that many early on that you can't stuff 5 or 6 teams just in the side of one of those buildings. But yeah, at the moment you are seeing it pull back this way a lot. So what I actually like is the position that casuals were holding there in the small buildings to the north of Mill, or to the northeast of Mill. I find those afford you some good rotation options from there. So yeah, but who is that inside the ring? Yeah, they're the team currently inside of Mill. And then Dreamfire, who obviously, I feel like they know this area pretty well, obviously, playing from it. You know, they're on a good spot to be able to pull back towards Mill when the zone does start heading there. But yeah, all those Bean teams are in a bit of strife.
IBG might be in a bit of strife here as well. They have...
Oh wow, they've pulled right up on top of, of Forever LFT. Oh my lord, that is the Thermite! Robin's cooking them!
That is the Thermite of the gods, and Robin is just going to say, yep, I'm holding my W key right now. I know I've done damage, and I want to do some more. Already gets better of Panna and IPG. They've just been signed, sealed, and delivered by Forever LFT. No third party in here just yet for a Forever LFT, so they look to be okay. What a nade, and IBG. Unfortunate. It happens.
No, if they got iron in the blood, it's melted right now. Because
what's the melting point of iron?
That's a good question. I'm gonna estimate 3,500 degrees.
You're actually way over where you need to be. It's
damn it, really?
1,500. Unless you were talking about Fahrenheit, maybe that's.
Yeah, totally. Of course, me, an Australian, was talking about Fahrenheit. Yep, definitely.
2,800 in Fahrenheit.
Still not that close.
So you're still pretty far off. That's right.
Yeah.
Anyway, Black Hand are trying to take a little bit of a contest here to inside the ring in the mill. I think, if anything, they're probably happy to coexist. Each taking control of one side of the mill. Dreamfire will be happy that God Rock is still going to be in. It'll be a big game from them.
I was thinking of Tungsten 3,400. Anyway.
Easy mistake to make, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is. You know, sometimes we all get our periodic tables mixed up, and sometimes casuals mess up their holding of the buildings. So they're really kind of struggling here. You can see ARCstars have got to go out. All the grenades need to be committed here to try and stop this happening. Are they going to be able to get the res on Sway? I kind of doubt it. You know, have the tacticals been used by the other Seer? Is it just going to get cancelled if they try and pop it? I mean, it's such a small building that you don't really have many options, and you don't even have time at the moment. gonna do, because as you can see, I think that was Wonton Dumpling that just rolled straight up on him.
Inside the ring, I'm thinking about maybe making a third party happen here, but they're only a duo. So they opt not to. Onyx Esports are making their rotation happen here. Coming through, and it's not looking too crash hot for them. Racky's going to be on the floor as well. It's just down to Fussy, who is getting beamed. And it's just looking like a pretty rough day at the office for Onyx on Storm Point. That is 3 games from 3 that leave a lot to be desired.
Don't quite make it through there. I mean, we have the, you know, you've got the wingman in Fussy's hands there. I gotta say, after having a detailed look at some of those weapon stats this week, there are not many people picking up the wingman at the moment. Wow. Wow, okay.
I said it. I love the charge rifle and I hate the wingman.
Who is this guy? Get him off my broadcast. God damn.
Go check for life.
Bogey right here.
Zone is pulling in, so 505. They have a moment of respite here to call in a Daywar dive, and I think that's about a good time to pull one off. You can see a couple of other teams opting for much the same rotation. Akuma have landed on top of the big rock, but they can't stay up there. They've got unplayable terrain. It's a nice landing spot, though, for 505. I think they've actually done pretty well here. Yeah, assuming the backside is still in, which I think it is.
Oh, AGL. You can see they're right around Dreamfire. You've got, who was that just went out? T4, Akuma. Okay. Cleared out a little bit of space for themselves. 4th overall today, so, well, sorry, not today, this series right now is a nice place for AGL to be in. They know what they're playing for. They're one of those teams who's certainly feeling, you know, that how close they are.
Yeah, AGL definitely doing well.
Black and out.
Well today. That's interesting, and actually the third party is going to come through here from 505 into that mill. You talk about Black Hand going down. That was at mill. That was at the hands of Wonton Dumpling. And in all that meanwhile, 505 heard those shots, and they were making a beeline for that side of the map. And they've definitely done a number. Wonton Dumpling getting finished off by Mexius. Nice little shot in there from the Sentinel. Inside the ring, also go down.
Yep. You just see them joining the other eliminated teams on the side there with the 4 left alive, of course, being Dreamfire, AGL, 505, and Popcorn. Now, out of those, 505, they're inside the mill right now. Popcorn, they're actually spreading out quite a bit to try and make some space for themselves on the northeastern side of the circle. And then you've got, as we saw before, AGL are essentially underneath Dreamfire right now. So
they are, yep. You might have stayed in the zone a little bit longer than he should have, and has actually been knocked. I need light ammo. Give you that little snippet of information, but he is revived. Doesn't seem like Dreamfire are going to punish for that. Bit of a scary moment there, maybe for AGL. You can't see those knocks on the kill feed.
Hold on, squad. Got a bogey. Let's go that way. Target over there.
505 are now also underneath the Dreamfire, so it's kind of just Popcorn alone on the northern side of the zone. I'm not sure how much cover they've got from Godrock when they do eventually push their way forward here. They're going to be on the move, though.
Yeah, it's interesting that 505 have not opted to play the mill building for any longer. Just want to chill out with the rest of the teams.
Gonna die in the zone. Good little knock from range for surprise. So that'll leave Popcorn as just a duo now. You can see 505 alongside AGL are really trying to put some pressure onto Dreamfire, tossing all of those nades up. None of them really landing though. Dreamfire are completely untouched at this point. It's Bangalore ulti. And 505 might start to pressure the high ground as a result. Missile swarming from Mexius does crack 1 or 2 members. He's collecting as well.
Yeah, he's used his opportunity up though now. Like with some of those nerfs, right? Like it takes longer for Valkyrie to, you know, get her flying juice back. The VTOL jets, right? You know, you can't go quite as long with them. All those kind of little nerfs that hit Valkyrie means that, you know, maybe he only gets 1 or 2 goes here. to actually pop up there on the side and make that incursion onto Dreamfire, especially when the Bangalore ulti was going down. That's when they're going to be, you know, ducking for cover. They're going to be stunned. That's an opportunity to get up there and do some damage and take that team off of height. Of course, the ring will push them off soon enough.
Sooner rather than later, and it seems like now is going to be the go signal for Dreamfire. They all focus on 505. They put up that catalyst wall, and they're going to start to drop off the left side of Godrock. Roy gets knocked from range by AGL. He just stuck his foot out the wrong side of that catalyst wall and got it pinged off. Dreamfire down a member. Ems is using mobile respawn beacon as cover. Tries to get that bat off, has been able to do so. Smokes down here for 505, and they're keeping themselves pretty healthy. Push coming forward now from B, and that is Dreamfire done and dusted. 505, a very clean fight. They'll escape back into their own smokes and try to pop a couple of bats. Reset.
I mean, yeah, incredible. The gold knock there also just helping them get back into this fight that they might not have done otherwise. But you can see, oh man, Jessica even trying to get into the zone there just to make this happen. And now after this catwall goes down, Mex just suddenly is taken down, and now it seems all of a sudden it's doable for Popcorn.
Yeah, it definitely does feel that way. 3-on-2 at the moment. Lots of damage already done though by 505. Still maybe salvageable at this point. They need to get a knock quickly, and unfortunately they're not finding it. V is without armor, but he's still fighting hard. Boring does drop. Now we're back to 2-on-2. Jackie, QQ, trying to pop some bats and shields, respectively, on top of that rock. They don't have much time to work with. Here comes the push into the smoke. Good shots, good damage down. AGL, it looks good. Jackie drops to the floor. QQ in the 1v1. Can't get it done. 505. Clutch up in a massive way.
Big scenes there from 505. And you can see, I think one thing I really loved about getting the overview there in some of those last, the dying moments, was seeing how important the Seer tactical is in those fights, right? If you can time that well, if you can pop that out in the right moment, save it for the right moment, you know, you can cancel a bat towards the end of it, you know, that's another 5 seconds you've bought. They probably don't get time to get another one off, and all of a sudden you've used that tactical to essentially buy you like 100 health difference, maybe even 125 if we're talking red armors. Oh, that nade.
Yeah, that nade was a good one.
He's beautiful. But yeah, like
thermite we've seen.
Yeah. But yeah, so it's like really, it's just yet another reason why we are seeing Seer at the 100% pick rate today.
Bit of a Seer player yourself?
Occasionally.
Yeah,
you know, wouldn't say I'm a main, but
oh, it's gotta be. I remember that photo you took before you went overseas where you looked like a Seer main. Do you remember that one? You don't remember it, I'll have to send it.
No, actually, I've got no idea what you're talking about.
You had like glowing eyes, and I was like, that literally looks like Seer. I'll find it, and we can bring it up on the broadcast later.
Oh, great. Yeah. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, it'll be a good one. But yeah, I mean, we didn't get to catch that on the broadcast there. 505, I mean, the Kraber in hand as well probably helped him out a little bit towards the back end of that fight. The fact that Surprise is able to get that bat off, pretty big. And I really thought this was going to end poorly for 505, but nice little touch in the end. It's the armor swap. I think, yeah, it is the armor swap. Big. And so 505 walk away with the win. And, you know, we sort of highlighted 505 actually at the start of this lobby and said, like, they're a team that started pretty well.
They've had some good weeks and some bad weeks, right?
Yeah, and in this case, obviously, maybe they're going to have a good week here.
Yeah, I mean, they started off with a 3rd, then it was, let's see, 15th, 9th, 10th, 14th. Yeah, so really it was that first week that was sort of the big one for them. And since then, you know, not troubling the scorers quite as much, but maybe with a big last weekend. Like a big result here would at the very least, I imagine, probably secure them a regional finals spot. Because of course, yeah, this is the last series we've got before that happens. And as I'm looking for it, there's actually quite a few squads around them that are kind of playing for those spots, and they're all quite close. There's a bunch of teams who are just like 40 to 50 points. So, like a half decent result should make sure that 505 do make it there into that last day.
Yeah, definitely. Take a look at the standings here. AGL actually on top.
Let's go.
Is a little bit of a surprise, maybe. Blackhand only 1 point behind, but yeah, not that big of a distance between first and third. And yeah, I think that's the big talking point. Onyx down there on 17th place is definitely surprising.
Yeah, interesting. Certainly not the speed, the momentum, or anything else that we've expected from one of our top 2 teams, I guess you'd have to call them, in any reasonable categorization so far. I don't know, let's give a look at... I love the, Wikipedia's got the stats on how much, a team generally gets from one map or another. So just taking a quick look at that so far this season, Onyx have typically gotten 55% of their points from Storm Point. So that's a bad result for them to have not picked up essentially anything in the first 3 games on Storm Point.
Yeah, they're really going to have to run it back, aren't they? I mean, I think it's going to be a tough run for Onyx. I think at this point, you probably have to say, yeah, they're definitely not going to make first place for the season overall, unless it comes from next week. But now, though, I mean, obviously, we have to turn our attention towards World Edge, and to do that, we need a bit of time to prepare. So don't go too far away. Time for another break. World's Edge coming up on the other side.
Been a long time coming, and now they get that opportunity because in their own little bubbles they probably think that they're the best. Now they can prove it.
Welcome everybody to the caster's desk for the very first time. It has been a long time coming. I'm Fallout, joined alongside Vicky Kitty.
Waltzy to try and clutch it out 1-on-2, and I dare say that's going to be a difficult task with Azazel having purple armor. Frog's obviously getting time now to just reset. In fact, not even going to switch hard on forward. Waltzy trying to just play around, and he's now been able to put it into the 1-on-1. Maybe a big clutch for the team from APAC South. Waltzy still has the armor to play with. Pit's Flesh, was that on the down player? Was that on the player that he's fighting? I'm not too sure. Some cracks going through. Waltzy now has the advantage and clutches it out for Sutaraiku.
Run into it, then try the Valcolt, then they use the crypto spam to run distraction in the meantime. And look how far they go, that dome is deep, and they've got plenty of opportunity, looking to find some more, and Spitfire coming out again. Revan Esports don't care about your gold armor, sit down.
Daywar in a great spot though, they're going to down them again. Bastion with the Peacekeeper coming out here from the high ground. Could they be the first team from APAC South here to find victory? This is the best opportunity for them to do so. Full armor, full HP, and a massive chance to convert, to find victory. They take out Onyx. It's only Yuki left, and he cannot stand in their way. APAC South, welcome to the ALGS playoffs.
They're gonna get shot in the back.
Yeah. They're ready. Try
now.
and put pressure on them. Yeah, good nade. Good nade. They're ready.
They're gonna EMP now. Don't go too deep here.
It's fine.
In the corner. Spin nade.
Burning.
Val's dead.
Give me one. Give me dead.
Valk in the air. Val's dead.
Oh my
We're just so much better, dude. Let's go.
So many fucking kills.
Can Burger somehow do this in a 2v3v3?
They lose out on MT here from Team Burgers, having to play as a duo. GMT has a lot of their attention split up as Team Unite now, moving on GMT 6.
One more to try and get second.
Let's go, boy!
The best team in APAC South for a reason. They've been so dominant, and even with a sub JMW from the UK, they are here to play.
I'm resting him.
Stick it!
Popping. He's gonna go.
Now they're going to hang out behind the rock here. They got the mobile respawn beacon to play off. Optic Gaming is engaging with Luminosity. Reignite to go in for the third party and take this entire victory.
LG is out. Optic Gaming skill gates goes out as well. Zero's going to do it. Wide left flank, and they're just like that.
Put some respect in APAC South's name. Holy shit. The region that was made fun of the most. The region that was talked about saying they're the worst by far with the least experience. Taking home the land and taking home $250,000, Greek. We just witnessed history. History.
Reignite is gonna do it. They are your champions. Dark Zero is going to be your champions of the APAC Legends Global Series.
Well, there's a dream that a few teams from APAC South would love to live, and obviously we're not too much further away from that now, right? Split 2 starting to come to a close.
Yeah.
We've got 3 more rounds of the regular season, and then we jump into finals next week, and beyond that, I mean, Split 2 playoffs awaits.
Indeed. And then, you know, you've just got the Pro League, the last chance qualifiers, and then you get to the big one, right? The championship, the jewel, the capstone for the end of the year where we get to crown the world champion. Not just it kind of feels like the other two are just kind of like interim world champions, you know? Like, you still did beat the rest of the world, but you don't have that. There's not the 3 stars, you know? 1 star, split, regionals, 2 stars. It's LAN, but it's not the big one, right? It's not the 3-star event at the end of the year where, you know, the prize is at least doubled. And, that's really where you get to call yourself the world championship. The world champions. And, you know, you got to remember, that was us. That was us last year. That was APAC South.
Who will it be this time around, Gino? What do you reckon? APAC South, run it back?
Oh, man, too early to call. Ask me after the second LAN.
Okay. Well, we'll see. I
mean, if TSM don't make the next LAN, they certainly won't be running it back, will they?
Ooh, sheesh. He's spitting fire already at this point on the broadcast.
To be fair, they're already qualified for the championship because of how many points you get from winning the first LAN. But it'll just be like that'd be such a ridiculous situation to literally be the best team in the world and then like not qual next time.
I mean, it happens. That's kind of the nature of the beast with Battle Royale. Sometimes it's your day, sometimes it's not. And, well...
Yeah, but like not in a league format.
I know, I get what you're saying. But look, it is what it is. And funnily enough, actually, that same thing happened to Dreamfire, if you remember, once they won Split 1, couldn't go to the finals or something, and ended up going to the champs basically off the back of that. Anyway, doesn't matter.
That's true, that's true.
How they've been going today? Okay, not too bad. 10th in the first game, not ideal. First and fourth, though, looking pretty solid and ramping up, heading into World's Edge.
Yeah, ramping, hopefully. Hopefully that's the way this goes. Certainly with 12 kills, I'd say that's pretty run-of-the-mill from them. A nice, one big game, certainly. Playing from Countdown, I feel like they're not necessarily quite as successful as they are sometimes from Mill. I would say that Mill's like a slightly more powerful POI to be playing from, in my opinion. But having a look at the beacon here on World's Edge, I don't think, again, we just haven't had many changes on BVC for this week. So I'm expecting this to be relatively similar.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm kind of keeping an eye on some of these legend picks going into World's Edge. And I can already tell you, we're starting to see some Wraiths. I can see 3, I think.
Yeah, not as many as the other lobby, but certainly still some kind of presence.
Yeah, definitely. And so some little bit of a change up coming through for World's Edge, which is fair enough. But speaking of, that's where we're going to have to head now, Gino. 3 more games to go for this lobby. 3 games left in the regular split. And for some teams, right, those 3 games are going to be very important in potentially making it through to the top 20. There's only 20 spots into next week, and then from next week, we cut it from 20 down to 5. So it starts to get pretty cutthroat as we head into the final dying stages of Split 2 for 2023. And off we go on to World's Edge.
Yeah, it all starts happening pretty quickly here. When we get into the final stages, as you say. I mean, yeah, man, 5 teams is just out of 30. It's not a lot, right? Like, you really have to be putting in the paces to to come out on top of a region, especially one that I think is, you know, has proven itself to be quite strong, like APAC South.
Yep. Climatizer hot zone. Looking at the rest of the drops across the board, yeah, no contest, nothing like that, nothing crazy going on. We'll get a shift back over toward the western side of the map. We had something similar in that first lobby where Mirage Etoile was in, but just having a look at that second ring, and it's maybe possible we'll get a thermal station zone, which I don't actually remember the last time I saw a thermal station zone. At least for me personally, it's been a while.
Yeah, there was a split where they just like didn't happen. Yeah, I think maybe it was split one this year where I remember looking at like a heat map in maybe of split one in Pro League this year, and there literally had not been a single thermal station zone across like all 5.
Wow, that's insane.
It was wild. I don't think it wasn't that it couldn't end there. I think it was just like insanely unlucky for those southern teams.
I just remember we used to get thermal stations like a lot. Used to be one of like the more popular finishes, like that little set of buildings like south of thermal station. I feel like we almost always had like one of those a day, if not more. Anyway, you're going to see some fast rotation starting to come through here. Onika definitely on the move already, the Harvester. And alongside them, Tom Yum Kung coming down from staging. Mirage Etoile already looking to lock in some premium positions in thermal station.
Yeah, exactly.
In and around.
You know, it's definitely, you know, if the staging team is going down to thermal, like that gives you a fairly good read on it, right? Can't wait to say that and then have it like pull back towards staging. That'd be, again, so much fun.
Well, it could definitely still at this point go hard north. Bit of a contest actually already happening here between Wonton Dumpling and Tom Yum Kung just north of Thermal Station. They're kind of fighting over those buildings. You know, the two sets of buildings right up on top of the cliff above Thermal Station.
Yep, having a look at them now. I think they'll probably just split them at this point. Yeah, because there hasn't been any downs yet, so just a bit of trading damage. Woohoo! Oh man. Pretty sure that's Gugu there on the horizon. Comes across with the quick 100 with the R99. Not too shabby. I say I think because, you know, they've changed their names once again.
Yeah. Yep. So, that's alright. Don't worry about it. You don't need to know who's who.
Yeah, but I think when they... Yeah, I feel like when they used to play this composition, he had picked up at the horizon in the past, so... Could be the go.
Educated guess. Maybe. Yeah. In case anyone was wondering, Akuma is the team that will take up residence on top of Thermal Station, everyone's favorite position. So they're kind of kings of the hill, at least for now. Looks like Wonton Dumpling and the Tom Yum Kung have kind of settled their differences. Still a little bit of a back and forth happening between those teams, but I don't think that we're going to really see too much of a contest. Killer Paws the stairs continues to be annoying.
Poking the bear. But yeah, down here at Tree, we've definitely got some options for fights as well. You can see T4 were pulling up with X and Y, sort of playing the middle underneath the tree. And yeah, they go at it, and they actually managed to grab it down onto X and Y there. So good start for T4, but they're not gonna push it, I guess.
Yeah, there's a res happening right now.
Yeah. I mean, they've got double whites, so it's not like T4 have... They're not exactly juiced. I mean, X and Y have got double perps and a blue. That's... Yeah, it's a big difference. That's, well, like 100... Yeah, 100 shield difference between the two teams, so...
Quick maths. Yeah. Well, in the end, both teams are going to walk away with 3 players alive. And T4 opting to skyward dive out.
Makes sense. X and Y are kind of holding a gatekeep position there, like right on the edge of the zone, so they do have to make some sort of move eventually in the next 2 minutes. I feel like there's a massive rush, but yeah, you may as well just do it now.
Connections happening on T4 right here. They've all lost their shields, but looks like they'll be okay. No chase coming through from X and Y. In the end, T4 will get in toward Thermal Station.
I think they're
without too much duress.
They're happy to craft up in the meantime. They've also got, you know, Sia ready to go for the survey beacon, so they can ping that at the end of this circle and decide how they want to make their next move.
Truth Esports, on the other hand, don't have such a luxury. So they'll have to sort of set up on the northern side for now. Wait to see what that info is going to bring. Be a bit aware of Permagod. And, well, I mean, look, slowly but surely we're seeing teams filter their way into thermal stations. So I think a lot of room to work with still for the most part.
Yeah. You know, Truth Esports here. Just sitting on the outskirts around staging. So, we're good on the other side of the... Wow, really? Wonton Dumpling? Man, these two are they just can't stay away from each other. Tom Young Kung and... Like, you've both got a building, guys. Just chill out and play the building. Is there, like, do you really need to be taking these fights? It seems bizarre that they've been so aggro towards each other in such safe positions. And now Tom Young Kung is almost done and dusted with IBG on the background.
I would say they are done and dusted. Wonton Dumpling also probably done and dusted at this point. IBG are going to come in and say, what are you guys doing? Thank you very much for the free positioning and also a couple of free kills. Tom Young Kung eliminated, but I wonder if actually IBG are giving time to Wonton Dumpling to get the reset here.
Maybe not.
One member down. Yeah, IBG smartly going to start pushing the issue, and they're definitely getting the better of this engagement now as well. Thermite is ticking IBG. They sense the blood in the water. They don't over-aggress. They get the knock. They get the finish. Well, Roy actually does, but No Name and his teammate there for Wonton Dumpling still able to survive. So IBG,
well, I mean,
maybe they've learned from Tom Yum Kung's mistake.
Yeah, they're playing smarter than Tom Yum Kung did at this position, aren't they? Interestingly, because of the sightlines of the house, they may actually be able to get this res off, which would be hilarious. I don't know if this guy will manage to hit the ground. Like, casuals are looking at this. They've got charge rifles from just above. They can see that happening there. Oh, yeah, looks like IBG, they realize this res is going off, and they're like, nah, that is absolutely not happening. This guy is getting fried on entry. Yeah, he doesn't make it out. Doesn't make it out. Not a single chance. So IBG, once again, they're literally like respawn farming at this point. How did they get the knock on Jarrow there?
Yeah, I don't know. That was an absolute beam. Jarrow not going to get res right here. And no, this is going to really start to bring it to a head. IBG are not even the ones pushing the issue anymore. It's actually Wonton Dumpling. But maybe they've given themselves enough time to get that res. Jarrow getting picked up right now. Wonton Dumpling. Thermite in through the window. Isn't quite going to land. It's actually landed up.
I love this. Just taking grenades out of the death boxes one by one and just lobbing them all through the window.
They're not connecting any of them, unfortunately.
Okay, IBG
reset.
Yeah, they've reset there. They do manage to get everyone back on. What is, like... I'm trying to think of, like, some TV show or, like, movie where this happens, where everyone is just, like, unreasonably angry for, like, absolutely no reason. Man, alright, look, I don't know what they're thinking at this point, but maybe we should just find out directly from the horse's mouth. Let's hear from IBG.
Wall out from on me, and just walk straight across to their doorways. They can't peek, okay? Just peeking out the front like a lunatic.
I'm just gonna wall out. I'm gonna wall out from this door here.
No. Come to me and wall out straight across, right in front of our staircase, okay? Like across our staircase.
Like that?
Like that, perfect.
Yeah.
Cat might peek. Play a hold.
I'm watching. I do need light though.
I got light for you.
I'm gonna loot a bit.
There's a box on the other side. I have like no heals whatsoever.
Okay, I've got cells. I've got 16 cells in a bat. I'm dropping cells inside. I dropped 4 cells.
Where's the other box on the backside? Where is it?
It's on the balcony.
It's on the balcony and there's nothing in it.
Yeah, there's nothing in it.
I'm 0-5. I'm 0-5.
I'm 0-5 as well.
I'm dropping a cell. I'm 1-8. We're fine. We're fine for meds. We can always inter-team later for meds, okay?
Drop light, Joe.
A double purple in there. I've got no nades. I've got 260 light. What do you need? How much?
I need light.
Did you loot both those boxes?
I've got 180 now.
Yeah, there's nothing in them. I looted them.
180, you need more?
I'm fine with this.
I have gold helmet as well. We can always int them later, okay, boys?
Yep.
Wait for zone to close.
How does that song go?
If the team out northwest is shooting at anybody behind them, we int northwest, okay? We int the building, okay?
Yep. It's just a cat team, though.
Nice job getting the thirst as well, player. Good work.
I think Sia died, yeah. So
yes, the Sia died, so it's cat Valk.
Yeah. Horizon, maybe.
No. Horizon team died. It should be cat Valk. Cat Horizon, you think?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Horizon.
Do we have any nades at all?
Negative.
No.
That's kind of bad. There's 40 lat in the bin out over there. We're still in zone. This team's gonna play out on their side there.
This should pull up, right?
No, it's looking like it's gonna pull down to like here somewhere. We're gonna need to kill this team next to us later, but it's fine if they're there. If there's like, let me get this. I think I'm right. If there's 2 teams in these buildings, a team's gonna play like from out here and then walk down to the blue crates, like out north, and nobody else should like land near us. Like we kill them right now, or we wait and kill them later.
I'm down to kill them right now.
We just secured them.
They secured something.
No, their Seer's dead. Their Seer is dead.
Oh, okay, yeah, you're right.
I thirsted him. Is this thing
They just rezzed. Someone just rezzed, like, past them. It wasn't them, was it? Or he died.
I don't know. I got more ammo. I got 40 heavy, I'm just dropping. Actually, I can take the heavy. I can give you more light, player.
Yeah, I only have a sack.
Got 40 more.
I can drop light.
I have 2 sacks now. I'm fine.
Can someone watch the door? I want to check if there's an R9 in either one of these boxes.
I can check.
Head up.
It's a car, close enough.
They're still fighting up here. What's happening behind us? We might want to int them now. If behind has to fight anything, we int them now, okay? Wait, out on the left somewhere. Out here somewhere.
I say we go
there. Right? No, they're not fighting. They still blow armor charge out there.
We have no bats.
I have 1. I have 1 bat.
We just monk them for the passion.
No, we can't until zone closes, and then
We can
will,
maybe wait till another team lands on that.
All right, we'll see what happens with that fight. Will they take it, or will they be happy to sit here? I think I've discovered the source of IBG's woes, though, Elfish. Jarrow's trying to IGL, you know, good on him, and Hannah's just sitting there like vibing and singing, man. Like how are you meant to comp properly?
I mean, we could try that dynamic if you want. You could try to pass, and I could just sing in the background.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But we'll hold that for a moment because AGL is gonna push their way down. They had to push their way down onto casuals. This is kind of what IBG was actually waiting for. They're not going in for that third party at the moment. AGL, though, are really struggling. Casuals also. Casuals down to just the 1 member, Sway, who has managed to get an armor swap. But he's in a 2-on-1, and all the nades getting tossed on in. Really connecting onto him just yet. He's trying to use those red shields.
Yeah.
It's a bit of cover, and unfortunately it's not really working out for him now. He has to move. Zone is pushing at his back. He's got a Prowler and a Charge Rifle, which is not really ideal for this scenario. R99, big spray, and casuals are out of the picture. AGL will win it.
Yeah, IBG
are on their way.
Yeah, they talked about it. Now that the fight is happening, they are moving up. A quick down onto QQ leaves just Jackie 1 up. I mean, they did a good job against casuals there. They were literally running rings around them in the end. Jackie, he might have slipped past here. They actually get the finish onto QQ, but Jackie has pulled a fast one and is now below them. They're looking for him. Does have the Wrecking Ball available if he needs to use that. I don't know where on earth he would actually use that to make use of those little speed pads to get away, but...
Yeah, you look at this scenario though for IBG, you think, why have they pushed out of like a really good position? I mean, we heard them talking about how they didn't really have many resources, right? They didn't have any bats. They had like 1 bat between the 3 of them. They really didn't have many shield cells. So they knew that if they had the opportunity, they would have to go and get some loot somewhere. And this was the only opportunity that was going to be given to them. So yeah, maybe they give up a position. Maybe they give up control of that building. But they've kind of cleared out the northern side of the zone. They come out ahead in terms of what they're holding on to. You know, you can see there's a Phoenix kit now coming through for these guys and stuff like that. So I think IBG, they're feeling a little bit better. just having a look at them on my feed, they're obviously nicer now than what they were heading inside of that building. So definitely a big win for IBG, especially considering you know, that point that the northern side of the zone is quite clear. They actually have a lot of room to work with here, and they've got the resources now to potentially win this game. Plus, the zone shift has kind of been helpful for them, but, you know.
Hermagord, they were playing from the pocket on the other side of that wall, so they've just pulled the Valcolt in now that... I mean, this zone is actually kind of gross. It's pulling onto the, like, the Dorito house south of the zip line here. So this is a fantastic spot for Hermagord to be picking up, and exactly the right time to do it, because they get in here a little earlier than everybody else, and then get absolutely destroyed. It was a terrible decision by Hermagord. I can't believe that they would rotate like that.
Yeah. Yeah, 505 and DNC both already in there, causing some problems, so they're going to have to continue to fight against one another. Black Hand have made a rotation in, and they are really just sitting in the most precarious position you could possibly imagine, almost in the lava itself.
Oh man, that's some real Star Wars vibes right there.
Yep, like we're on Mustafar at this point. But 505, it looks like they're still going to be in control of at least a fairly decent position. They're firing some shots off at Truth Esports, who are trying to make a prop. That won't work out at all. Truth are just cooked.
Kind of tough for them. Oh man. The threat scope on the longbow. Doing real work there. Oh my god, the house is like barely going to be in the next circle as well, by the way. This is a wild circle. It's like everyone's getting pushed out. T4 just sort of to the right of this screen. They're in the where we saw what's his name ratting just before, like near all the crates and stuff. Yeah,
containers,
yeah, exactly. So that is where the circle is ending, by the way, and they are essentially the only ones in. Most of the next circle, by the way, is lava. Most of it.
Yeah, but I think if you're looking at IBG's position right now, you're feeling pretty confident about things. They're going to start to move their way down as they see this engagement happening for IBG, for Wonton Dumpling and X and Y. So, look, X and Y do win that fight, but they're down a member, and IBG are now coming in with a bit of util, some nades getting tossed in, arc stars here and there, and they are looking for these kills. Pana,
look at this chase.
Luckily cancels that climb.
Yeah, they're trying to get up here, and yeah, it's player K that they need. The guy with the movement, the Valkyrie player.
Yeah.
Gonna look for a little bit more loot here. He's been so destitute the whole game, he's kind of desperate for it. 505, a little further down. There's three teams, Onyx, DNZ, and 505 here. This is down at the burrito building. I know you can't see a lot there. Teams fighting down the south side of the circle for the tiny bit of space that will be left there next zone.
Yeah, X and Y completely give up the high ground there and just decide to dive down into the lava, join the rest of the mess with everybody else. That was the same rotation that Truth tried to make. Didn't work out very well for them, and in doing so, they, I think, have kind of given IBG Godspot here. IBG have the high ground. They've got no one really contesting them. I mean, T4 is kind of hanging around, but they're just a duo, and they're trying to keep their heads down. And look at the absolute mess that is the bottom side of this fight, down in that lava. In that Dorito building, as you said. Onyx Esports have actually come out with the win, but geez, where do they go from here? Like, how do they even get out of this position?
Okay. Shady's on 82% currently with his Wraith Portal, so they should be able to portal somewhere north eventually. But, I mean... Oh, man, you can see Blackhand. They're trying to get away from IBG, who are playing... You know, really the best position up here north. T4, as the duo, are still struggling in the middle there. I guess that's Barot's cat wall that's trying to keep him safe. But, I mean, there's piercing spikes on top of him. At least he's the cat player. Doesn't have to worry too much about them. But, damn, this is looking dire. Onyx, they've just got to wait for the right moment to strike here. And they could be okay. But IBG, the game seems like it's in their hands.
Yeah, it definitely does. They've made all the right moves so far. Doesn't look like they're going to be letting it slip. Baroth is somehow still surviving inside of that shipping container, but yeah, won't be for much longer.
He had
death boxes galore.
Yeah, all those death boxes. He had 17 ammo in his R99 and one clip in the charge rifle. That was it.
IBG.
There we go. Here's the ball play
by Blackhand. This is where it starts to get a little bit messy. In that meanwhile, Daddy has put down Portal for Onyx to make the cross, so it's 3v3v3, and I mean, honestly, this could actually go in any direction. All three of these teams are very impressive So this should be a really exciting final sort of 30, 40 seconds.
It might come down to ults available. Let's listen to Onyx and see how they play this out.
Crack me on these guys.
Swing him with you.
One HP. Nice. Play on me. Play on me. I'm here. I'm thirsting. We need to try to get that thirst. Yes, I'm getting space on this. Yes, get the space. Get the thirst.
They knocked one. They traded, I think.
Get the thirst. Get the thirst. One team. Play together.
Hello, ground. They're running to zone. They're running to zone. Jump in.
120. I'll drop and get kill.
Nice. Well played. Two games to go to lock it in. Holy shit. Good boy. Good shit.
Well, there you have it. Obviously, Onyx pulling themselves off a pretty nice victory considering the circumstances that they were in, Gino. We were wondering, how do they even get off of the little island? Well, luckily, they had the portal available. So Shady gets them across, and they managed to sweep through the rest of that engagement. And wow, I mean, even some point denial attempt coming through from IBG doesn't quite work out for them because Onyx still able to sweep in there and grab those last couple of kill points.
Yeah, it was really well played from them. You know, the portal coming up at the right time. Not sure if that was, you know, off the back of ult excels or not, but either way, they didn't really have any other options to get across there. I mean, taking that zip probably would have been suicide. With all the cat walls coming up, I don't know, it might have just inadvertently provided them some cover had they needed to get over. But either way, they didn't have to use it. And yeah, it was just a really solid victory. In the end, IBG, to be fair, you know, that listening was really crucial to understanding the decisions that they made in that game. And I think, you know, as you said, grabbing the loot and going north was the right call, and it got them almost all the way in the end there, just not able to overcome the final hurdle.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate that they ended up actually having to face two such strong teams, you know, like it was sort of like three of the best teams, if not maybe the three best teams in this lobby. I guess IBG probably been a little bit up and down this split, but we have definitely seen them win lobbies and like do it really cleanly. So no question about Onyx and Blackhand and even IBG you can make a discussion for as far as strength of teams inside of this lobby at the moment. But yeah, look, really impressive stuff from a lot of those teams. And I think the first thing that was sort of interesting to me was like that initial fight that was happening on the set of compounds above Thermal Station, like Tom Yum Kung and Wonton Dumplings. Just like, what on earth was going on there? For the better part of 5 minutes, they were just bashing their heads against one another, and it ultimately kind of ended up being mutually assured destruction.
Yeah, I can't tell you, man. That was weird. That was like genuinely really weird. Mate, like yeah, with A out of meds, and they were just like, oh, we have to push and win this or something. Like, probably not in that situation. Surely, like, those buildings are genuinely, you can just sort of sit up the top. Like, you can hide in the bathroom if you really need to try and like preserve your resources. But it was just wild how they just kept swinging on each other, and then eventually they both die for it. And like, honestly, it just seems kind of deserved to me. It was like, you can just chill, guys. You can just chill.
Well, it is a case of you reap what you sow. Here's the placement timeline. Rough exit for Tom Yum Kung. We've just spoken about that. But Onyx 1, Blackhand 2, IBG 3. And then T4 and 505 rounding out the top 5. Dreamfire take a bit of a tumble in that round as well. So when we do get into the standings, I think things are going to start to get pretty interesting, with teams towards the top end struggling in that game and teams that needed some points kind of picking them up. The only one that really sets themselves above and beyond is Blackhand, but still quite close for the rest of the pack.
Yeah, 505 with the 38 points, doing pretty well for themselves right there. You heard Onyx saying, come on, guys, we've got 2 more games. Let's lock it in. We can get the win still. And, you know, they believe in themselves. Honestly, I kind of believe in them as well. I don't know if they will quite get there, but do I think it's possible? Sure. And, you know, and they're going to be thinking about the end of the season as well. They're going to be thinking about trying to take that first spot out overall and grabbing the 10 Gs.
Yeah, I mean, even if not the win, I think you definitely need to be looking to Onyx to sort of put themselves inside the top 5 for this lobby, because that aids them a little bit next week and potentially still snaking first away from Moist Esports. But discussion for later on down the track. And it's time now for us to take another break. We do have 2 more games for you in just a moment, so don't go too far away. We'll be back in just a sec.
team.
G'day and welcome back. We've got only a couple more games to go, Genome, so time is dwindling for some teams. This might be the last two games they play in this split of APAC South.
Crazy to think about that, isn't it?
It goes pretty quick, doesn't it? Like we've
generally
been doing this for a few weeks.
Yep. Week 5, and we're just about to find out. 2 games time, we will have the information on who are the top 20 teams in APAC South, and therefore joining us in the regional final.
All right, well, I've got one more thing for you, Genome. Something I want to show you. Remember, we talked about Genome the Seer from days of past. Let's have a look and see what that looks like. I really enjoy this. So this is obviously Seer, as we all know and love. But what about Genome Seer? That's what we want to see. Oh, my God. Look at those glowing eyes. That guy, he can see through walls.
Yeah, man. X-ray vision. That's my superpower.
X-ray vision. Yeah, so good stuff. Anyway, without further ado, I think it's time for us to jump into games. So, look, all fun in love and war, and hopefully we'll be getting to see Genome Seer again one day soon. Yeah, look, I'm looking forward to these last couple of games.
Cosplay coming in, man. Yeah.
You should definitely cosplay him. I don't know though, like you need to pick like a really tall character. I don't know how tall Seer is.
I also don't think I have like the washboard abs to pull off like most of Seer's costumes, to be honest. Like,
work on it.
Yeah, I guess. And having a look at that, I mean, he's everywhere. Like, why not, right? I mean, remember, we've only got 19 teams, so that means he is literally at 100% yet again. And that's both lobbies today, right? Like, not a single team, as far as I remember, is has got that over both lobbies. So anyway, game's starting up, so let's just jump right into that and get going with our 5th game for today in this series, at least.
Game has started, but nothing really has occurred so far. Everyone's looting up pretty okay, and no early engagements thus far. Remembering, of course, 19 teams for all of these lobbies today. So you haven't missed anything. Zone's going to pull toward the north, but how far toward the north? Well, it looks like it's going to kind of go back over towards Skyhook. That's always, again, another one of those kind of interesting finishes where you do tend to see not a whole lot of shenanigans going on early in the game, and then as we head into the sort of mid-late game, that's where it really picks up the pace.
And some teams, yeah, are already on the rotate, like Kung, actually. They've already made their way out of Saging and Mirage Trois to try and make use of the ring console over at Lava Fissure. IBG, of course, beating them to it, as you said, heading straight towards Skyhook. Ooh, looks like they might even think about taking top of Trials, which is an interesting one. Onyx, as you can see, they've scanned the ring as well. Little hint of green in that mini-map is enough to tell you that much. And so they'll be going in there a little bit, just a little bit slower. Interestingly, ooh, they almost got Boring off, actually, from AGL, who was... I think he was just trying to grab some of those bins on the top of Trial, so they'll just go all the way into Skyhook, you're going to into the Void, even just to make that a little bit safer. And pretty good, because that is AGL, right? A team is never, ever going to the top of Trials, you know, unless it's either a Skyhook or a Trials zone, right? So the fact that IBG is there, they know IBG could only, like, it's probably going to be them from Lava Fissure. No one else can really make it there that quick. Yeah, it just gives them so much information. I've just seen one of the views we've got going on here. That's me and Elfish having a chin wag right now.
Just 2 guys chilling in a hot tub. That could be us. We're just men. By the way, I'll just say.
We're just normal men.
Yeah, well, Player K just got beamed out of the sky by Boring while they were rotating their way into Skyhook IBG there. So, we were talking about the information that was given over to AGL. It's not just information, it's also now a kill.
Nice, wow.
So IBG down a player. And that's not resable at this point.
It's not a great start, yeah. Well, I mean, they don't even have the banner, right? So,
no. Who would have gone flying? I don't even know where IBG have ended up. Oh, there they are, I see.
Yeah,
the banner's like right out in front of AGL.
It's in front of the diner, where they are not. So, nope.
Alright, well, Panna instead is just going to spread his goo everywhere. What else do you do when you lose your friend? Probably could have phrased that one
better. Sus.
Whatever. Don't worry about it. We're just two guys in the hot tub, Genome. Want to spread our goo together? It's fine.
Oh no. No comment. No comment.
Getting to that point in the night, though.
Yeah. You can tell.
We've been going for.
You can tell, can't you?
Too many hours. I wonder if some of the players are starting to get a little bit silly here as well, right? It's you're getting a bit tired if you played these all these games, right?
I mean, Tom Young Kung and Wonton Dumpling certainly looked to be pretty silly last game.
That's true. That is true, and we had both of them in the first lobby as well. But like I was saying, this is one of those zones where I think most teams are going to be able to rotate in pretty safely. There's almost always at least a building left in Skyhook, no matter how late you come. So, even though most teams have already sort of rotated in, even though for those teams that have kind of... Even though those teams are still sort of starting to rotate their way, like from Fragment and from Geyser and Harvester and stuff like that, they will have somewhere to hold up. What's wrong, Genome?
Nothing. It's all you.
All me? All me. Alright. One-man army. That's fine. Have to do it by myself sometimes.
You have had a lot of solo casts, to be fair, this split.
Yeah.
You have been left standing by a couple of us.
You struggled in 1 week, and then Dax dropped for like literally mid-interview. Trying to introduce myself.
It's been rough. It's been rough. Well, I mean, you weren't interviewing yourself, to be fair. Like there was someone else there. I just didn't know if you noticed, but.
Well, Dreamfire gets eliminated. So, in all of that, meanwhile, we've lost a team, and a pretty big name team as well. Sort of hoping that Dreamfire was going to come into today's lobby and really solidify their place inside that top 5, but it doesn't really look like that's going to happen.
I mean, they're one of those teams you always believe in, right?
Of course. They do still have one more game.
They've just got
this one.
Too much firepower, too much history, you know, too much of a decent record just making it happen when they need to not believe in them. I mean, yeah, like they've won the entire region before, right? Like you just cannot count out a team like that.
No, definitely not. But they were 4th coming into this game, and now they get basically 0 points. So they'll probably drop. It's pretty tight toward the middle of the pack. The team's really close behind him. What's AGL up to at the moment? They're really a bit antsy. Tom Yum Kung trying to barrage their way into the train station. Truth Esports are down a member, so 3v2 as far as Tom Yum Kung is concerned right now.
Yep. Truth, no, they can't take that. They're out straight away. And there's actually quite a few buildings, like up where you can see Truth just running the bottom of your screen there. There's like 2-3 buildings down there that are currently unoccupied, and not sure where that next zone is pulling.
Yeah, I'm looking for it. I don't see anyone that's got the info yet.
And so as a result, you know, maybe it does go up there. Maybe, like honestly, we've had
505 have.
Okay, right.
And it is going in that direction.
Well, it's like like the next zone is just like it's Skyhook. It's like all of Skyhook, right? So it's not really giving you any indication of like where it might be going. And honestly, we've seen a lot this split, especially. You know, you really can't tell that well with Skyhook. Like it's been swinging in a lot of different directions. So it's not like the days of old where it was 100%. It was in diner or it was going to train station. It was like or the market where Truth Esports are at the moment. They were kind of like the only spots that you would ever see it pull. But we've had it go down like southwest recently, even towards the tunnel sometimes. So yeah, no, it's gonna be genuinely funny to see, or just interesting to see. You know, where this ends up.
Well, the positioning of the teams is kind of indicative of that as well, right? Normally, you get to this point in the zone pools and you think, okay, well, there's like 10 teams clumped in one spot, more or less. That's probably where the zone is going to end up going. But it's actually still a pretty even spread across Skyhook. I guess you could make the argument that probably a few more teams are leaning toward the eastern pool rather than the
Yeah,
western pool, but even that is probably just a byproduct of the fact that more teams are coming in from the east rather than from the west, and so they've like that's the first building they've gone to and said, all right, well,
okay, well,
we're happy here.
I've just noticed two things, Elfish. One is Hermagerd, like usual, are holding the top of the skyhook itself, right?
Okay.
But usually they do that because Xavier's playing Watson, and it's really easy to fence off all the zips and make it quite the stronghold for yourself. Now, with the roster changes we've seen, by the looks of it, Xavier's on Seer.
Yep.
This is the first time well, he's respawning right now, actually. Excuse me. They just just managed to grab a mobile respawn beacon
Semantics.
down. Which is, well, he's alive. Now he's alive. He's going back to his death box.
Yep.
But that is the first time that we have seen Xavier off Watson in like, I don't know, man, how many splits. In like a long time.
Improvise, adapt, and overcome.
Apparently.
Oh my god, I'm getting all over that.
Time changes all of us.
Indeed. Turn some of us into gear. Yourself included. But see what 505 is going to be able to do. They're the only team, I think, that has the ring info. So that's kind of what I'm most interested to sort of see. Is that going to have any kind of an impact? I doubt it. Like, I don't think anyone's moving at this point.
Enemy there.
Now, D and Z, they're currently in landslide. They just popped a survey beacon. So they will have some info. They know they're actually, they're pinging buildings right now about like where they could potentially go. They won't have zone info, but they'll have enough info. In some ways, it's better, honestly, to know which building they can just fly straight into. Oh dear.
Okay, that's not feeling too good for Akuma. Orca's finished off. Crusader and Limo are also kind of lucky to be alive. They don't have much HP between them. Oh, that's maybe not ideal. Kicking open the door when there's a team literally landing in front of you. This will be the end of Akuma, yeah. Doesn't take much longer than that. And we're going to pick themselves up a couple of points.
And the other thing we need to put, like, that was a really nice little tech move there. So if both doors are closed together, right, you can kick the middle of them and you can kick both of them out at once. What you saw there was Hermagerd deliberately had the doors open in different directions and reinforced so that it would take you 8 kicks to remove both of the doors and be able to reinforce it yourself. And that literally killed the team below them.
Man, who's got time for 8 kicks?
Exactly. Well, Akuma definitely didn't.
No, certainly not.
But that's, yeah.
And Dumpling also struggling.
It's just one of those awesome, like, tiny little things that you can do, and sometimes it pays off like that.
Yep.
Shield cell here.
Oh, that is a nice charge rifle shot coming through from Raki. Full 90 damage. Can't see too much more. But again, we're not really expecting to see too many shenanigans at this point in time. I mean, zone 10 seconds away from moving, but even this pool, it's only going to actually push in like X and Y and SWQ. They're pretty much the only teams that haven't got into Skyhook already. SWQ and X and Y actually going at one another a little bit as well. So probably one of these teams dies on the rotation in or just loses a lot of members. Aside from that, yeah, everyone's already holed up, so it's going to be a slow game.
Well, I don't know how much longer SWQ is going to be in it. Black Hands, they've taken a casualty so far. Easy Flash is down right now. His teammates are trying to work out if they can get under there to pick him up, but they've got to finish. Yeah, there we go. SWQ is gone now. X and Y, luckily, it looks like they're too busy picking through the remains on the other side of the portal, and as a result, Blackhand will get the reset. Dodge the CQ as well. That means they're not revealing that they're low on health. Pushable. Oh man, Easy Flash just popped a nice 137 and got that down onto Jesco. So that sucks for Popcorn. We're having a look at the the rat here. Where is this? Oh, Space Soda from Casuals. On the,
Not a fun place to be honest. It's got a long way to move next zone.
Yeah, it does. It's got Skyhook dive, so you never know. There's always a chance.
Alright. Solon said he wins the race, I think, is pretty much the name of this game at this point. Black and trying to make their moves. I mean, the next zone is really going to separate the boys from the men, isn't it? This is where things are going to get dirty. Lots of teams having to move. If you're Tom Yum Kung or Truth Esports at this point, you're probably set. And maybe Hermagerd up on top of the Skyhook as well. But aside from that, I feel like everyone's in a bit of a dangerous spot right now.
That spot's calling to me.
So we do go northwest.
Target over there.
Which, yeah, as you say, you know, Tom Yum Kung and Truth are around there. Even Truth, though... Oh, actually, no, they're in a building. Where's the market? Oh, the market's next one down. Okay. I feel like the market it often ends on the market, but then it's like super hard to hold, and you kind of don't want to go there until right at the last moment. That's it. The Skyhook itself is in, but it probably won't be in the next zone, and that's where we see that always a fun time where you get the three teams, right? The one that's on the top of Skyhook, in the middle, and the bottom fighting together. But outside, we've got yet another fight. This time it's DNZ versus inside the ring.
You're already down a member. Kentung struggling. Wait for an SA. I've got to get him back up here. It looks like they've got a little bit of a brief moment of respite. There's coming through, but no, the shots onto SA are too much, and Joker now solo. Try to swindle something here. Get in behind that catalyst wall. Provides a little bit of cover. But we're really running out of options now. Especially as that zone starts to push in. Does he have a sliver? Yes. Okay. And survive for the foreseeable future.
You see poor SA just crawling in there. Oh, the death box manages to get into the ring, but unfortunately his corpse does not.
Target over there. Okay. Ready to check out right here.
Oh, this is what it is.
Would
have actually probably got the res off there as well, unless they made too much noise and brought someone over, but there's not too much going on near Joker. Anyway.
It's a north ball. Okay, interesting.
Look how busy this area of the map is. I mean, to be expected. Lots of teams inside of Skyhook. I wonder how this next pool actually does play out, because there's actually 0 buildings in. It's all just that ground cover. And granted, there are a lot of like random walls and boxes and stuff like that you can hide behind, but the fact there's no buildings in here probably means the team on top of the Skyhook is going to be able to farm.
Well, and like very unusually, like, yeah, it's the teams in Skyhook are actually going to be in probably one of the best spots, like all of them, because they actually have a sliver in the next circle. Whereas, yeah, usually they're the ones getting pushed out and just running into the fire of all the teams who are on the outside and just watching and burning through them all. Yeah, we'll see how the catwalls play out for some of these teams. They're definitely going to have to come out, I think, at the conclusion of this circle, but like, and they're sort of in the middle of this all, which is why they're struggling so much right now. You can see them.
I just want to point out, you can hear all these sentinel shots on the stream. You're not seeing where they're coming from. I can tell you they're from Savior right now for Hermagerd on top of Skyhook. And let me tell you, he's doing some damage. In fact, they're all doing some damage. 1900 for Jasper so far. Savior heavier on about 18. Never mind, he's just gone above 2k. And Yukoi is about 1500. So Hermagerd is just farming that damage at the moment.
And look at that, he's got 22 cells, by the way, so he can charge this up as much as he wants. I'm actually not sure why maybe there's just so many shots he doesn't want to waste the time.
There's no time
on doing that.
Literally.
Yeah, he
can't stop shooting. It would be a DPS loss.
Yep.
And they're still going to have a little bit of room to work on top as well. Just enough that if they crouch down, no one's going to be able to find an angle on them. So they can continue to stay up here as well and cause a real problem.
Well, Onyx gets murdered. They've got Shady left alive, but the rest of them I don't think you'll be able. Well, that's that. What? Why did they drop?
I think they were a bit overconfident there. X and Y have lined them up. X and Y also gets eliminated, but Hermagerd goes down as well, and it's AGL. Sorry, 505 that will lock down that position. Either way, I'm a little bit at a loss, Gino. They could have continued to lord it over everybody.
Yeah, it didn't look like they were in a position where they were taking too much damage. AGL, they're right on the edge of the circle. They've actually just committed a portal to try and, lock down another position, or at least see if, they can steal that away from someone else, put extra pressure, and therefore keep even more of the circle to themselves. But Tom Young Kung repel their advances. Shady says goodbye to Hunty there. Oh, can't quite get it through.
Yeah, tried his best, but Tom Yum Kung quietly putting together a pretty good game here as well. 4th place overall for the lobby. A win would go a long way. 505 are under pressure. They'll get eliminated as well. So it's forever LFT as a solo. Tom Yum Kung has 3 and AGL has 2 as well. And AGL is fighting for top of the lobby at the moment.
Yeah, and a single point more will put them on top. So this is important. Tom Young Kung 20 points behind, but as you can see there, would still be in a top placing if they can do well here. So really it is between those two teams. Just the 2 alive now. Let's see how this one goes.
3 on 3. Jackie 1 does get himself that initial knock onto Asia, so Tom Yum Kung struggling a little bit as a duo. Philippos and Dexter trying to clutch it out. Shots continue to come through. Flash damage coming across as well. And it is just the one member. Oh, there might have been a resident there. I'm not sure what's going on, but Dexter is now guaranteed the only one as the riot drill does pick up Killer Pos. And AGL look like they're going to come away with a victory. I might have spoken too soon. Dexter! No way! What is that? And Tom Yum Kung, they have swindled it. They have stolen it. They did not, in any world, look like they were going to win that, but Dexter, I don't even know what I've just seen.
The movement on this man, getting around there with the last Nemesis spray. I mean, it looked like a hip fire. I'm in disbelief. I think anyone who's watching this is probably in disbelief. That was honestly incredible. I mean, the Mad Maggie players as well, drilling the other side of the car, like... It looked like it was all going AGL's way there until I mean, but look, they're not dead until they're, one sliver of health. That can be enough. Wow.
Yeah, I think we'll get to have a look at that on the replay. I want to know what kind of movement tech there was involved there. Was it a super glide? I don't know. But either way, very, very crispy stuff. And yeah, Tom Yum Kung. They are definitely still fighting hard towards the back end of this split. We've time and time again talked about how difficult it has been for them. Has it been a bit disappointing? Yes, in my opinion, it has. Like, they're always one of those teams that's going to have a highlight on them. What about this, though, from Homer Good? I guess they got the info off the Seer thing, but they could have stayed up on the high ground for another 30, 45 seconds.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you, honestly. I mean, the other guys were shoved into a corner, so like it kind of feels like they should just be able to swing them and do heaps of damage.
Of course.
But it just feels like they didn't need to. At least not yet. Maybe the thought process was like, we should clear them out before, so we can kind of just like...
zone. Yeah.
Yeah, you can just kind of calm down, do some armor swaps and whatnot. All right, let's just watch this in awe.
Yeah. Nice. Very nice. Very nice. I don't know how he gets away with that. He's like literally a sliver of HP, but... Anyway, there you go. It's, in the end, Tom Yum Kung that walks away with the win, and AGL that takes second. It should still be AGL at the top of the overall standings for this lobby.
I guess we'll see. No need to speculate for too long, because here is the scoreboard. AGL 59. And Blackhand not too long at all behind. The 57 points there. 505 Tom Young Kung. Onic, wow. I mean, we just saw... Look, I won't repeat the words used, Elfish, but there was a little bit of rage in the lobby.
Why not?
In the lobby chat recently. We have been accidentally showing the lobby chat on stream sometimes, so I'm kind of glad this one's not going to go on stream. I shouldn't curse it, but it might be a little profane. But I can tell you that Onyx were very much not happy with XNY in the last game and how they've griefed them because, I mean, as you can see, man, they're sitting there at 34 points, which, to be fair, in a 5th spot is still not that bad and still will keep Onyx ticking along here. But they're a team that feels like they're better than that. They should be finishing 1st, 2nd, 3rd, maybe at the worst here. So, and considering they're 12 points behind 4th at the moment, you know, they'd have to have a big match to make any difference, any dents in the standing.
Yeah, look, I mean, a big game is definitely possible for them. They could definitely get themselves up into 4th, but I think beyond that is going to be a bit of a stretch here for Onyx. It hasn't really been their night, but you know what the crazy thing is about that is, like, they're still sitting in 4th, right? We're like, oh, you know, it hasn't really been a great night for them, whatever, like, haven't been doing too good. But, you know, they're still in 4th, the lobby overall, and okay, they drop out of 1st for the season standings probably, but still a pretty good shout from Onyx. Something that we can talk about in a little bit, though, Gina, because we've got one more game to go tonight. Time for us to take another break, but do join us for the culmination of another great day of Apex Legends. Final game coming up.
Here's that Dark Veil trying to choke me out here as Ziggy's trying to. Oh my god, gets a stun. It looks like a repeat with the head glitch here. Goes into play here, but they're going to move out from that building early. That might be good, finalizing the deal there. All right, see as the rest of the team. They need to find a knockdown before that. Knockdown.
Yeah, the two teams certainly still going. Actually, Drayon Shield going to get some finishes. Going to go down before that. Fully. They know you're there, guys. Like,
they are almost immediately capitalizing.
Push out the line. After 505 and the team that's on
I'll tell you right now, AGL and 505 are forced to share the same quarter. It's almost clear.
Not like other ones. Like, you play it early on. T4 use the dragon.
All but the same. Exactly. They all are down. This is unblocked. I can't believe the amount of teams taking their time. Finally, it's casuals. Inside. The wall down is just barely done.
Down in the back. Savior did have another these tiny little rocks around there.
No, exhibit in response.
Oh no!
It's lost already from taking an arc star as well.
Yeah, they
want to get a similar fight themselves. 15 seconds of that fence revealed. There's no cover. Down for being at the last number. MPIY trying to keep behind the fight here. And REC squad left alive in top of the last remaining pilots flying at the end of Toronto.
No vote on it certainly started it a lot better.
Zero with the
had position before they got down.
damage down now. By White.
Yeah. With that just goes to popcorn. Actually,
pressure. Eternal photons have been well forcing out.
2. They're challenging. See crack. They're dead. Cat. They're jumping on him. Cat 1 dead. Nice. One more. Razen. Dead.
They actually kind of summarize.
Wait for downs.
I killed one! Nice, right there!
Play on my side! Yeah, I killed one! I don't though! Give me coming up!
this angle.
Popcorn, they want to make
Top of the leaderboard, trying to drop down, but they do have time to get the Basson even. Knows this is such a mess of a final circle here that honestly anyone can climb up.
down there, held low on the opposite side. They've got the perfect scan already live here. CY White as they set them around.
Daywar managed to wait this out. Now they go over the top of the wall. They see where everyone is. There, the ultimate
One game to go. That's all we've got for you left tonight, and that's all we've got for you for the regular season as well for ALGS APAC South. It is split 2 of 2022-2023, and beyond this, we're starting to look forward to finals. So it's been a fun season, Gino. Hopefully, we can close it with a bang.
Yeah, man, I'm really looking forward to regionals tomorrow. I mean, next week, I should say. It's always just so fun to see the best 20 teams go up it, right? Like, you know, get rid of all the chaff and really have a look at who stands up when it's the best of the best.
Yeah, indeed. Well, the best of the best. We kind of got to see that actually just at the end of that last game. AGL and Tom Yum Kung taking each other on in a good old-fashioned 3-on-3, but how about that movement right on the back end to win it for Tom Yum Kung? That was slick, nasty.
Someone
was a little bit clean, a little bit too good.
Someone was watching Bullet's video in halftime, clearly.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know how they've gotten away with that. I mean, Dexter, yeah, just straight in over the top. There you go. Easy peasy. But look, let's talk about Jackie, who is leading the lobby at the moment. 13 kills. Easy flash as well up there. And you got a few other guys jumping in with 12 kills apiece. No one getting close to 20.
No, look, they'd have to have a big game here, wouldn't they? I mean, 7 kills is certainly a lot to ask one player. And yeah, it's pretty crazy here when you look at, Jackie 1, you got QQ there having a good day for AGL. And then on top of X and Y and Gugu there for, I was about to say World Not Fair, what are they called now? Wonton Dumpling. I think, what is that? 4 out of 5 players being Chinese there with Easy Flash from Indonesia, of course. And when we were looking at the kill leaders going into today, Elfish, by the way, Easy Flash, I think, was something like 3rd, and he'd played 6 games less than everybody else. So currently, he is on 78. No, so I think he's basically almost guaranteed. Yeah, he's guaranteed to be kill leader. Well, at least going into regional finals, because at the moment, live updated, of course, on Apex status, he's got 78 right now. And he's already above Moist, who aren't playing any more games. And the next one is Fussy on 62, way behind him. So he is destroying the competition as far as individual players go.
Definitely doing well for himself. I mean, I was going to say on the topic of it being 4 Chinese players, I think not a massive surprise considering 30% of this split is actually Chinese players, right? It's the highest represented country of any country. No longer is it ANZ. 23% from ANZ. So, a lot of representation coming through from China, Australia, and obviously Thailand as well. We've got a lot of Thai players in here. And then it starts to sort of drop off as you get into like Taiwan and Singapore and Hong Kong and Philippines as well.
It's interesting you bring that up, right? Because we talked about it at the start of the year when we had, the reason that's happened is because we've had a lot of teams from Challenger Circuit get promoted into Pro League. A lot of Chinese teams from the Challenger Circuit. And we were talking about how Group C had 6 Chinese teams in it. And, considering that, I don't think they've been as, inty as we thought they were going to be, right? Like, a lot of those teams previously, it was like, the Chinese region was almost synonymous with aggressive, like overly aggressive play. But I think AGL has really found their spot as a smart team who can definitely play zone when they get given it. And I've got a lot of respect for those guys after this, how they've played this season out. And then, of course, you've got, Dreamfire, who are always pretty good as well. And then, D and Z even, have done well enough to win a day. Wonton Dumpling, as you said, they are always looking for a fight. Like, they definitely have earned their reputation.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I mean, across the board, a lot of these teams have come in and actually performed quite well. I think it's always exciting to kind of see those new teams every split. We have our teams that we like know and love, and we want to see them doing well. And I'm probably guilty of probably talking about the favorites a little bit too much, but at the end of the day, they obviously are the ones that are generally performing the best, so they do tend to get the most limelight. But I think it's always cool to kind of see new teams coming through and seeing what kind of a shake-up they can make for the season.
Yep. Yeah. And I think a couple of them have done that. Even, SWQ, who on the back of today have certainly started making a bit more of a name for themselves. It was a pretty shaky start to the season, but they got I think that's a third today. You know, hadn't got more than 10 split points in a day before that. They didn't have a 19th. So they're definitely showing some improvement, and they've got a long way to go up. Aimbot's been pretty scary for SWQ, so having a look at teams like that, I'm sure there's some other ones who have been sort of lurking around that middle ground in APAC South for a long time and not really making their way up that are kind of on notice now. Teams like Inside the Ring, who have sort of played that kind of gatekeeping position for a long time. Even teams like BRU, who I think probably used to be a bit more of a threat than they are now, are going to be having to worry about these up-and-coming teams.
Well, I mean, on that topic of SWQ, if we want to see them kind of pull off another decent performance in this lobby, they're going to have a really big final game here. Sitting in 16th place, coming into the last game of the night. Sort of came together for them in that first lobby. Hasn't really quite been the same for them here in the second lobby. It's been a little bit, you know, it's played out a little bit differently. Obviously, some of those ring pulls have been a little bit different, but we have seen a little bit less fighting early on in this second lobby than what we did in the first lobby. So maybe as we get deeper into the round, it's, you know, not as much room to work with, and that's kind of impacting them a little bit. Who knows? Whatever the case, obviously, SWQ needs to come in with a big one. And tell you what, now it's time to see whether or not they can do that. We got one more game for you tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoy it. Jump into World's Edge and see how it all shapes up at the end of the split.
One more game, one more chance for these guys to solidify their position, to make it into that final lobby, to try and grab some extra cash. There's certainly many ways to look at this, and a couple of different things that these teams are fighting for. And I guess that kind of makes sense, right? It's not just a 2-team esport, it's a 20-team esport, so there's always a lot going on.
Yep. Well, it's actually, yeah, sometimes more teams, obviously, that you have to be prepared for as well, right? I mean, yeah, 20 teams in any given lobby, but like there's potentially 30 teams that, you know, obviously in any given split, so you have to know their drop locations, how they tend to play, blah, blah, what they tend to do. You know, sometimes it even gets to the point where... Am I cooked? Or do I remember at a certain point teams were swapping their skins in the match point format as well? So, like, at a certain point, you have to get to, like, knowing teams' skins.
Oh, yeah.
And being aware of who's running what skins and what comps and what characters, so that you know if you see them, like, you got to int them.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly something, when you play a lot of scrims, like, you do start picking up on that stuff. You spend enough time playing around against these guys that you do start to notice those things. They will stick to a particular skin for most of the time, and then, yeah, occasionally change it when it comes down to match point, because you do have to worry about that kind of stuff, right? Yeah, something we should note. Tom Young Kung, who were, you know, challenging for top spots here in this lobby. Unfortunately, Asia hasn't been able to make it into the final lobby. Had a DC, couldn't get him in time. That's honestly a real shame. A little bit of a sad way to end off the series here.
I mean, yeah, I guess it is what it is. It's unfortunate for them, but I will say I think the admins definitely did give them a bit of extra time.
Yep.
To try to get in, so it's not as if they had their opportunities. Personally, you know, I've worked a lot of esports, and I actually think the Apex Legends admins are pretty nice to the players, to be quite honest with you. They do often give, you know, a little bit of extra time here and there. And I think if I was an admin, I'd be the guy that would be like, nope, we're starting at this time, and this is the time. If you're in, you're in. If you're not in, you're not in. Sorry, not my problem. So they do give them a little bit of extra time. They're nicer than I would be.
Okay. Elfish doesn't care. Noted.
Correct. Someone's got to get this on point. We got to get through these games, you know. 12 games today, mate. We don't have any time to be waiting.
Not much time. Oh boy. All right, so we got a circle coming in here. Ooh, looks like it could be a harvester one, honestly. The way that's set up, I feel like it doesn't pull to lava siphon there. Maybe below harvester, but probably somewhere, yeah, in that section, sort of probably one of the more readable zones you get.
Definitely does look that way. Onyx currently in harvester doing a bit of replicating, so they're going to have to probably finish that up pretty quick. See, the rotations are starting to come in, so you don't get a pretty relaxed game if you're Onyx this time around. No late rotation, but they've done what they needed to do. And even starting to put a bit of damage in on those teams that are flying through. The ring will be joining us shortly. The only team really taking the super late entry to the ring route is going to be AGL, who are still up in Skyhook doing some replicating.
Oh, DNZ taking an early fall. That's XNY. Man, it's always these southern teams when you get a remotely southern zone and they're like, oh yeah, I got time for a fight. And they pull up, you know, tree against launch side or dome. It's always one of those three that feel like they can take it to each other. So this time it is DNZ, XNY, and XNY, as you can see, starting off the fight much better. Ken Tung, honestly, kind of the carry of DNZ. He's usually the top fragger for this team. Is the first one to go down, which of course is not good for them, especially when the others don't have shields at the moment. Barely just trying to get theirs. Joker going down as well. Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's it for DNZ.
Nemesis is crazy, isn't it? R99 as well. Ripping through DNZ, and X and Y pick up a valuable couple of points. They're sitting on 7th at the moment, so definitely no shortage of job opportunities for them going into this final game to improve upon that.
Yep, Lima looking for it. Ranging down from Siphon just a little bit. And then switching over to staging, you've got Wonton Dumpling here versus IBG. Looks like they're ready to send it. Wonton Dumpling, they throw down the exhibit. Iron Blood Gaming, theirs goes as well. They've already used the cat wall. Feels like they're on the inside here.
Well, Wonton Dumpling, again, no strangers to these early fights, and generally they've been pretty good at winning them. But it has been a little bit more precarious in the last couple of rounds. They've slowed down a little bit as the day has continued. If they were to win this fight, you know, forward, they could again jump up, probably into the top 8, top 9, top 7 easily. Falcon player K just gets booked. And the rest of the shots coming through as well from Wonton Dumpling look pretty good. Iron Blood Gaming will unfortunately not be going any further in this round.
Oh mate, that was a nice little 160 there from Gugu, who basically cracked that fight straight open. R99 is, I mean, look, that's why it's the most pick gun. That's why it's got the most kills this season. It just, yeah, look, you're right. It just straight up books people when you've got aim like that.
Love to see it. On Dumpling, big win for them. Got those ult excels in ya as well, and be ready for the next engagement. Although there's nothing really heading in the direction of staging, so they've got plenty of time to fully reset here. It was nice to get a good start like that one. But it does mean that they're going to be a little bit later into Harvester if they, you know, do eventually decide they want to go in that direction. They probably should. That's where the zone is going to go. They do have the ring beacon.
As you can see, Onyx following suit here with some of the other teams, picking up that's Wraith. So Dimensional Rift is back in play, and of course, as the Harvester team, Onyx are here. So yeah, were you questioning why they didn't have the ring info just yet, or?
Opponent over there.
No, I was just saying that they should probably move in the direction of Harvester, but they're actually going in the opposite direction.
I mean, Onyx, well, obviously Onyx start in Harvester, so they've happily just sort of sat here.
No, I was talking about Wonton Dumpling, not Onyx.
Right, sorry, okay. Yeah, the old negative rotate, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they're going backwards.
Yeah, trying to find someone else to fight. I mean, they could find AGL, but I think best shot's probably just go into the room now and try and look for someone like DF or That's a good gatekeeping position where Dreamfire are, which is like sort of northwest of Harvester. You overlook the Vault Tunnel. It's a nice little high ground. You can look down on the people coming out of the Vault Tunnel. You can also look down on the people who are in Harvester. So you've it's like a little double high ground here. It's quite nice to play, and you can see, yeah, DF are there. Wonton actually, yeah, going down a different choke. So they'll be looking for to pick off some rotations on the southern side instead. But yeah, I do like Dreamfire's position.
Seeing Tom Yum Kung rotating with the Skyward Dive. Kind of interested to see how they end up playing this out. Obviously, they're a duo. So they're probably not going to really want to be in the dead center. They'll try to keep their heads down as much as possible. I mean, every point kind of makes a big difference with Tom Yum Kung, considering that they're fourth in the standings there. If they can, you know, eke out another 5 points or something like that from this game, that could actually be huge for them coming into next week. Fire have made their way through as well, and they're looking a little bit worse for wear after making that rotation. Luckily, 2 gold shields to be able to get that reset off quick. Tom Yum Kung actually having a bit of a look at that, but surely you're not taking that fight if you're Tom Yum Kung. 2v3.
You need some serious confidence to do that. Obviously, you know, when you start as a duo, I feel like sometimes you play a little bit differently to when you lose a player in the game. Like, you have that mindset from the start where you're like, oh, we need to play big. You know, we need to show presence. We need to pretend we're a trio.
That's true. Wait. They have backed off now. And obviously Dreamfire relatively untouched as well. Looking pretty okay.
There is an enemy over here.
Pretty relaxing game so far for Dreamfire. Rotate into the center of the zone. A little bit.
Yep.
Not going to get any ring info though in that position.
Not exactly the you know, the high stress, high stakes environment you usually associate with a 6th game, but there's time. There's always time for things to go wrong in a BR.
For sure.
And it's kind of started going wrong for SWQ because they've lost Jojo. He's over there on the bridge. He's kind of covered in the smoke right now. Ooh, a couple of nice Nemi shots. They actually get one back onto Limo, who, as I said before, as the Wraith player, kept ranging forward, kept trying to look for picks and kills. And I don't know if I'm 100% sure he was the one who did manage to grab the down onto Jojo. But either way, he's paid for it with his life this time. Now they're kind of out of zone as well. This is not looking good for Akuma.
Yeah, certainly not. SWQ trying to force the issue a little bit. Donut needs to win this duel. He's pretty low. Does go into the zone and will get it over the line in the end. But Baroff from downtown actually takes him out. So this is going to be a third party in here from Truth Esports. Pretty quick attempt on the revive, but I don't know if they get away with this. Truth Esports are right next to them on the bridge coming down from the north.
Man, that's a great...
Not aggressed though.
That's a creep and a half. I guess they weren't like 100% sure about which knocks were which and kind of who's where. Because yeah, if they had the correct info on that, you know they were pushing that. There's a duo in the ring trying to reset. Like, it doesn't get much easier as far as fight cleanups go than that.
Damage coming through there as well from AGL as they able to finish off Templex. Still quite strongly holding on to first place at the moment. But a couple of teams definitely within striking distance. 505 is one. Only 12 points behind. It'd be difficult to get 12 points out of this game, or 12 points more than AGL out of this game, because we are down to a duo. V is out of the picture pretty early on. And they're not in a great spot here, I don't think, 505. Like, playing in that tunnel, very easy to get sandwiched. Obviously, a team on the other side in Lava Siphon is T4. Truth are working their way into the tunnel there as well, you can see on the map. So this is going to start to get pretty awkward for 505 pretty quickly. They'll try to back up and give some ground, but Truth are more than happy to try to take that fight.
Very central
pull.
pull.
Catalyst wall.
So just 100% harvester zone. Teams who got there early, definitely making the most of this. And Onyx, as you can see there, on the they're on the low ground in that southern part of Harvester in a fantastic spot. But yeah, I think we are about to start getting some fights kicking off here pretty soon.
Yep, Popcorn does just get eliminated there as well. And it might be 505 to follow suit pretty quickly. Forgotten is trying to get away. Popping the bat. He does have a little angle here. And he's okay to get that off. But I mean, where do you go from here? Like, T4 on the other side of this in Lava Siphon. Eventually, someone's going to catch up with you. And so 505 do end up going down.
Yep, to T4. T4 have had a quiet day. Honestly, any points they can pick up in this game might help them out a little bit. But yeah, at this point when it's kind of like late on the 5th day, I don't know, how much do you care? Because you're kind of like, we're struggling. We're probably not going to be in contention for, you know, top 5. It's like, we just need to make the final lobby. Oh, we've already done that. Yeah, I don't know. There's probably a couple of teams who are lacking a little bit of faith, I would have thought, in this final game. And Onyx not being one of them.
Zone shift comes through. A couple of teams did have the info on that one. Onyx has chosen well their position. Very good. Lots of info you can get, obviously, through these windows. Pretty difficult to push in on them. And so they're going to just chill. They're really going to take their time with this game, I think, Onyx. Let everyone else fight each other. Maybe fire a couple of pot shots in here and there if they sense the opportunity. But by and large, you shouldn't be expecting to see too much moving and shaking from Onyx.
Oof. Oh, can't even get away from the riot drill there. Oh my god, have no options whatsoever. And they're going to take an early exit here in our final game. SWQ. Great first series. Shocker of a second series here at 19th.
But, not over yet. We've got 3 members alive. Not exactly the greatest positioning inside of the zone, but they might be able to do something with it.
On the other side of
Sure
things.
that they're going to improve upon their result all that much, though.
Yeah, okay, this is great to get a little sense of where teams are at the moment. You can see all the way down the bottom. Oh, they may... Oh, no, I was like 19th. They're like second last. But of course, yeah, we've only got the 19 teams in the lobby today. Wow, and they are a long way behind. They would actually have to have a banger game to even get to like 17th here. Yep. So, yep, look, rough day. Or at least rough second half of the day for them. But yeah, looking at teams who are contesting, it's, yeah, look at that. AGL and Blackhand up there at 65 and 61. 505 and Tommy Young-Kung going down early. Kind of solidify their spots in sort of 3rd and 4th here. And there's maybe some other teams that have a chance to push up and challenge them. But really, it's going to be, yeah, AGL just trying to maintain that first spot.
X and Y doing what they can as well on the southern side of the zone. Sending with Bruce at the moment. That Sentinel without a scope is a pretty sad sight. It is an amped Sentinel, but how useful really is that if you can't hit any shots because you don't have a scope? Guess we'll see what X and Y are going to be able to do here, but they are just getting peppered from all directions. They try to go off from the high ground, and Blackhand is waiting for them down below. Not really much to write home about.
We're in that situation now where, like, every kill matters, right? Like, Blackhand and AGL are so close together that, like, a kill or two, just a random pot shot across the map that gets that final bullet into someone else could be what changes it between these two teams in the end. And it's a great pull. Oh, man. The next zone actually has some of the lower house that we're seeing there in it. So, oh, that is unlikely and incredibly favorable for Blackhand.
Well, the only thing I'll say is that they will almost certainly be contested for that spot then. Someone's going to try to contest the house, so they're going to have to fight their way through. But it does at least give them something to play.
It's a decent house to hold as Catalyst, though.
I mean, it's one angle, really, that you have to worry about. Maybe they can come in through the door on the other side, but... an interesting spot on the map. WQ still fighting hard. Here comes Streamfire. This is what I'm talking about. Underneath that bridge. Where are they going to end up going?
Bogey right here.
Oh, Dreamfire. Don't know what they've got to do next. The ring's about to start closing, and it'll be a real tough one for them. You can see Pete even going down now. But we're probably going to have a couple of teams, I would imagine, start looking at that position with Blackhand that we just talked about. Why don't we go to a Blackhand, listen in here, and see how they hold this building?
More cells.
I have 4 cells. 3 bats.
3 bats
I have 2 Phoenix. I dropped 1.
We got catwalk.
Yeah, solo cat. Solo cat. Oh, my bad.
I'm a
behind us catwalk, I think.
I'm gonna serial maybe.
I have an ult.
Serial now?
I have an ult.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
I'm gonna serial. You need a catwalk like out this way for us to peek the backside. No, we can't.
No, they're on roof. On roof.
Put on me, 90. Crack. On me, guys.
There's a team under as well.
Go inside. Pushing. I'm gonna nade this.
Yep, do it. Nade, I killed one!
Reinforce.
I can't!
Nice, one more.
I killed him!
Reinforce.
Live!
Reinforce again.
1v1! I'm in the zone!
Give me that
Where the fucking god, Biggie? Reinforce it when you can. And you can rest me. He's dead.
Nice.
Good shit. Any mobies?
I don't know. I used my catwalk though. He died.
He died. Look for mobies. Alt XL right here as well. We need to look for Alt XL too.
Yep. There's one in this box. No movies. None at all.
Okay. I'm picking up double R9. We're gonna catwall out like towards the right. You know that like little rock on the right? That's what we need to play, Yugi.
Here.
Like right, yeah.
I'm gonna have to alt XL again, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. There was a Moby right outside. I can hold on to it. I have another alt XL.
We need to use that Moby for cover.
Yeah. When we swing out. I'm gonna drop a swap for you outside, I think.
I'm gonna bat. We need to nade that so they can't peek us, okay?
No nades.
Fuck. Take my nade. Fine, careful.
There's an armor swap there for you to swing out.
Yeah.
I think we do it late, maybe.
I'm doing it now.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Nice.
I'm still on serial. I'm gonna go out now.
Soon, yeah. There's a nade, careful.
I'm going now. Right side style. Good. It's so good.
I'm trying. I might not get there. I didn't get there.
Shield me.
It's up. Let's swing you.
It's split. You win
it. Not gone.
Oh, I could have won that.
Oh, that would have been crazy. That would have been crazy if he survived, but not the case for Blackhand as they do get knocked out inside the ring here. Looking pretty good. 3 players alive, all got sets of reds. They're going to swing on to SWQ. Took that fight against Blackhand, and ultimately that was their undoing as well. 2v2. Oh, well, one team versus one team, I should say. 3v3, actually, it is. Onyx, once again, looking to find themselves a win right here. Up against inside the ring. The first player to go down is Emil. It's opted for a quick trade. Raki and Shady go down as well, but in the end, Onyx will get it done. And they find a dub. Pace just picked up in that game. Something amazing. As soon as we finished off the listening, it just went from 0 to 100. I didn't even feel like I had the chance to speak. And hey, welcome back, Gino.
Yeah, look, lots of teams. Really just sending it there at the end. Onyx, it was it's a home zone for them, and it was a home run, basically, right? Yep. They played the right position. It went down south. Nice portal out there at the end. They waited as long as they could, not even to secure like a top 3, but to guarantee a top 2, and then they win the eventual 3v3 as well. Yeah, but look, big news there as well is that Blackhand managed to outlast AGL, right? And so, yeah, it means they managed to take out the lobby. Big congrats to Blackhands who, have definitely done what they need to do, I would say, pretty much to get over to LAN now. That's, we'll have to go and do the maths after today just to make everything sort of 100%, but I'd say it's almost certain now that Blackhand are going to be at least our top 3 representative.
Yeah, pretty crazy day from them. I mean, I thought that was going to go a little bit wrong for them. It seemed like maybe there was like a miscomm or just not enough of a comm from Blackhand when we had that listen in. I think it was Easy Flash kind of contesting the roof, and Boogie and Strafing were sort of still inside the building when the zone was pushing in. Obviously, as a result, Easy Flash kind of gets isolated and does go down. But as you saw, Boogie and Strafing Flame, they did still managed to survive a decent while, and Strafing Flame was actually kind of the undoing for SWQ in the end there, who tried to take that fight against them after they had exited the building, because he managed to get a knock and then a lot of damage onto the second member there as well. And here's what, exactly what I was talking about. Inside the ring, just able to sort of swing onto them and do a huge chunk of damage.
Big swing from there at the end. And yeah, Ziki even had a good position on the roof here. Like when they finally, so yeah, here's them finishing off the third squad. They take off SWQ, and then yeah, you can see Ziki up the top there, and he's just kind of free firing down, because honestly the portal was like a little bit late from Onyx. When they came out, I was like, oh man, the inside of the ring is just going to turn around and like just absolutely smash them as they come through here, as they're getting getting meleeed there for the finish. Oh man, that was kind of fun, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, as you said, Onyx getting themselves the win. Blackhand do outlast AGL, which should potentially be enough to get them the win in the lobby. We'll see how that goes when we get the info coming through. Tom Yum Kung, they took 11th in this game as a duo. You can't really ask for too much when you come in a member down. Dreamfire weren't really able to do enough to sort of salvage their night either, so it should be quite interesting actually to see how this lobby ends up playing out. Should be a lot of close results.
Yeah, I think it could be a tight one, Elfish, as we await that final scoreboard just to get confirmation. Alrighty, let's take a look at it. Let's have a gander. Let's see who's done their job today. It is, of course, going to be Blackhand. It was a two-horse race there at the end. And Blackhand with the 2 extra points. We were talking about it. Every little kill there at the end was going to make a difference. And Blackhand have done it with 37 kills and some placement points on top of that to make it 69. Nice.
Yeah, definitely makes a big difference. That's going to be 25 points in the back pocket instead of 21. And given where Blackhand was sitting overall for the competition, yeah, I mean, it very squarely sits them in third. Probably just a tad behind Onyx, and certainly a little bit behind Moist, but overall very comfortably in third. It's not as if anyone going into next week is going to have a really easy time of catching them, and it almost makes it impossible for them to drop out of the top 4, which is pretty much a guaranteed spot then to go over to the playoffs. So yeah, I mean, look, once again, run it back for Strafing Flame.
Yeah, it's they've as someone who made it over there last time and had a disappointing result, it will be interesting to see I guess what's going to change for next time, right? He's changed the team completely to start with, I guess, but I'm sure there's going to be some more tactics required. Okay, here we go. We've got some cool info here on Blackhand, seeing their path through to victory here in this second series, starting it off with a first. Placement wise, they did pretty well, but really it was the kills. Really, it was the kills coming through here. You can see minimum of 3, average of about probably 6 there throughout the day. That's what gets you on top of a lobby like this.
Yeah, definitely. Very solid stuff coming through from them. And look, it has been a pretty solid season as well. They've had their seconds. They had 3 seconds in a row, actually, to start off the season. Then things took a little bit of a dip in the later couple of rounds, but obviously they've finished strong here with the top placing. So overall, very good split from Blackhand, and like we've said, like they're very much in some pretty prestigious company with the likes of Moist and Onyx, obviously. So looking at their results, you definitely have to put them up inside the big 3. Let's take a look at the overall scoreboard and just reiterate what we've been talking about here to kind of show you exactly what we're sort of harping on about. Moist, Onyx, and Blackhand just head and shoulders above the rest of the competition. A good 30 points between Dreamfire and Blackhand, and it sort of feels to me like those 3 teams were kind of in a league of their own.
100%. And that's, so we don't need that extra confirmation now. That is 3 teams that are going to land, because so obviously everyone's played their full games throughout the season. They get 1 more game, the top 20 teams there. Obviously that's the other thing we can talk about in a second, that SWQ, big day with the first series today. They've made it through 1 point to that final lobby, but there's only 1 more opportunity for scoring points, the maximum of which you can do is 25 points. So Dreamfire, even if they won, obviously, well, they'd auto qual, but they still wouldn't.
Anyway,
but they wouldn't get ahead of in points wise of Blackhand, Onyx, or Moist. Right. So those 3 are guaranteed, confirmed, going to LAN.
Awesome, yeah, and congratulations to them. I think there's definitely a precedent to be said that Moist and Onyx are pretty much the top 2 competitors in the region now, back-to-back representatives. They both did really well at the last playoffs as well. So I think those are probably the 2 that most of APAC is going to look at as the 2 teams to kind of fly the flag for this region. And then anyone else that goes on, like the other 3 teams that attend alongside Moist and Onyx, of which we know Blackhand will be one, they're kind of like a wild card. We have to sort of wait and see what we're going to get. We can obviously wish them the best, hope that they're going to do well. But yeah, definitely you've got the experienced heads in Moist and Onyx going overseas, and kind of looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to do. And as we've said, obviously looking forward to seeing what Blackhand can do with Strafing Flame in particular. Like he'll want to probably run it back, so we'll sort of see how things go for him. Now, and I think, I mean, at this point, obviously, we still have to wait and see what those last couple of teams are going to be. But yeah, we're looking pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, especially with I guess because those top 3 teams soaked up so many points there, Elfish. You saw the next bunch of teams. It was all really close, which means it's actually going to be quite an exciting finish for who gets those 4th and 5th slots going into next week. I mean, sure, we've got a couple wrapped up, but there's definitely still going to be a lot of excitement in the regional finals for those other teams sort of fighting to join Onyx, Blackhand, and Moist.
Do you want to take a stab at what 2 teams it might be? Or what?
Yeah, okay.
Like
let me open it up
come
again
from 20th and win the whole day. And...
yeah, that's your pick.
Maybe not.
Okay, let me just take another quick look. Oh, I'm looking at Wikipedia, but they haven't updated it yet. I have to go with like.
Dreamfire could be a good shout.
I mean, okay, I'm definitely picking AGL because I'm definitely riding high on AGL this season. I just love the way they're playing, and I think their play style will translate even better going into the regional finals. So I want to pick them as a number 4. But yeah, points wise, someone else is probably going to get in there as well. Yeah, maybe Dreamfire.
All right, well, we'll have that conversation next week. We've got another one to have, though. I think we've got Strafing Flame here for an interview. So first of all, obviously, we have to start off by congratulating you for the win today, Strafing Flame. Hopefully, you feel like you've done what you set out to do. And as we've just discussed, you've pretty much locked yourself in for a spot going overseas. How's that feel? All right, Genome, I don't know if you can hear him, but I definitely can't hear him. So I guess we'll just call that as, unfortunately, maybe a little bit of a technical hiccup, but maybe we'll have to cancel the interview. Hey, maybe you can answer for him, right? It's got to feel good, right? Give me your best player answer, right? What? Hey, Genome, you've just qualified to go overseas. How do you feel?
Oh, I feel great about it, man. London, the weather wasn't the greatest last time we went over there, and it's at least next time it'll be summer, right? So it'll maybe be like 19 degrees instead of like 4 degrees.
4 degrees. I mean, look, to be honest, the last place I went overseas was Mongolia, and that was like
yeah, true. So, holy crap, man, that was that's
I think I've got
wild.
You beat. Yeah, but the thing is, like, I almost think -20 is like better than 4, because with 4, it's almost like you get baited. You're like, oh, it's not that bad. I can go out. I can like have a good time. And you just go out and you're just cold the whole time. You're like, this is not fun. But at least with -20, you're like, I'm just not even going to go out. Like, at this point, I'm not even going to bother. I'm just going to stay in the hotel, and it's totally fine. But when we did go out one time, we were like, you put your thermals on, then you put your shirt on, then you put your, your jumper on, and then you put your overcoat. And like, you're really prepared when you're going out in -22. But I think with -4, there is a little bit of a bait there that it's like, oh, it's not so bad. But it is pretty bad. At least for Aussies. I don't know. I don't know about you, but
yeah, I mean, I don't think I've ever been in -20 in my life. Like even when we go skiing, it's usually like it's still like 1 degrees or something, and they're just like using the snow machines to like actually make the snow. Like we don't really get the snow, It's like that's the Australian life. I feel like. All right, I think we're still trying to get him in here. Hopefully, it won't be too much longer, guys. I'm genuinely excited to talk to Strafing. I think there'll be a lot of interesting things to ask him, considering the sort of ups and downs that his career has had in the past year of ALGS.
And I mean, it's been a little bit of an up and down split even for them. Like, they started really strong, and then the last couple of rounds, we've sort of looked at it and been like, oh, maybe they're falling off a little bit. Maybe they haven't been able to keep pace with the likes of Moist and Onyx. But obviously came good today, and were able to sort of get that over the line. All things considered, very solid day at the office for Blackhand. I mean, who else really performed well today? If we're going down the list, I mean, Moist definitely winning that first lobby. They've got to be happy with themselves. Onyx top 3, can't really complain too much about that. They probably would have liked to have gotten the win and stayed on top of Moist for the overall season. But again, most of these teams, I think, are probably just going to be looking to try to secure those spots at the playoffs. They're not necessarily too worried whether they're first, second, third, fourth, fifth seed. Although it does make a bit of a difference when you do go over there. But the big prize obviously is just being able to go to begin with.
Yeah, exactly. It's 100% what these players are looking for. I mean, there's just so much that's different, like getting to play on the LAN client, especially for, people who play all their competitions on like hundreds of ping, right? Like, if you're an Australian, if you're an Indian player, I'm not sure exactly what like the Taiwanese and Chinese players are playing on. Just having that experience against all the best players in the world, it's just, it means everything to these guys, right? It's 100% what they're out here and what they're grinding for, and it's so cool for them, I think, to have that experience, especially when like a lot of them, they're so young, right? Like, especially if it's their first time at LAN, chances are they're more likely to be like an up and coming player who hasn't had that opportunity before.
Yeah, well, the more, like, the deeper that we get into the Apex Legends calendar now, like, obviously we're in year 3 of the ALGS, the more sort of experienced teams you're kind of getting through, and it becomes a point where, like, okay, we've sent Moist overseas, like, 3, 4, 5, I don't even remember how many times now, like, obviously you go back and you look at...
3? Yeah.
Yeah, but as Team Burger and as Moist, but even then, like, Waltzy was in Sudraiku, and
that's what I mean.
was in Burger, like, back then before, and like whatever, like all this kind of stuff. So, a lot of experience coming through for them. Onyx now, they're going to run it back. Like Fussy even as well was in that Sudraiku roster back then, so he's got an extra gig over the top of that. So there's all these different iterations of different teams, and at a certain point you kind of go, all right, well, it's less about, do these teams need the experience or whatever, like, because they've already got it. So it's not about, new player going overseas for the first time or those kinds of land shit. It's like they will have that locked down now, and it's not going to be as big of a concern anymore. And so maybe there will be like 1 team or 2 teams every split that we haven't necessarily sent overseas before. But we're even getting to the point now where like most of those teams that are kind of hanging around in like the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th kind of position have actually had some degree of experience overseas, right? I mean, there's been a Dreamfire roster go overseas. There's been a Daywar team gone overseas. There's been Tom Yum Kung, aka EXO, have gone overseas as well. Iron Blood Gaming, a couple of those members have been over too. So it's like, you go down
Revenant,
the list, and anyone that...
Buriram,
anyone really that could still make it into the top 5 have pretty much gone overseas in some capacity. So even if it's not the full roster, like you might have some one player here or there that have been able to do it. So yeah, it's kind of getting to that point now where APAC is kind of getting actually a lot of veterancy.
Yep. I know we've had some issues in the past with getting permissions in the ALGS Discord where the players pop in for the interviews. So I believe the producer's still just trying to work that out, and we'll see if that happens probably soon, or we might just have to close out. But really hoping we get to hear from Strafing Flame. As you said, one of those guys who's only just sort of started getting that sort of experience. And I mean, interestingly, I feel like kind of defies the categories we've had before in terms of APAC South players who've gone overseas. Because before that, I felt like they kind of fell into 2 molds, right? One was they were the top of APAC South and they were legitimate contenders and a top team in the world, right? And the other one was our teams who got over there and didn't quite make the cut. And I feel like, Strafing's Flame in IBG was kind of the odd one out, where it was like they were very much a threat in APAC South. They came top of the region. they were looking solid, and then they go overseas and just like their style, the way they played the game, just didn't cut it in those kind of lobbies. And it'd be interesting to hear his thoughts on whether he thought was it a stylistic thing? Was it did they choke? Was it nerves over there on the big stage for their first time, or was there something else that was kind of creating that difference between them getting through or not?
I mean, it's kind of hard to say, obviously, without having that conversation. But I want to sort of say, like, I'm not super surprised when I see a team go overseas for the first time and not really perform. Like, I think it is a really big jump going from a region like ours in particular to going overseas and competing against, like, for example, teams that have pretty much been there even before ALGS has been a thing, right? We've seen a lot of these players like competing at the top level of Apex Legends for 5 years, something like that, and so it's a bit of a jump to sort of go from competing in APAC South, where, like, as you say, maybe there's a few teams that would be competitive on an international level. Let's say what, 5 to 8 maybe, and then the rest of the lobby is still teams that are sort of trying to get that experience, trying to level themselves up. So yeah, I mean, then you go from having a pretty open lobby, a quote unquote weak lobby, if that's the terminology you want to go with, to now having 20 international caliber teams, 20 of the best teams in the world, maybe the 20 best teams in the world if you get into that final lobby.
Yeah,
it makes for a bit of a different ball game.
Big difference. I mean, one of the other differences we saw today was the introduction of Wraith. Not like there's been any balance changes since the season started that sort of affected that, right? The Pathfinder and Wraith, if I'm remembering the patch correctly, that was at the start of the season. All this stuff was there and ready to go when 16 season started. So it's weird that we've had this shift halfway through, or more than halfway through the split, where all of a sudden, teams have shifted on World's Edge to start using Wraith instead of Valkyrie. And it was interesting to see that change today. I'm trying to think, like, how much better was it, really? Like, did you think there was an appreciable difference for these teams in, having Wraith instead of the portal, instead of the Skyward Dive as their rotational tool on World's Edge today?
I definitely think there was a couple of instances. Like, for example, if we go and look at Onyx, would they have been able to get out of Thermal Station with a Valkyrie ultimate versus the portal? I don't think that they make that rotation at all, and if they do, they don't make it as cleanly. Like, I'm sure shots would have come through. They potentially lose 1 or 2 players on that rotation. Or they have to take the zip, and in that case, you're probably also cooked. So I think at the end of the day, obviously, you'd be saying, there is definitely a big difference, in my opinion. So, yeah, I mean, I kind of like what we got to see. I mean, look, I don't know, I have this like little bit of a personal bias towards Valkyrie because I've always been more of a fan of Valkyrie as a legend. Like, I play Valkyrie. I do not play Wraith. Like, to me, Wraith is always like a bit cringe, because when everyone started playing League of Legends, Wraith would be like that go-to character for the absolute sweat lords that would just try to like 1v20 the entire game, and I just never got behind that as a playstyle, right? That's not me as a person. It's not my playstyle. I tend to like to be on those like more
you like team-based, to get carried,
team-oriented kind of compositions. Sure, if that's the way you want to put it. So I've basically never played Wraith. Like, I almost never play. I have obviously played Wraith, but like it's like I just don't enjoy playing that character. So I have a bias where I'll say I would like to see Valkyrie more often than not. But obviously with the nerfs, with the changes, the fact she can't scan the rings anymore, I feel like that's a bit of a bigger nerf that we don't really talk about all that much. But yeah, anyway, look, Genome, it looks like unfortunately we're not going to be able to get that interview together. So you might have to do that in your own time. I'm sure you can whip up an interview here or there with Strafing. But anything you want to say before we go?
Look, just mainly just a big congrats to the 3 teams that have separated themselves from the rest of the pack already at the end of week 5. Wow, that's a big achievement to Moist, to Onyx, and to Blackhand, and I think everyone in this region and around the world is going to be really excited to see them at LAN, frankly, because I think they are all contenders, when it comes to the world stage.
Indeed, I'm looking forward to seeing how this one closes out. Hopefully, it should be a good finish for you guys next week. Either way, that's us done and dusted for the week. And, well, we've got one more show for you in APAC South. That is next week, same time, same place. You know where to find it. Make sure to look forward to it because it will be a big one. Remember what happened in the last finals. It might not be a long day, so make sure you're here at the start. Otherwise, yeah, we might just see like 4 or 5 games. So, yeah, look forward to it. Hope to see you there. I'll be in the chat. See you around.
The time